Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculousness that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Actually, it's afternoon. It's afternoon. Today is Monday, June 30th of 2025. It is the last day of June. I could say I don't know where June went, but I kind of do know where June went because we were neck deep in the Karen Reed trial. The Karen Reed retrial, which has resulted in the words that we finally wanted to hear after all of these years. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Now it's time to get back to a regular schedule, talk about some other cases. In fact, we're talking about another case in the exact same courthouse, in the exact same county of Norfolk County, Massachusetts. And I have a few shows on Brian Walshe already. Many of you are already familiar with the case. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to watch a hearing in which Yuri Bukhenik testified and John Fanning testified in an evidentiary hearing to suppress evidence in the Brian Walshe case. So we'll get into that a little bit. For those of you who are not familiar with the case, we'll talk about it and catch you up on it a little bit. But this hearing happened in the middle of the Karen Reed trial, and it's going to be so interesting to watch Yuri Bukhenik testify on a different case, not in front of a jury, because this was an evidentiary hearing in front of a judge. Brian Walshe's case had originally been assigned to Judge Cannone, and then was taken away from Judge Cannone, and it's now just assigned to another female judge in the county. Her name is Diane Freniere. And Brian Walshe is accused of taking the life of his beautiful wife, Ana, and dismembering her body and then distributing her body parts in dumpsters all throughout the county. And based on some Proctor shenanigans, looks like if the evidence is suppressed because they seized his devices and searched them outside the scope of the search warrant, and then based on that illegally obtained evidence, got search warrants to look other places for evidence based on the fruits of the poisonous tree doctrine. If all of that evidence is suppressed, they don't have a whole hell of a lot to tie Brian Walshe to the murder of his wife, and her body has never been found. So it's an interesting case, and the ripple effects of Proctor are real. And we haven't been able to talk about it because of Karen Reed was going on. And so now we have time to talk about it. And look, it seems to me, I didn't watch the hearing yet because I wanted to do a live reaction with you together. Those of you who live in the county have been telling me for a very long time, and I have family and friends from the county who have been telling me for decades that the police are not, let's say, on the up and up. And as we go through the papers and as we go through this hearing, you tell me if you think that they've just been getting away with it for decades to the point where nobody's ever called them out on it. The world has never been watching. This is the way they've always done it. And this could lead to some real ramifications for this man who potentially took the life of his wife to be set free or get an acquittal, because there's not going to be any evidence if all of this stuff is suppressed. Google searches are horrible. Those of you who know. And have they just been doing it this way for decades? And it's never been called out because, I don't know, there hasn't been worldwide attention on the county. It's interesting. Something else that I also saw that I wanted to share with you that I thought was wild is, did you guys see Julie Grant's reaction to the Diddy case on Friday? Julie Grant of Court TV has been one of the most verbal and biggest haters of Karen Read throughout the trial. I think in the beginning, though, she was actually like on Karen Read's side. And then at some point she flipped a switch and has been very, very vocal about her hatred for Karen Read. And Karen Read was guilty and she wanted to see her fry. And she was became besties with, Jennifer McCabe and that whole side of the aisle, let's just say. Her fangirling over Diddy on Friday was wild to me. And I want you to see it, because tell me if you think I'm overreacting. We'll get into that first. So we give some people some time to get in here, since we're on a not regularly scheduled program. And last night I was, as my song says, no surprise, she's at Jones Beach. Last night I spent the night at Jones Beach in the front row, seeing one of my favorite bands of all time, part of the soundtrack of my life, the Counting Crows. And I was 5 feet from Adam Duritz the entire night. He actually spit on me. He's one of the greatest poets of all time. I do believe Adam Duritz. No more dreadlocks. He looks a lot different than he used to in the day. And it still blows my mind that he was able to date both Jennifer Aniston and Courtney Cox. If you follow me on Instagram, you can see clips that I posted from the Counting Crows show last night. I remember in 1993, that August and Everything After album was such a part. It's a part of the soundtrack of my life. So that was a bucket list item for me. It was awesome. And I had a great time. So let's, I want to pull up this wild clip of Julie Grant from Friday before we get into the Brian Walshe stuff, because I tell me if you think I'm overreacting. She's outside the courthouse in New York, the federal courthouse, as I think the jury, they're on verdict watch now for Diddy, and I didn't really cover it, so not really covering it. But listen to Julie Grant on Friday. He did actually spit on me. I used to say that when I was at a dead show, like, Bob Weir spit on me. I wanted to have Bob Weir's children, but I digress.
The defense team.
Here it is from Friday. Julie Grant fangirling over Diddy. Listen.
Finished up their close, and at the very end, attorney Mark Agnifilo asked the jury to acquit Sean Diddy Combs of all of the charges and to send him home to his family. And with that, there are listening rooms, because the main courtroom is packed. That's where I was this morning. And then there are these overflow rooms. There are multiple overflow rooms packed full of people from the public, from the media, so many people converging on New York City because of this trial. And in one of the rooms, I can confirm to you that when Mark Agnifilo finished, the room erupted in cheers. Everyone in the room started cheering loudly, clapping.
She's almost giddy about it. People started cheering when Diddy's defense attorney did his closing. They were cheering like he should be set free. Or has she lost her mind? She's giddy about it. Listen.
When his closing argument was finished, Mark Agnifilo giving that close.
Mark Agnifilo is the husband of the attorney who's representing Luigi Mangione. Okay, you can't make this up. Or Mangione. I forget what he calls him. I forget how he pronounces it.
On behalf of Diddy's legal team, numerous lawyers taking part in this process for him. And from what we understand, Diddy was quite pleased with that closing argument.
Diddy was quite pleased with that closing argument. Well, that's fantastic, Jules. Fantastic. But Karen Read was guilty and should be hung in town square. But Diddy was pleased. Oh my God, listen.
Now we're in the government's rebuttal. So that is currently taking place in the courthouse behind me. Diddy's trial happening at the very top floor of this building. We're in the Southern District of New York, and they actually have two federal courthouses, Michael and Ashley. This is one of them, the larger one. It is beautiful inside, and it is very hard to get a seat in that courtroom. But I will tell you, when I was in there this morning, Diddy looked to be in very good spirits. I saw him looking back at his children right before court started, giving them a big smile. And then during the break,
looking back at his children and giving them a big smile. She's like, come on, Diddy, you can do it. You're going to get free. Am I overreacting?
When everybody was in the morning recess, people were milling about the courtroom and talking. The judge was off the bench, and I saw one of his twin daughters hand a piece of paper to attorney Penny Garagos, Mark Garagos' daughter, who's one of the attorneys on the Diddy team. And she then handed that paper to Diddy, and he read whatever was on it. And then he turned back around, looked at his daughter, smiled really big, and did a little bit of a fist pump, like to indicate, yeah, whatever it was, he seemed to be very happy about it.
Little fist pump for the Did Man. Did anybody see the video of him like almost killing Cassie in a hotel hallway? Did anybody ever see that video? I'm sorry, are you kidding me? But wait, she's got an excuse for that too. She's got an excuse for it. She's an apologist, a Diddy apologist. Listen.
His mom looked to be in good spirits. I saw her leaving the courtroom during the break. I said hello to her. She said hello back.
Did she ever say a nice word about Karen Reed's parents? About Dr. and Mrs. Reed? Did she ever say a nice word about Karen Reed's parents ever?
They all seem to be really leaning on each other, relying on each other for support, as his freedom, Michael and Ashley, is on the line. If he's convicted of that sex trafficking charge, it could be 15 years mandatory minimum.
Mandatory minimum? Can you imagine for sex trafficking? Can you imagine? Here's the difference between Karen Reed, Julie Grant, in this case, is that there's no evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. There's evidence of every single thing that Diddy did. There's video, there's witnesses, there's actual evidence that he did the stuff. So now you're all about apologizing for this man and hoping that he gets set free because his family is smiling in the courtroom. Are you kidding me?
And there are two of them, one pertaining to Cassie, as you know, and one pertaining to Jane. And if he's convicted of the racketeering, could potentially be life.
Julie, I got to say, tell me if I'm wrong. I want to get your opinion on this. It seems to me the overriding theme of this closing argument by the defense was essentially that this was an overreach by the prosecution, that this was about the government going into somebody's bedroom, someone like Sean Diddy Combs. And although it's admittedly a bit of a bizarre sex life, it is his personal life. It didn't extend beyond that. Would you say that's a fair sort of assessment of the way they sort of characterized this approach to the prosecution?
Yes, Michael, you're exactly right. And I have to tell you both, Mark Agnifilo did a brilliant job connecting with the jury on that point. He is very engaging. His close was much different than the government's. The government, I have to say, while they were very thorough, very polished, very matter of fact, it was a little stiff. He talks to the jury just like he would be talking.
Excuse the pun. It was a little stiff. She's lost her mind.
To someone at the breakfast table, maybe someone in his family. He cracks little jokes, and one of them actually pertained to this point you just raised, Michael. So he was saying how the federal government essentially invaded Sean Combs's private life and turned his bedroom life into a crime scene. And he Sheila says shortly after, after the Cassie video, clearly that's not the case. It's not private anymore. Wait till they show the bottles of Astroglide. Joked, and I have to tell you, I saw 3 jurors crack up when he said, thank goodness the federal government got all of that Astroglide off the streets. They went in and they seized all those bottles of Astroglide and baby oil. Thank goodness we are safe from all of that personal lubricant. And 3 jurors, I saw all 3 of them, 2 women, younger Black women, and then one, I would say middle-aged white man. All 3 of them cracked up and had big smiles on their face with that joke. And that was just one of the examples where we saw Mark Agnifilo really connecting with them and making this seem kind of ridiculous that the federal government would try to criminalize these desires to have sex involving multiple partners at hotels, using baby oil or whatever else.
And drugs.
He described it as
drugging them.
Diddy being not the only one making homemade porn, so to speak, that this was just his lifestyle. It was a valid lifestyle, Michael and Ashley, is what the defense team argued.
Does it sound to you like she's defending this? The way that she vilified Karen Reed was repulsive. I can't find the show right now. I tried to look for it to show it to you guys, but there was a show that she did before, I think it was before the first trial, or during the first trial, talking about how Karen Reed's skirts were too short and the clothing that she wore to court was unprofessional and disgusting. And she had some woman on who was like a body language expert. And was that the woman who was on Glaire's show one time and then asked him to take it down? I can't remember, but it was gross. And this is gross.
Very strongly this morning.
And if you would, Julie, remind us too how he balanced that with admitting some of the things that Diddy has done that aren't okay by using the video, for instance.
We're in the upside down.
And the domestic violence piece.
We're in the upside down.
Sure, Judge. Thank you for that. Yes, he acknowledged that Diddy committed terrible acts of domestic violence. And he went so far as to say if he were charged with those crimes, that he would be pleading guilty to them because he did them. And he said,
here's some still shots of the video, which I'm going to make smaller because I'm sure that YouTube doesn't like this video either. But if you've seen it, you know you can't unsee it. If you've seen this video, you cannot unsee it. Listen to the excuse she makes for him for this video. He was just getting his phone back. Listen to that. You're not going to believe it.
We've owned that. He did something that surprised me. I have to say, I thought he may kind of stay away from this hotel beating video, maybe just acknowledge it. He actually showed portions of it, Ashley and Michael, but not this portion right here that we're looking at. What he showed everyone was a cell phone in Cassie's hand when she initially left that hotel room. And you have to look really closely. I want you to pay attention to that mirror on the wall. It's going to be coming up on her right, our left, and you'll see the reflection of it. See it there? It looks like it has a white case. Hard to see. And look at Diddy's hands. Nothing in his hands as he goes to Cassie. So Mark Agnifilo used this to say, hey, this was terrible, this was illegal, this was wrong and inexcusable. But it was not about bringing her back to the room to traffic her. Look at his hand now. He's got the phone. He said this was about retrieving that cell phone that she took when she shouldn't have.
Retrieving? So he beat the shit out. I'm sorry if I'm on any nail salon walls or hair salon walls right now. It was okay. He just wanted to get his phone back. Maybe it was her phone and he wanted to get away from her because she had some incriminating things. Maybe she taped him doing some things like beating her. I really feel like I'm losing my mind, and I need you guys to talk me off the ledge here. Are you kidding me?
That's what he said. He said the phone he believes belonged to Diddy, and he believes that was the reason he got so enraged and went after her, and we saw that terrible attack. So that was quite an illuminating portion of the argument.
Illuminating?
We've looked at that video.
Illuminating. Here, Ms. Grant, let me explain. She's apparently a lawyer. Closing arguments are not evidence. They're not evidence. They're not to be treated as evidence. He could say anything he wants in closing. It doesn't make it true. If he had evidence of it, he would have presented some evidence about that during his trial, but they didn't. Wow.
I don't know how many dozens and dozens of times. And with her sweatshirt sleeve, unless you're looking at that mirror, it's really hard to see what she had in her hand, or even.
There's a totally plausible explanation for him beating the bejesus out of her in front of a hotel elevator. And if that's what he would do in public when there's cameras around, who knows what he would do in private, right, Jules?
To notice how he retrieves something. So perhaps that argument will be effective, perhaps not, in terms of whether the jury considers it sex trafficking.
Julie, one final thing I wanted to ask. It kind of jumped out at me during the closing argument by
right. She's crickets about the inverted video. Yeah, no big whoop, no biggie.
The defense, and that was a point where Mark Agnifilo said basically the winner in all this, because she got the $20 million, he talks about it. The real winner of all this is Cassie Ventura. And I kind of took a quick
wow. You know what $20 million doesn't buy you back? Your life, your dignity, your trauma. Can't set the clock back. She's going to be recovering for the rest of her life after what the guy did to her. $20 million is nothing to him. They're insane.
I was taken aback by that because Of all that went on, look, you can get money. We do know some horrible things did in fact happen to her. He even copped to it, said, look, we admit to the domestic violence and the violence in the relationship, yet he called her the one winner. I wonder if you had any notice as how did the jurors react to that? I thought that might have been a misstep.
Michael, I'm so glad you brought that up. That was quite a moment.
Quite a moment.
And I've got a little more for you both. Wait for this. So when he brought that up, he started with saying that this was not a quest for justice for Cassie, that this was a quest about money. And we all know about the $30 million lawsuit that she filed, which was the catalyst for this case. And Agnifilo argued that had it not been for that lawsuit, then we wouldn't have this federal case here and now. And when he noted that Cassie is the winner in all this, he said that Diddy is the loser because he's the one who wound up in jail. And Ashley and Michael, I was a little bit stunned at that because, as you both know, the government cannot mention that he's incarcerated. The judge cannot mention that.
That's the thing that you're stunned about. This is your biggest takeaway, is that his attorney mentioned that he was in jail. That's the thing that horrified you the most.
We usually don't see defense attorneys mentioning that, but here he did. He took a moment, he gestured toward his client, and he said to the jury, do you see that handsome man sitting behind Mr. Combs? That man is a U.S. Marshal. And he said that man is one of the agents who's tasked with taking him to and from his jail cell every day. When Cassie won, and she's somewhere around the world right now with $30 million, Sean Combs is locked up behind bars.
What a shame.
And so that was quite a moment for two reasons. The jury learned that Diddy's incarcerated. They had no idea. Now he sits in the courtroom every day in his sweaters, looking very nice. They never see him brought in or handcuffed. And then two, as you both know, we never heard what the settlement amount was. Seems to me that Mark Agnifilo might have let the cat out of the bag because we.
So those are the most interesting points of this case, is that he announced that it was a $30 million settlement and that Diddy could be taken to jail. Are you kidding me?
No, she asked for $30 million, but it was settled for an undisclosed amount. But today he said that she is somewhere around the world $30 million richer.
I don't know how they stay on the air. That's a great point. I don't know. I was revolted by this and I wanted to share this with you. They actually posted this on their Twitter. This is June 27th. Today's the 30th. So that was on Friday. Let them know how you feel about it, because I'm revolted by it. And maybe you are too. It seemed like she was fangirling over Diddy, and yet she was free to talk trash about Karen Reed, and Karen Reed didn't hit John O'Keefe with her car. Chibi says, confirmed Julie Grant's brain is inverted. Thanks, Erin, for Emmy. I'm sorry, Emmy, for becoming a new member. That girl, good morning. I would take a bullet for John, but prior, I am not a Canton cop, not my jurisdiction. So Brian Albert would take a bullet, but would not go outside because of jurisdiction. Oh yeah, and also in his underwear. Right. What? Thanks, Melanie. That statement he made is going to be a red flag. Thank you so much for your very generous 50 this morning. Yeah. Let him keep talking. Keep talking. I don't think the FBI is done watching. I really don't. I really don't. Karma knows your address. Christine, Mel, Julie Grant's partner is in the music industry. Oh, really? Oh, that I did not know, but that would make sense. Thanks, Christine Mitchell. New Hampshire woman said my head just popped off. What is wrong with her? I don't know. I wish I knew. Thank you, Monge, for your super sticker. Well, that was just a little segue into what is going on Court TV lately with Diddy as Verdict Watch begins. Let's take a look now. For those of you who are not familiar with the Brian Walshe case, the motion papers filed by the defense are going to give us a little summary of what happened. Do you have a playlist on it? I don't know how many videos there are, so you can go back and catch up later if you like. But this is interesting for a lot of reasons. Also, the attorney representing Brian Walshe is Larry Tipton. He's the same attorney who represented Penny McGee. You remember the case of Penny McGee we watched. It was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannone. Penny McGee was on trial for manslaughter in the death of her ex-husband, Andrew Savitz, when they had a verbal argument in the foyer of the home that they were both living in. She may or may not have shoved him, and he died of a heart attack in the foyer. She was prosecuted for manslaughter. because the whack job, and this was a whack job, Emmy, if you guys remember this medical examiner, I forget her name, Rebecca something, came in and testified that because there were two people in the room and they had an argument, it could be considered a homicide. And Judge Cannone acquitted Penny McGee from the bench. We watched it. It was wild. She was a completely different judge. And this happened in between Karen Reed's first trial and Karen Reed's second trial. And Larry Tipton represented her. He's a really good attorney and very humble. In fact, I asked him to come on the show after Penny McGee was acquitted. And he said, you know, I would love to, but I'm just really not comfortable speaking, like anytime that I'm not in court, which I thought was crazy because he's so good. He's so good. All right. So the first thing that I'd like to do is take a look at the motion papers because it's going to give us some background on the case. And also it's going to tell us what the issues are. And then this judge actually held an evidentiary hearing, which is so wild because Judge Cannone, despite so many requests for an evidentiary hearing in Karen Reed's case, just wouldn't hold one. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Bouquet. You've been here for 14 months. Happy Melliversary to you. Awesome. All right, here we go. This motion was made all the way back in April, but there were 2 days for the evidentiary hearings. They were held on May 20th and June 18th, and they were not broadcast live, but I did find a video of them where they are all put together in one video. So we're going to be able to watch the testimony. It'll be interesting to see Bukhenik testifying in another case. So this is a motion to suppress information resulting from search of electronic devices based on consent. Now comes the defendant in the above entitled matter and moves to suppress the following information. Number one, any and all information resulting from the warrantless searches of any iPhones, iPads, and any other devices between January 6th of 2023 and January 8th of 2023. And footnote 1 says the defendant is filing a separate motion to suppress information seized as a result of search warrants issued after the warrantless searches at issue here were conducted. The defendant cannot provide a complete and accurate description of what specific digital devices were searched prior to an evidentiary hearing, given the inconsistencies between various law enforcement reports produced in discovery thus far and the lack of any proper documentation concerning the seizure and the subsequent searches conducted between January 6th and January 8th of 2023. So just to clarify, the first thing that they did was seize Brian Walshe's phones and iPads from his house, but it was based on consent. It was based on an agreement between Lynn Beland. Do you remember that name? She was Morrissey's right-hand woman, Lynn Beland. She was featured in the letters between Michael Morrissey's office and the Josh Levy, the U.S. attorney at the time of Massachusetts. She was the one writing back and forth when Morrissey was not available to write back and forth to Josh Levy, asking what the federal investigation in the Karen Reed matter was all about and what they knew and why people were called to testify. And you got to tell us what you know. Yes, Lynn Beland, exactly, Beland. And what is also interesting here, and we've pointed this out when we've been covering Aidan Carney's cases, is that Aidan Carney's devices were seized. They apparently were searched, but they've never been returned to him to date, right? And they've had his devices for how long? Contrast this with Brian Walshe's devices in 2023, January, which were returned to him within 24 hours. Okay, so the first thing that they want suppressed is any and all information resulting from the warrantless searches of the iPhones, iPads, and devices between January 6th and January 8th of 2023. And 2, any and all information resulting from the use of any and all information resulting from the searches referenced in paragraph 1. The information known at this time, about a year and a half, October will be 2 years that they've had Aidan Carney's devices. It's ridiculous. The information known at this time requiring suppression includes search phrases, search histories, and location data. It is expected that additional information subject to suppression may be disclosed as a result of an evidentiary hearing. As grounds, therefore, the searches conducted between January 6th and January 8th of 2023 were without a warrant, without voluntary consent, or were conducted outside the scope of any consent. The searches conducted thereafter, whether by warrant or otherwise, were tainted from the illegal and unauthorized searches of the devices and were fruits of the illegal and unauthorized searches. The searches violated the rights of the defendant against unreasonable searches and seizures, those rights guaranteed by the Fourth Amendment to the federal Constitution and Article 14 of the Declaration of Rights, the defendant's rights to due process and the common law. Hi, James. The judge's name is Diane Freniere. We're going to see her when we watch the hearing in a few moments. Thanks for asking. And here's the memorandum of law, which I'm going to skip through a little bit to give you the basic deets. The defendant has moved to suppress, 1, any and all information resulting from the warrantless search of any Apple, iPhones, iPads, and any other devices between January 6th of 2023 and January 8th of 2023, and any and all information resulting from the use of any and all information resulting from these searches. Relevant facts. Here we go. On January 4th of 2023, Cohasset police came to the defendant's home to talk with him about the whereabouts of his wife, Ana Walshe. The police, accompanied by state police, guess who, returned to the defendant's home the next day, January 5th of 2023, and questioned the defendant at his home. During the questioning on January 5th of 2023, the police initially asked the defendant if he would allow us, and this is in quotes, if he would, quote, allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her, and like the tone, unlike her tone. The way that that's written and quoted makes it seem to me that this was a recorded interview, because we know that the MSP knows how to record interviews when they want to, especially of suspects, because we learned that by looking at the Harry Turk case, which was an investigation in 2020 by the MSP, same players. Hang on. And then there's a footnote 2, which says the page citations are from a transcript of the January 5th, 2023 questioning that is contained in a Cohasset police report received in discovery. It has been attached as attachment A and referenced herein as the report at blank page. So yeah, they did record Brian Walshe's statement in 2023. They recorded Harry Turk's statement in 2020, but they didn't record Karen Reed's statement or any witness statements in her case. Ask yourselves why. The police explained again their intended search would be limited. Oh wait, we gotta go back. The police then explained that they, quote, think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events and maybe get a better insight into Ana. Is that something you'd be okay with? When the defendant asked, quote, so just to be clear, you want to download my everything on my phone? End quote. The police explained again their intended search would be limited. What we're focusing on is what we're interested in. Yes, it downloads everything, but we're interested in looking at Ana and finding the information specifically in there that would help us to do that to Ana's specific contents. The defendant told the police he needed to speak to his counsel, stating in part that in general and not specific to device searches that, quote, she said before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me, end quote, and stated, quote, she always wants to be here to talk to law enforcement, end quote, and that he would have to ask her, and she might say, can you just do the information that you're asking for? Police report, page 26. The police, once again, then specifically stated their intention to only look at communications, stating again that, quote, all we'd be interested in your communication with Ana and the dates. So, you know, the 31st and the 1st through present, we're not interested in your other past and issues, end quote. That is right, Remy. If the scope is narrowed, they shouldn't be able to look at anything else besides what's within the scope. But you'll see they went way outside the scope. They got his location data and his Google searches, and that is the bulk of the incriminating evidence against him. Because remember, at this time, when they went to see him at his house, she was still a missing person. They were not aware of any crime. His searches were a little incriminating, where they're going to come up in the papers, so we'll see. In a rather cryptic statement, the police went on to state, quote, "I'm not a legal expert, but you talk to your attorney, but I believe that would require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, you know," reported page 26. In response, the defendant stated that, quote, "My only request is talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my risk exposure would be in life right now," end quote. Also, I'm breaking from the document from a moment to tell you that he was under federal investigation. I don't know where the investigation was at this time, but he had allegedly sold some fake, or tried to sell some fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay or something. And so he was under federal indictment for that fraud. And so he had an attorney on retainer, and it was this attorney, Tracy Miner. And so that's who he called when his wife went missing and the police came to his house asking for consent to search his devices. He had a lot of legal issues. Yeah, they were Andy Warhols, right? I thought they were, unless it was a different artist, but I think it was. If I mess up on my facts, just let me know, you guys. The police responded stating, quote, just so you're aware, if it's any peace of mind, but we don't have a crime. We're not investigating a crime. This is a missing persons thing. We're here out of the community caretaking function. It was Andy Warhol. Thank you. The defendant had expressed his concern about the time he would be without his iPhone since he uses it for work. And the police responded stating, well, we could come and get it, and we could actually potentially do it here. We have a portable device. We can just bring it here and do a download. There's a guy that works in my office that does it really efficiently, and I could send him over. Report at page 27. Who buys a Warhol on eBay? That's a great question. A great question. Which reminds me of a great show that I just watched with John Hamm. Did you guys watch Friends and Neighbors? And the Liechtenstein and the crazy stuff that went on in the art market, the underground art market? Great show. Highly recommend. The defendant responded, okay, great. The defendant added, I just have to make sure that that I listen to all the advice that have come in my way, which is a lot. The defendant consulted with his lawyer on January 6th of 2023, traveling to her home. Attorney Miner had serious concerns about permitting the police to search any of the defendant's devices based in part on Brian's pending federal case and her experience as a criminal defense practitioner. Well, that answers my question, because the case was still pending, the Warhol, the fake Warhol case. Attorney Miner explained to her client his rights and her concerns. Attorney Miner looked through some text messages on the defendant's iPhone. Sometime that same day, Attorney Miner informed the defendant that she had discussed an agreement to turn over both his iPhone and an iPad with the district attorney and police. Additionally, Attorney Miner informed the defendant she had negotiated an agreement with the district attorney and that the police would only search his iPhone and the iPad for communications between him and Ana Walshe between December 25th of 2022 and January 6th of 2023, but nothing else. The defendant understood that the police agreed not to look at any communications between him and Ana. And then it just says here that there's two affidavits attached, one of Brian Walshe and one of Tracy Miner, which we will look at. The defendant understood that the police agreed not to look at any communications between him and Ana Walshe before December 25th, 2022, and would not review any communications between the defendant and Attorney Miner. Scott McGinnis pointing out, I don't know why I can't get this comment to show up. There's a little lag here. Streamer is having issues. The irony in the Karen Reed trial, DA Meatball tried to disprove Celebrite in order to protect Jen McCabe and the third-party culprits. But in the Walshe case, Celebrite is rock-solid evidence, right? How long have I been screaming about this, Scott? You know, because you've been here the whole entire time. I said you can't use Celebrite as a sword and a shield. You can't say in Karen Reed's case, Celebrate is completely inaccurate and it can't be trusted. And yet in Brian Walshe's case, of course his Google searches are accurate and the dates are accurate and the timestamps are accurate. But this gets even worse because this is based on going outside the scope of consent and not getting proper search warrants and then lying about probable cause on other search warrants to search other things like his house and cars and things like that. The defendant was told by Attorney Miner that if the police wanted to look at anything else on the devices, that they would be required to talk to her first before any additional search was conducted. Attorney Miner did, in fact, negotiate an agreement with First Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland on January 6 of 2023 regarding the search request and whether the defendant would consent to any search of the devices. The understanding reached was that if the defendant agreed to turn over the devices, that the district attorney and police would only search the devices for communications during a finite period. Attorney Miner and Beland exchanged emails on January 6 of 2023. That email exchange, entitled Walshe Phone Search Agreement, embodies the agreement reached and expressed to the defendant and was discussed with the defendant. In the email exchange, the attorneys stated the following. Beland wrote this email to Attorney Miner. Does anybody know where Lynn Beland went? She jumped ship, I think, before the second Karen Reed trial. She left around the same time as David Traub, who was the PR person in-house for Norfolk DA's office. Does anybody know why she jumped ship? Attorney Miner, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation into Ana Walshe, any conversation between the attorney and client Brian Walshe is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walshe's phone and Thomas Walshe's iPad. So they took the son's iPad too. I think he was 6. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walshe and his wife, Ana Walshe, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22, and prior shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walshe's phone and Thomas Walshe's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me. Then Tracy Miner wrote back, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys that he has used, as he has used a bunch of them. The only report concerning the agreement demonstrates the state police confusion about what devices were to be turned over and searched for communications pursuant to the agreement. Are you shocked that there's no reporting? There's no chain of custody. There's nothing. Hang on. The report, this is footnote 5, written by Sergeant Bukhenik, attached here too as attachment C, states the following, emphasis added. On Friday, January 6, 2023, during the afternoon hours, I was provided the contact information for Tracy Miner, who was identified as the defense attorney representing Brian Walshe. During numerous phone conversations, we established a verbal agreement for the digital evidence extraction of devices belonging to and being used by Brian Walshe and his juvenile children, to include Thomas Walshe, 6 years old. Those included his cell phones and his minor children's cell phones and tablets. The agreement which was reached was to include data from the devices beginning on 12/25/22 up until the present. It was communicated to us during earlier interviews that Ana manipulated Thomas's iPad at Thomas's request prior to leaving the home on January 1 of 2023. It would have further narrowed down the timeline for investigators to focus on in the search of the missing victim. The agreement was put into writing by Norfolk District Attorney's first assistant, Lynn Beland. The agreement was then emailed to me, Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik, and Attorney Miner. Once received, Attorney Miner contacted me over the phone and agreed to the written agreement, stating that Brian would have no problem turning over the devices on consent. The email between First Assistant Beland and Tracy Miner, which I was also CC'd on, is attached to this report. Okay, well, do you see his confusion? He's just going to say he didn't understand. He didn't understand that it was just only to be searched for communications between Brian Walshe and his wife, Ana, between a very specific period of time, because what he writes here is he thinks, even though he's got the email that explicitly says that he's allowed to search for, where is it? Any data in there, right? Where is it? Digital evidence extraction, like all the evidence, because they didn't just get communications, they got a lot of other stuff. According to the March 25th, 2025 Fallon report, only the defendant's iPhone and 2 iPads were provided to police on January 6th of 2023. There are no chain of custody documents, no consent forms regarding the voluntary production of devices, and no specific reports regarding the search of the devices. Are you shocked? Footnote, I think that says 6. Fallon's March 25th, 2025 report is attached here too as attachment D. Well, isn't that interesting? Just like in Karen Reed, they now went back in 2025 and tried to create some new reports to establish chain of custody. Handsome Brian's picking up what I'm laying down, chain of custody. This is Massachusetts, baby. The agreement negotiated by Attorney Miner was that any search of any device was limited to the described communications only, and that any search was limited to communications beginning on or after December 25th of 2022. Attorney Miner, on behalf of the defendant, did not agree to permit a search of the defendant's devices for any information other than communications as described in the email of January 6th of 2023. Attorney Miner had no further discussions regarding the agreement with Beland or any law enforcement officer. Only after reaching the agreement, Attorney Miner advised the defendant he could turn over the devices to the police, given the strict limitations pursuant to the agreement. Attorney Miner informed the defendant that any conversation between the defendant and Attorney Miner, or the defendant and any other lawyer, were to be excluded from any search by the police. Based on advice of his lawyer, the defendant agreed to let the police look for the communications agreed to. Later that day, January 6th of 2023, the devices were taken by police. Based on what he had been told, the defendant believed that the police were going to look at the devices for communications using a mobile device as they had told him on January 5th. However, without explanation, the police told the defendant they wanted to take the devices and did. On January 7th of 2023, the devices were returned to the defendant's home by the police. See, look at that. In 24 hours, they took his devices and then brought him back. Tell that to Aiden Carney. January 8th, 2023, the police returned to the defendant's home. The police told the defendant that they had a search warrant and that he and his family had to leave the house. The defendant's lawyer came to his home. At some point, the defendant, his lawyer, and family left the house and eventually went to Attorney Miner's home. Well, guess what happened, you guys? Guess what happened? They went outside the scope of the agreed upon search of the phones, found some other stuff, and then they, based on the other stuff that they found, which was outside the scope, allegedly, according to the defense attorney, they then got a warrant to search his home. This could all be fruits of the poisonous tree. And he could be totally guilty. Let's see what happens. Moving on, the defendant's lawyer came to his house. At some point, the defendant, his lawyer, and family left the house and eventually went to Attorney Miner's home. Later that same day, January 8th, 2023, the police came and began questioning the defendant. Attorney Miner was present. After a few minutes of questions, the police began to ask the defendant questions about internet search phrases and asked him to explain them. The defendant was confused by the questions. Attorney Miner immediately interrupted and began talking to the police when she realized these questions were not communications that were agreed to by her and Beland on behalf of the defendant. Attorney Miner immediately told the police that they could not ask her client any other questions, and the questioning ended. The police left and returned later that day with an arrest warrant and placed the defendant under arrest. Accordingly, the defendant is moving to suppress any and all information derived from the warrantless searches of the electronic devices taken pursuant to the agreement. But it is impossible at this time to even know the full scope of what the evidence or information searched and seized was, in fact. The Commonwealth has produced a list of searches purportedly found on one of the iPads, downloaded copies of documents resulting from the searches, and location data from an iPhone that has been incorporated into a PowerPoint presentation. The list of searches and documents are voluminous. That list of searches and documents appears to be created by Michael Proctor, the case officer on this case, who has now been fired by the state police for misconduct. Enter Proctor. Have they been doing this for decades and nobody was paying attention? The world wasn't watching? Because if Brian Walshe, if all this evidence is suppressed and the indictments against Brian Walshe are thrown out, what a travesty of justice that would be, huh? How about this? Do old-fashioned police work, find your probable cause, actually do an investigation, get your search warrants legally, and then find the evidence that you need to prove the crime instead of shortcutting all over the place. Yeah. Will they be calling in Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan? Donna wants to know. The location data purportedly found and incorporated in the PowerPoint was found by Trooper Connor Keefe. Here comes Connor Keefe again. Maybe that's why he was so nervous on the stand at the Karen Reed trial, because he knew Brian Walsh's trial was going to be right around the corner. This trial is scheduled to start end of October. The first page of the search history document is attached here too as Exhibit E. Simply put, there are no other reports, no other extraction reports, no forensic reports, or any other information specific to what law enforcement actually did in searching the electronic devices, what information they examined and reviewed other than this document. I don't know. You think Garino was involved in this too? Actually, I think it was Fanning, because we did go over all of the initial police reports and stuff and things, and I think it was Fanning who extracted it, but I could be wrong. I could be conflating all of my Norfolk County cases. That's quite possible. The Commonwealth has represented it has turned over all related reports. Therefore, at this time, the extent of the violation of the scope of the consent is unknown. In fact, there is no report or document that describes any communications found on the electronic devices. So there you go. The stuff that they said that they were going to search for, they didn't find, but based on a whole bunch of other stuff that they found outside the scope of the warrant, they found other stuff. Fruits of the poisonous tree. Based on all the above and argued below, it is not beyond the pale to suggest law enforcement's professed intention to search for communications in a finite time period was nothing more than a ruse, a fraudulent representation in a successful attempt to get consent to conduct an illegal search of electronic devices requiring suppression. Regardless of whether the relevant conduct established an intent to deceive on the part of law enforcement, the police exceeded the scope of the consent in violation of the defendant's rights requiring suppression. Here's the relevant law regarding consent searches. Contrast this with what they did with Karen Reed, right? I think they seized her phone on consent, or they just took it, but allegedly they waited for a search warrant to be issued to be able to look at her phone, and they couldn't crack it open, remember? They had it attached to Gray Key or something, or they couldn't crack it open, or maybe that was John's phone they had attached to Gray Key. They didn't have Karen's password, even though they said they watched her put her password in. And then allegedly they waited many months before they got a search warrant to search her phone, right? The search may be conducted without a warrant, provided it is undertaken with free and voluntary consent. There's a footnote here, footnote 8, which says there are references to the warrantless search in various affidavits, including the affidavits in support of January 8th, 2023 arrest warrant, and in the many of the various search warrant affidavits. The defendant has filed a separate motion to suppress evidence and information seized as a result of some of the search warrants. Business as usual. Business as usual, says Hungary. So in the affidavits to obtain the search warrants, apparently Michael Proctor, I think he wrote all those search warrants because we did go over them on a prior stream, referenced all of the things that he found in the phone outside the scope of the consent search. This could be a big problem. I'm going to skip through this a little bit. A search that is based on consent may not exceed the scope of that consent. And this is Massachusetts law from 2018. We're going to go down and we're going to look at some of the Google searches, and if I'll trigger you, because if you haven't seen them, you can't unsee them. The standard for measuring the scope of consent is that of objective reasonableness. What would the typical reasonable person have understood by the exchange between the officer and the suspect? It's critical to examine what the typical reasonable person would have in fact understood. And the reasoning behind this is because nowadays cell phones contain like your whole entire life. And so if they were to seize your phone and have unfettered access to it, they could potentially find all kinds of things that are outside the scope of the warrant, right? But let's get down to the Google searches, because many of you don't know about them. Searches of electronic devices require special attention to protect the rights at issue. The properties and police searches of electronic devices, such as the iPhone and iPads at issue here, are different and distinct from the law regarding the search of physical finite space. The search of electronic devices must be done with special care and satisfy a more narrow and demanding standard. And here's the argument. The searches of the electronic devices between January 6th and January 8th of 2023 were conducted without voluntary consent and exceeded the scope of the consent provided in violation of the agreement reached, rendering the searches invalid and requiring suppression of any and all evidence or information derived from the warrantless searches and evidence and information seized as a result of using and relying on what was illegally seized in the warrantless searches. Yes, hot for the hillside. These devices were basically the most important evidence in this investigation, and they fumbled it with their arrogance. And trust me, bro, chain of custody, they didn't find her body. Yeah, nope, they did not find her body. Voluntariness of consent. To induce the defendant's consent, the police repeatedly assured him they were only interested in communications between Ana Walshe and him in an effort to learn more about Ana Walshe. The police went so far as to say they wanted to evaluate the tone of the communications, suggesting that the communications they were purporting to want to review may include something indicative of her emotional mood at the time. But the police do not otherwise explain their reference to tone. Notwithstanding the fact that Beland negotiated with Attorney Miner about communications and the finite time period, there's no specific report or document containing any reference to communications searched or the tone of any communications. The reason may be very simple. It is because the police representations were intentionally misleading and apparently false, and are evidence that the police used deception to induce both the defendant and his attorney to consent to the searches. And whether or not the police ever intended to actually look for communications and detect the tone, we now know they looked at and seized internet search phrases and search history. As stated above, it's presently impossible for the defendant to know the extent of the warrantless search and seizure given the lack of documentation. The police assured the defendant that they were not interested in his iPhone content for evidence of a crime, since this was a missing persons case and they were at his home in a community caretaking role. The police go so far and in a cryptic manner state something to the effect that to use evidence against the defendant, they would need a search warrant. But they do search the devices, not for communications as agreed, but rather for any and all information that to law enforcement may be indicative of a crime. Footnote 11. On this issue of misrepresentations or deceit intended to induce consent and telling the defendant they were only investigating a missing person case in the context of community caretaking, if this were true, Why did the police begin to scrutinize the statements of the defendant on or around January 6th and 7th, going so far as to travel to various locations to see if the defendant had in fact been to those stores? This fact is evidence that contrary to their representations to the defendant, the police targeted the defendant and induced him to consent to the warrantless searches in an effort to try to find suspicious conduct. All of these statements and the police conduct indicate an intent to deceive the defendant and misrepresent their true intentions to ultimately search the devices for evidence of a crime while at the same time trying to persuade the defendant he had nothing to be concerned about. Then they go on to say that the police told him they could come and bring a device and extract his phone on site, but they didn't. That they seized the devices and took them outside of his home. And the attorney says this conduct demonstrates a willingness and indeed an actual use of deception and fraud to induce consent, removing the devices from the defendant's home to hide their true intentions and conduct a search outside the agreement. Due consideration must be given to one salient factor bearing upon the defendant's voluntariness. That is, the state of mind of the defendant. The defendant was trying to locate his wife, was contacting many individuals trying to locate her, and was caring for 3 very young children. The trauma associated with such an occurrence creates confusion, anxiety, and placed on any person in a vulnerable position when asked to consent to the warrantless searches at issue. Let's get to the Google searches. Then they also argued that they violated the scope of the consent, which we've already been through at length. So I'll scroll through this in case you want to come back and read it later for yourselves. However, it's now clear based on what has been provided thus far in discovery that the illegal search apparently focused on internet search phrases, search histories, and location data, and not communications as agreed. The internet search histories purportedly seized were documented in a list by Proctor, along with downloaded copies of documents related to the purported searches, and location data documented in a PowerPoint presentation. Nothing else resulting from the warrantless searches was so documented. As the defendant has previously set forth above, because there are no specific reports, no extraction reports, no forensic reports of any kind produced regarding these particular searches, it is not known at this time what specific information was actually searched on these devices, what specific information was in fact seized, and how the search was in fact accomplished. Did it exist? Was it shredded? Did it never exist? Is it just business as usual for Proctor and the gang? Here's the conclusion. Accordingly, for the reasons set forth above, the searches conducted between January 6th and January 8th of 2023 were illegal, and the searches conducted thereafter are all tainted. They are tainted, and all evidence and information must be suppressed. Furthermore, any evidence or information seized by the police using this illegally information obtained in the warrantless searches must be suppressed as tainted and fruits of the illegal search. Request for a hearing. The defendant requests an evidentiary hearing on his motion to suppress. You know what Judge Cannone would have done with this? Motion denied, scribble scrabble on the papers. But to her credit, Judge Diane Freniere granted an evidentiary hearing. It was 2 days long. Yeah, it's going to be broadcast live. All the hearings so far have been broadcast live, and we've been covering what we can here and there as it is broadcast. We've covered a couple of hearings. I have a playlist, so I'll link it in this show notes below. Here's the affidavit in support of counsel, which is the way it's done, Mr. Breenan. This is Larry Tipton, again, defense attorney for Penny McGee. He's amazing. He's a really, really good attorney. Really good. And he's a public defender, believe it or not. I think he's also in private practice now, but he does take public defense work every now and then. He did accept Penny McGee's case as a public defender, and she was shocked and pleased, and she was acquitted. Here's the affidavit of Tracy Miner. Or we can actually, let's just look at the email. We can, if that's, a lot of this was impounded, so we can't access it. Oh, they also attach an affidavit of Brian Walshe, which is interesting because we never saw any affidavits of Karen Reed in any motion practice during the Reed case. Oh, you know what? Okay. So that's the motion to suppress everything stemming from the cell phone devices because they went outside the scope. Then there's a motion to suppress the search warrants. Let me just take this down for a second because that's where the Google searches are. And then the hearing was held on both of these motions. This is the motion to suppress search warrants. Now comes the defendant being aggrieved by seizures and searches directed at him, respectfully request that this honorable court order that any and all evidence obtained by means of search warrants, and then they give the numbers of the search warrants, by law enforcement officers, specifically members of the Massachusetts State Police Department and Cohasset Police Department, which evidence the Commonwealth intends to introduce in this case, be suppressed as evidence against him in this or any other proceeding. Yeah, it came out that the wife was having an affair. That is true. But again, did they ever look at any other suspects in this case? He's not running free. No, he's been held in, he's in Norfolk County Pokey since his arrest in January 2023. He's still there. Thanks, Margaret. The defendant moves that all evidence resulting directly or indirectly from said searches and or seizures be suppressed as evidence against him in this or any other proceeding as a direct fruits of the poisonous tree. So let's just get into, let me find the Google searches for you, for those of you who are not familiar. And also there's a good statement of facts here to catch you up if you're not familiar with the case. Here's the statement of relevant facts. On January 4th of 2023, members of law enforcement were notified of a missing person report in Cohasset, Mass. An employee of Tishman Speyer in Washington, D.C. reported that Ana Walshe, the defendant's wife, who split her time between Cohasset and D.C., had not been seen since December 30th of 2022, and that her car was at her D.C. residence. Members of law enforcement responded to the defendant's home in Cohasset that he shares with his wife and their 3 children. The defendant reported to police that Ana Walshe had left the residence between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. on January 1st of 2023 to travel to Boston Logan Airport by way of Lyft or Uber. However, he did not indicate that he saw her get into any car. The defendant informed the police that he had not reported his wife missing because he had been out of communication with her for about 24 hours in the past, had misplaced his telephone, and didn't want to call her job, per Ana Walshe's request, that he shouldn't worry or cause any issues at work. He had reached out to Ana and their friends and family on January 3rd of 2023. Police officers obtained records from Ana Walshe's phone indicating that the phone was stationary in the area of Reservoir Road in Cohasset, an area that encompasses the family home from December 31, 2022 until it goes off at 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd of 2023. Investigation revealed no Lyft or Uber rides on January 1, 2023 for Ana Walshe, no domestic or international flights for Ana Walshe outside of a scheduled JetBlue flight on January 3rd of 2023, which was never boarded, and no evidence of any activity at her job in D.C. Ana Walshe's financial records did not show any activity on January 1 of 2023 or any time after. Members of law enforcement interviewed a guest who was at the family's home on December 31, 2022 until approximately 1 a.m. on January 1, 2023. That was New Year's Eve. The guest indicated everyone was enjoying themselves and in a good mood. Members of law enforcement, namely Lieutenant Fanning of Massachusetts State Police, obtained the defendant's cell phone and 2 iPads on January 6th. Footnote 2. There's Fanning. There's Fanning. Remember that Fanning and Colleen Crawford, the internet sleuths found out. Colleen Crawford is like I'm not sure what her title is with the Norfolk County DA's office. She has something to do with audio visual stuff. She and Lieutenant Fanning had a couple of businesses together that were dissolved, I think, right after Karen Reed was arrested. There goes Fanning, seizing the devices. During multiple interviews between January 4th and January 7th of 2023, the defendant reported the following. Ana Walshe informed the defendant late on New Year's Eve that she had to fly back to D.C. first thing in the morning. Ana Walshe was wearing a thin black coat, rain boots, and a black floral dress when she left on January 1st of 2025. Ana Walshe fixed the oldest son's iPad around 6:30 a.m. The nanny arrived at around 2:30 p.m. and the defendant left to run errands. The defendant traveled to Shaw's supermarket for groceries, returned to unpack said groceries, and traveled to his mother's residence in Swampscott. Did I say that correctly? Swampscott. Due to his children taking his cell phone on December 31st of 2022 until January 2nd of 2023, he got lost on the way to his mother's as he was unable to utilize the Volvo's GPS. After arriving at his mother's house at approximately 5:30, he traveled to Whole Foods and CVS, where he purchased frozen foods and alcohol wipes, respectively. The police were unable to corroborate, as Brendan would say, this accounting with any video or receipts from said retailers. Oh, it's all coming back to me now. Remember what they said in the Brian Walshe case? In the Brian Walshe case, they're saying that on 2 occasions when Brian Walshe went to visit his mother at this apartment complex, they could pinpoint the GPS from his phone so exact that on one day they could tell that he went inside the apartment building, and on another day they could tell that he was by the dumpster. And so he must have dumped portions of Ana's belongings or portions of Ana in the dumpster. Again, shield and sword. Oh yeah, John O'Keefe's GPS data was, there's so many variables and we couldn't tell if he was in the house or not or on the lawn. But in Brian Walshe's case, oh yeah, we could tell. We could tell whether he was in the dumpster or in the building. Interesting how they shift their opinions on, expert testimony and data depending on who the defendant is and what they need to prove, right? Lastly, troopers with the MSP reviewed the data extracted from the iPad mini that was obtained by Lieutenant Fanning of the MSP. The review revealed a number of internet searches. Okay, I'm going to just trigger warn you. If this kind of stuff bothers you, you're not going to be able to unsee it. I'm going to read them. It said that Brian Walshe, got lost going to his mom's house because he didn't have his phone with the GPS to show him how to get there. I think she was at a new place, I think. Selective police work. And so here's Fanning. Fanning extracted the son's iPad. Remember, the consent search was only to search for communications between Brian and Ana Walshe to get some info on where she might be. But here are the internet searches obtained by Fanning on the kid's iPad. A, best state to divorce for a man. And this is interesting because it says here, and I've noticed this in all the documents, that the date of the search is 1/27/23, which is long after these devices were seized and searched. So I don't know if that's a typo in every single document. It says 9:54:13 p.m. B, how long before a body starts to smell? That was New Year's Day, 2023, 4:55:38 a.m. How to stop a body from decomposing? New Year's Day, 4:58:14 a.m. How to embalm a body? New Year's Day, 2023, 5:20:42 a.m. 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really needed to. New Year's Day, 5:47:44 a.m. How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? New Year's Day, 6:25:17 a.m. Cohasset dump. New Year's Day, 6:33:24 a.m. Hingham dump. New Year's Day, 6:34:04 a.m. Can you throw away body parts? New Year's Day, 6:34:55 a.m. What does formaldehyde do? New Year's Day, 9:29:34 a.m. How long does DNA last? New Year's Day, 9:34:39 a.m. Can identification be made on partial human remains? New Year's Day, 9:59:56 a.m. Dismemberment and best ways to dispose of a body. New Year's Day, 11:54 a.m. How to clean blood from wood and floor. New Year's Day, 11:55 a.m. Luminol to detect blood. New Year's Day, 11:56:05 a.m. What happened when you put body parts in ammonia? New Year's Day, 1:08:38 p.m. Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? New Year's Day, 1:21:47 p.m. This data is the subject matter of a separate motion to suppress, which we just read. Based on the above factual representation, Trooper Proctor with the Massachusetts State Police requested a warrant for the defendant and Ana Walshe's home in Cohasset to investigate the crimes of kidnapping and misleading a police investigation. Trooper Proctor represented the inconsistent statements by the defendant, the internet searches, Ana Walshe's continued absence without any activity from her accounts, and the investigation by the Cohasset PD and state police detectives. There is probable cause that evidence of the aforementioned crimes is present at the family home, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Heisenberg says, very incriminating indeed. However, because of the shoddy investigation, they could be suppressed, right? Because if he used the illegal searches of the devices, Google searches, to get the warrant to search the home, do you see how far the dangerous fruits of the poisonous tree go? The good ones are here. They gifted a membership. Thank you. Just says, it's nice my head hasn't popped off with no Brennan. Oh, well, it might pop off with Bukhenik and Fanning and Brian Walshe. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Is Julie Grant? Magic 8 Ball says yes. Thank you. Andrea Collins is here. Hi, Mel. Day 72 of a great recovery. Amazing, amazing. Thanks for being with me for 10 months and keep on keeping on. One day at a time, Andrea. You're doing great. You got this. Catherine Frazier, Proctor will always be on a Brady list, even if his union manages to get him reinstated. How can he be a reliable law enforcement witness? He and Dever are toxic. They've already announced they're not calling Proctor in the Brian Walshe case. Tracy says, I think we know why Lynn Beland jumped ship. This is why. I have not watched the Not Guilty Baby. I did watch it, but have not watched it. I did watch it. Thanks, Cindy. Maybe if we have time, we'll play it later, but I kind of want to stay on track right now. I got a mission. I'm on a mission. Dexter, save us from the Commonwealth, says I emailed Sergeant Barros about how amazing he is, and he emailed me back to thank me. Oh, that's awesome. Manisha, hi. I was told that Brady Giglio lists are fake, don't exist. It appears they're real, but I did a Google search. Do you or anyone chat? No. The ones that people have been sending me is like a website that somebody just made and put people on. If you're involved in a case as an attorney where one of the investigating officers are on a Brady list, you'll be notified. But I don't think there's any official Brady list anywhere that is accessible to the public. So the one that you found, I'm not sure if it's the same one that people have been sending me. As you know, anybody can buy any domain name and call it whatever they want. In fact, some people bought like domain names like hangbrennanisawesome.com. And then when people clicked on them, they rerouted to the Karen Reed Defense Fund, which was hilarious. So people can buy any domain name they want. And I think the list that you're talking about, if I'm correct, is one that people just, it's people culling information and just putting it up there. It's not an official. It's not official. So thanks, Manisha, for that. And Miss Peaches, thanks for gifting a membership. You're amazing. So that's just a little taste of that motion. That motion is something like 16 pages long, but here's the argument. And in determining whether an affidavit for search warrant justifies the finding of probable cause, the affidavit is considered as a whole, and in a common sense and realistic fashion, inferences drawn from the affidavit need only be reasonable and not required. The questions before this court are: 1, whether there was probable cause to believe the defendant was engaged in criminal activity, kidnapping, and misleading a police investigation, and 2, whether there was a sufficient nexus between said suspected criminal activity and the places and items listed in the search warrants below. So I think we'll come back to this later after we watch some testimony from the hearing, because I want to get into that. And also my voice is going away. And also what I want to do when we go through this motion at length is juxtapose the actual search warrants, which I happen to have, with this motion, because the search warrants have now been sealed. Go figure. Go figure. Proctor. So let's take a look at the hearing. See how much we can do today. How willing you guys are to hang out and do this with me. Or if we should do it in 2 different streams and continue this tomorrow in the afternoon. Let us take a look. These evidentiary hearings were held on 2 days, May 20th and June 18th. The audio is not great. I'm going to turn the subtitles on. So if the audio is really low, tell me. And what I'll do is I'll lower my audio so that you can make it louder on your end, as we always do. Again, this is a Norfolk County case in front of Diane Freniere and Greg Connolly is the ADA that is currently handling this for the Norfolk County DA's office. I think he's their top guy. You guys can tell me. He's the one who said, no way in hell am I going to try the Karen Reed case. And I believe this is him, but if I'm wrong, just let me know. Okay, here we go. This is the first person to testify is going to be Greg Lawrence. So let me know if you can hear this. Oh, don't buffer on me now.
Probably called Greg Lawrence.
Morning. Right this way. Let me start right here. Here's the clerk.
Look at how tall this man is.
Swear or affirm the testimony shall provide in the
I mean, either this man is like 6'8", or everybody else in the courtroom is 5'2". He's enormous. In a good way. Nothing, no shame at all. But it just, it struck me when he walked in. Like, this is a presence.
are now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
You're
nothing
good.
but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury. Please have a seat in that witness stand. Just keep your voice up nice and loud.
That's the defendant, Brian Walshe.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and could you please spell your last name for the record?
Gregory Lawrence, spelled Lowrance.
And sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
About 6 years.
And what's your current rank there?
I am a police officer, currently assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary schools there in town.
Okay. Were you working on January 4th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And for the record, that was a Wednesday that day?
Yes.
So on January 24th on 2023, what was your shift that day?
It was
Sorry, I guess I said the wrong day. January 4th, 2023?
January
Yes.
4th, 2023, yes.
What was the hours of your shift that day?
8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Now, sir, as a result of being an officer, were you in uniform that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. At 11:44 a.m., where were you dispatched?
I was dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in the town of Cohasset.
Now, Chief Justice Cushing Highway, does that have another designation as far as a roadway?
In town is also known as Route 3A.
And Route 3A, is it busy road, back road? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It's a state highway, very busy road.
And why were you dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Cohasset Police Dispatch got a call from a male party by the name of Hugh Dunleavy in Washington, D.C., stating that one of his employees has not been seen since the previous Friday.
Okay. Now, do you remember?
So Brian Walshe didn't report his wife missing. She was reported missing by a coworker in DC.
The name of the company he worked for?
It was Tishman Spire.
And do you remember the name of the employee that he was calling about?
Ana Walshe.
And did he say where she resided?
She resided in Cohasset.
And what did he say about where her vehicle was located?
Her vehicle was located on the property. It was last seen on the parking lot logging system on the 29th of December, 2022.
Down in D.C.?
Yes, sir.
And was it explained as far as her relationship to Washington, D.C. and why she had a residence in Cohasset?
She works down in Washington, D.C. and commutes back and forth.
And now, sir, when you got to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. Who did you meet there at that residence?
Brian Walshe.
Can you explain to me what happened when you got to the house that day?
I exited my cruiser and he met me at the doorway and said that he wanted to report his wife missing and file a police report with the Cohasset police.
And what was his demeanor like when you saw him at the doorway?
Very calm.
Now, this initial interaction with Mr. Walshe, was it recorded?
No, it was not.
Why wasn't it recorded?
Cohasset police did not have body-worn cameras at that time.
And so what had he told you he had done to try and locate his wife at this point in time?
He told me that he had tried texting her and he did contact his employer, her employer.
And what did he tell you as far as the last time he had seen his wife?
It would be Sunday morning, January 1st, 2023, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he say where she was going after that point?
She had a work emergency and had to go back to Washington, D.C.
Did he say how she was going to leave the home that day?
She was going to take either an Uber or a Lyft.
And head to where, sir?
Logan Airport.
Now, what did he say about his attempts to contact her?
He has attempted to contact her via text, and also he had reached out to coworkers and acquaintances in the D.C. area.
And when she was working in D.C., did he tell you how often he would have contact with her?
He said that usually they would speak frequently, and she would FaceTime with their children.
And did he have any information about where she resided in Washington, D.C. during the week?
They own a townhouse down there.
Did he give you the address?
He did give me the address. I do not know it off the top of my head.
That's okay. And did he give you any information concerning her vehicle in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, she had a vehicle that she kept down there. It was a 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
What did he provide you?
Sorry, I missed the end of that. It was a 2022 what?
Volkswagen Taos.
Thank you.
And, sir, did he provide you a physical description of her?
Yes, give me the description. Standing 5'2" in height, about 115 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes.
Now, how long was this interaction with Mr. Walshe at the Walshe home that morning when you went to go see him?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes maybe.
And after that, where'd you go?
I left the residence and then I did return to the same house later that evening.
Did you have to fill out any documentation after you left the residence?
Yes, I went back to the Cohasset Police Station and filled out an NCIC missing persons report.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we've already talked about the first 20 exhibits and they're in this book. I'm going to give this to the court and we can remark these 20 exhibits.
All right, and you can, as they come in, if defense counsel wishes to object to any of them, you let me know and we'll deal with them real time.
This is our first look at the judge in this case today. Her name is Diane Freniere. Judge Cannone had been appointed to this case and it has since been reassigned to this judge. And remember, that was around the same time that the Turk case was taken also from Judge Cannone, and Judge Cannone was ordered to specifically stay on the Karen Reed retrial. It's a long time ago, feels like, huh?
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you.
Again, that's the defendant, Brian Walshe, if you have not been watching the screen.
Yes, you did.
What is the document I just handed you?
There's a missing person report for an NCIC record entry.
And what is an NCIC entry?
It is a database where we can enter information on a missing person that goes out to surrounding police and other law enforcement agencies.
And where did you get the information to fill out that report?
Mr. Walshe.
And that's the report you filled out after meeting with Mr. Walshe that day on the 4th?
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which would be 21.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
The NCIC report of missing persons is now exhibit 21 in evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
Can I just, sorry to interrupt. Is that the same one as Exhibit 4 that's on the list?
I apologize.
That's Larry Tipton. How many of you remember Larry Tipton from the Penny McGee trial? There he is. We love him. He's great. The person who is testifying is scrolling along the bottom of your screen. This is Officer Gregory Lawrence from the Cohasset PD. Oh, she was the judge on the Christina Ritchie case. That was a crazy case too. Yeah, so this is in Dedham. This is Norfolk Superior, totally different courtroom. All right, here we go. Hey, you guys say he sounds like David Yannetti. I don't hear it. I'm making that connection. Maybe it's a regional accent. I'm not sure.
It didn't. It is the same one as Exhibit 4. My bad. We put that in last night. My apologies, Your Honor. It's already been marked as Exhibit.
My bad.
It's fine. I take judicial notice that 4 and 21 are the same. Thanks for pointing that out, so I don't look for a difference.
And I don't need to give it any more weight than it deserves, putting it in twice.
All right, that's fine. It won't get any more weight. Can I have the binder?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Officer, what information did Cohasset PD have at this point in time from Mr. Dunleavy as far as the last time Ms. Walshe had been seen at her workplace?
They had a record of her on their security system on the 29th of December.
And what was the information that Cohasset PD had at this time as far as the last time Ms. Walsh's car was recorded entering or exiting a Tishman Speyer facility in Washington, D.C.?
Is recorded on the parking lot logging system at right around 5 a.m. on the 30th of December.
And what information did Mr. Dunleavy provide Cohasset PD as far as the accessibility from that location to getting to Reagan International Airport?
She can usually easily access the airport via train from that location.
What did Cohasset PD do that afternoon as far as attempting to locate Ms. Walsh's cell phone?
A ping was ordered by Cohasset Police from her cell phone provider.
And, sir, are you aware of the last time, according to that? Well, first, what is a ping?
A ping is the process of determining the last activity of a cell phone by having it send a signal to a nearby cell phone tower.
Okay. Now, sir, when was the last time, according to the information that was received for the request for the ping, that Ms. Walsh's phone interacted with a tower?
It was 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023.
And do you know the location of the tower it had contact with?
Yes, it was on Reservoir Road in Cohasset.
Now, that tower, how close is that to the family home for the Walsh?
About a quarter of a mile.
And how were you able to identify the provider for Ms. Walsh's cell phone?
Mr. Walsh advised me of the provider of the cell phone.
And is that also how you got the phone number?
Yes, sir.
Now,
I misnamed him before. The ADA assigned to this case, his name is Greg Connor. I think I said Connolly. His name's Greg Connor. And it also has on mass courts listed as the assistant ADA, another Laura McLaughlin from the Karen Reed trial. I don't see her in court today. So it seems that the other attorney sitting with him may be Ann Yaz, Y-A-S.
did Mr. Walsh provide you any information concerning what airline Ana Walshe was going to fly that morning on January 1st?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
She was flying with JetBlue airline.
And what did Cohasset PD do that afternoon to find out if Ms. Ana Walshe had flown on JetBlue?
We contacted Massachusetts State Troopers assigned to the Logan Airport barracks to inquire with JetBlue, and they advised them that they had no record of ever flying with JetBlue that morning.
And what is it that Cohasset PD did that afternoon to contact the carrier Uber to see if it had had any contact with Ana Walshe on January 1st?
We did a records request with Uber, and they had no records of any pickups or drop-offs from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And, sir, also, what was done as far as Cohasset PD attempting to contact law enforcement in Washington, D.C. to locate Ana Walshe?
Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was contacted to check the townhouse where Ana stays when she's working down there. And they entered it with Mr. Walsh's permission and did not find any signs of forced entry, and Ana was not there.
Did you ever have the opportunity on January 4th, that Wednesday, to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, I did.
About what time did you return?
I think it was shortly after 6:30 p.m.
And who returned with you to the residence?
Then Detective Harrison Schmidt.
And who was at the house when you arrived at the residence?
Mr. Walsh and his 3 children.
And do you now know the ages of those 3 children on January 4th?
At that point, they were ages 2, 4, and 6, respectively.
And besides the children and Mr. Walsh, was anyone else home at that point in time at the family residence?
No, there was not.
Were there any pets at the residence at this point in time?
There was a large German Shepherd locked in a cage.
Chloe.
And when you got to the residence,
Was Chloe rehomed to the Walsh family? This was a year later. I have questions. Actually, it would only be like 7 months after Chloe was rehomed in May of 2022.
what is it that you and then Detective Schmidt did with Mr. Walsh?
We sat down and did a recorded interview.
So
A recorded
where did this
interview.
interview occur in the
Recorded interview, even without body cam. There's another way to do it. Go figure. This is Cohasset PD. They got one up on the MSP, I guess.
Walsh home?
It was at a dining room table downstairs.
Were you still in uniform at this point in time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you were recording the interview, what access did Mr. Walsh have to his children during this point in time?
They were running around the floor freely.
And sir, have you had the opportunity to review the audio of that interview?
Yes, sir, I have.
And it fairly and accurately recorded the interview that you had that night?
Yes, sir, it does.
In addition, you also had the opportunity to review the transcript of that interview, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is it an accurate transcript of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, those are exhibits 2 and 3 in the binder.
Any objection to those?
How long did the interview last?
I think it was a little under 1 hour.
During that interview, did Mr. Walsh say when his wife Ana had flown home to Cohasset? I'll end it there.
Yes. Friday morning, December 30th.
And what did he do as far as showing you her travel arrangements?
He opened up the JetBlue app and showed us her flight information.
And when you say he opened up the JetBlue app, what device was he showing you this from?
An iPhone.
And in his hands, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when he showed you the iPhone, did he say anything else as far as your access to the iPhone?
He turned to Detective Schmidt and said something along the lines of, "It's all there, you can look."
And when was it that
Okay,
you
well,
initially...
that's not like a blanket consent. It's all there. You can look. Yeah, seize it and look for whatever you want. No, not the way the law works with regard to search and seizure and warrantless searches. But okay, did they tell you to say that? Not that he did anything wrong. I don't have any beef with him yet.
She, being Ana Walshe, initially supposed to fly back to Washington, D.C.?
Tuesday.
What did he provide you as far as information as what Ana Walshe did on December 31st, 2022?
He said that Ana ran some errands and took the children to a play area in Canton.
And what did he say was what he and Ana Walshe did that evening, New Year's Eve, on December 22nd and December 31st, 2022?
They had one of their friends over for dinner.
Mhm.
What was the friend's name?
First name was Jem.
Okay. What time did they say that this person came over to their house?
Approximately 8:30 p.m.
Did anyone else come over for dinner that night?
No.
And where were the children that night?
They were in bed when Jem arrived.
What time did he say that the family friend left?
Right around 1 a.m.
And what time did he say that he and his wife went to bed that evening?
1:30 a.m.
What did Mr. Walshe tell you that Ana had informed him about her having to leave the next day?
A work emergency came up and she had to leave first thing in the morning.
And what did he say to you as far as how she would get to the airport that morning?
Be an Uber or a Lyft.
And what time did he say that she left?
Between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he provide any information as far as the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing a black coat, gray and blue hunter boots, and a black Prada purse.
During this interview, did Mr. Walshe provide you any information?
Coffee Nut, this hearing was during the Karen Reed trial. One part of it was on May 20th, and the other part was June 18th. So it's not today, but it's not wicked old.
About Ana Walshe's stress level at this point in time in their lives?
Yes, there was a lot of stress in their lives from her commuting back and forth to work.
Was there anything else that she was stressed about, according to Mr. Walshe?
No.
During the interview, did any of the children produce anything?
One of the children, I do not recall which one, asked Mr. Walshe to unlock an iPad for him.
Was he able to do it?
Yes, he was.
And what happened when he unlocked? Did he say anything when he unlocked the iPad?
He typed in a code and said the code out loud.
Do you remember the code?
121212.
And did the children provide?
I don't know. This is a pro tip. Maybe make your passwords harder to remember. I mean, it was a 6-year-old's iPad, so, you know. Yep.
Any belongings of Ana Walshe during the interview?
They found a sunglass case with sunglasses inside it that Brian said belonged to her.
Now, after this interview, what did you do as far as looking around the house?
With Mr. Walsh's permission, myself, Mr. Walshe, and Detective Schmidt looked around the house just for any potential clues that could help us find Ana.
And when you were inside the house, did you see anything unordinary that was a potential clue for you?
I did not.
So originally, and this is all coming back to me now because we've covered this case a couple times. Originally, he did give them consent to look around the house, and they did. But again, that doesn't mean you can come back again and do it without a warrant or with a warrant that's based on an illegal search.
What access did you do? What access did you have to the attic?
We did not check the attic.
And that night, did you search the outside of the house?
Yes, sir.
And what did you notice as far as the pool?
It was uncovered, which was strange for this time of year.
And what about the water level?
The water level was high. It was filled.
And did you do anything to look into the water of the pool?
At that time, we shined our flashlights in, but we could not see much. So later on that night, we did request the Cohasset Fire Department to respond.
What did you see the fire department do?
They had high-powered spotlights that they shined in, and also they used a large pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered when that was done?
No, sir.
Now, that night, did you have the opportunity to see any vehicles that belonged to the Walshe family at the residence?
Yes, sir. There was a Volvo SUV in the driveway.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo SUV?
I did look from the outside, yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice about the Volvo SUV?
I only saw one thing. It was in the trunk. It was a folded up plastic sheet.
That night, did you go into the basement at all?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice about the basement?
It was fairly clean. Just a refrigerator, a couple boxes of miscellaneous items, and a few full trash bags.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Cross exam.
Morning.
Morning.
You have any conversations with a district attorney named Lynn Beland regarding this case?
I did not.
You have any conversations with
Lynn Beland. I guess that's how you pronounce it. I'm going to trust Larry Tipton because he practices in this county all the time.
a trooper named Bukhenik regarding this case?
I did not.
Did you have any conversations with anyone regarding this case and any agreement purportedly made by Mr. Walsh to turn over his cell phone?
I did not.
When you talked on direct examination about Mr. Walsh showing you his phone, he was showing you what? Text messages?
He was showing us text messages and also pictures and flight information.
So the pictures were of what? Ana Walshe and Jim, the friend?
I did not look at him. Detective Schmidt looked at him at that time.
Okay. And he did not show you anything other than those three items?
Not me personally.
And he didn't invite you to look at his phone for anything like location data or anything of the sort?
Not me personally.
And when you say you personally, what do you mean by that? Not me personally.
He did not have me look at anything. I do not know if he gave Detective Schmidt any.
You don't. You were present, though, later on in the evening with Detective Schmidt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed that transcript, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say that nowhere in that transcript that was conducted of the interview on January 4th in the evening hours, is there any reference to Mr. Walsh saying, you can look at my phone to look at search data, location data, anything of the sort, is there?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
We did do 2 previous videos on this case with all of the original police reports, etc. They are linked in the description of this video. If after you're done here, you want to go back and catch up on the 2 prior videos that we've done.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall provide.
Next
before
witness.
now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness stand. Just keep your voice up nice and loud. Thank you.
Yep, Bukhenik is coming up
May I
soon
interrupt?
in
You
Fanning.
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and please spell us your last name?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT.
And where do you work, sir?
Cohasset Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
13 years.
What is your current rank there?
Sergeant.
When did you become a sergeant?
Early January 2023.
What was your rank as of January 4th, 2023?
Detective.
Oh, he got a promotion
With the Cohasset
too.
Police Department, how many officers are on that PD?
About 22.
And how many detectives are there?
1 detective and 1 detective supervisor.
As a detective, what were your responsibilities?
General investigations.
And in addition to being a detective at Cohasset Police Department, were you affiliated with any other law enforcement agencies?
I'm a member of the Metrolec SWAT team.
And can you describe for us what Metrolec is, sir?
It's a consortium of departments that share resources and personnel to form specialized teams.
And within the SWAT team, do they have any function as far as searches?
They do. They have a search and rescue team.
And what involvement do you have with that?
If they need searchers, they will pull from the SWAT team.
And, sir, how many fatal investigations have you worked?
Dozens.
And how many
I want to hear that again. They'll pull from the SWAT team if they need searchers to search for a missing person. I thought that's what the CERT team does. Hang on a second. Metrolec, hold
A
on.
consortium of departments that share resources and personnel to form specialized teams.
And within the SWAT team, do they have any function as far as searches?
They do. They have a search and rescue team.
And what involvement do you have with that?
If they need searchers, they will pull from the SWAT team.
And, sir, how many fatal investigations have you worked?
Thanks.
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you worked?
Just over a dozen, probably.
And have you been able to locate all of those people?
No.
How many of those people have been deceased when you've done an investigation?
Several.
And what were some of the reasons for why they were deceased?
Medical issues, suicide, exposure to the elements.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation to the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that investigation?
I was called in to assist patrol in a missing persons investigation.
When was that?
The 4th of January.
About what time?
3 or 3:30.
And when you say you were called in, where did you go as a result of being called in?
I went to Cohasset Police Headquarters.
And when you got to the Cohasset Police Headquarters, what did you do as far as trying to set up an interview with Mr. Walshe?
I tried to coordinate an interview for that night.
And were you able to?
Yes.
What time did you set up the interview for?
6 or 6:30 p.m.
And why was it 3 hours after you got to the station?
He had to get dinner for his children.
Now, that afternoon, sir, did you do anything to try and locate Miss Walshe?
Yes.
What were you trying to do?
I reviewed the reports I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded. I performed queries through law enforcement databases, and then I went to the residence.
Now, I have just a few questions about that January 4th interview. At the January 4th interview with Mr. Walshe, what interaction did you have with him as far as him showing you his cell phone?
He gave me a cell phone to look at.
And what did he say?
He said there was about a year of text messages with Ana Walshe that I could look at, and about 1,000 photographs.
Oh, a year. Mhm.
And did you look at the phone that night?
I did.
For about how long?
3 to 5 minutes.
And that night, did you have the opportunity to make any observations?
Well, I guess if he told you that, and it would be on your recording of your interview with Brian Walshe, right? Because wasn't he the one that all of a sudden they found a recorder to record this interview with?
Of any of the cars at the family home?
Yes.
What car did you look at?
There's a Volvo XC90.
And did you get any permission to look at that car?
Yes.
And who'd you get the permission from?
Mr. Walshe.
And what did you notice about the Volvo?
In the trunk, the trunk was lined with like plastic sheeting.
And so were you able to open it at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, fast forwarding to January 5th, which was a Thursday, what did you do to try and locate Miss Walshe that day?
I did a lot that day.
Let me just go back for a second.
I apologize.
There was I'll do this from time to time. There was a
Sure.
plastic sheet, you said lining the rear area.
Yes.
Is it a trunk or is it more like an open area in the rear of an SUV?
The trunk area is a SUV with a hatch.
Mm-hmm.
So the trunk area, not the seating area.
Okay, thanks. Go
So
ahead.
not like a sedan though, which would have a separate distinct trunk. It has access to the seats.
Correct. If the seats would fold down, you could go from the trunk into the back row.
Okay.
So I'll call it a traditional SUV configuration.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Look at the judge jumping in and asking questions. Does she care about the Constitution? I guess we'll find out. It's not Yannetti. I know everyone's sending it. Sounds like Yannetti if they're not listening to the phone. It is Greg Connor. He's an ADA with Norfolk County DA's office. It is not David Yannetti. He's the prosecutor.
So I was asking you about January 5th and what you did to try and locate Miss Walshe on the 5th. Could you explain to us some of the things you did that morning?
I created and disseminated a missing persons bulletin. I began coordinating with friends and family. I checked for international travel and put a flag on her passport if she attempted to do international travel. I coordinated with taxi companies and rideshare and her employer.
Now, was anything done as far as canine searches of the area around the Walshe home?
Yes.
Can you describe for me what was done?
The Cohasset Police Canine and handler searched the property.
And the Walshe property, can you describe how it's situated in relation to the roadway?
It's on Route 3A. It's a long driveway set back behind a used auto dealership. It's surrounded by woods. Maybe a quarter mile into the backyard is another neighborhood.
And so it's woods between those two neighborhoods.
Yes.
Was anything recovered during the canine search?
No.
Now, did you have the opportunity, or did the Cohasset PD have the opportunity to enlist any other law enforcement agencies on the 5th?
Yes.
What was done?
I reported to my supervisor who requested additional resources from the State Police CPAC unit for Norfolk County.
And when, if any, if ever, did any resources from the State Police Detectives Unit arrive at Cohasset PD?
About 5 p.m. that Thursday.
And who arrived from the State Police Detective Unit?
Trooper DeChico and Sergeant Bukhenik.
DeChico and Bukhenik.
Once they arrived,
DeChico and Bukhenik. Remember DeChico? Remember DeChico in the Karen Reed case? He was on the text message thread when they were teasing, let's say, Proctor about not being able to get Irene Scorti-Bello, the medical examiner, to change her manner of death from undetermined to homicide. And DeChico said something like, "Rookie, you should have had me and Jeff do it." That was DeChico. And look how it says Sergeant Puke, P-U-K. You can't make it up. That's the closed captioning's name for Sergeant Bukhenik is Sergeant Puke. Thanks for keeping me laughing in the chat. Hold on.
About 5 p.m. that Thursday.
and who arrived from the State Police Detective Unit?
Trooper DeChico and Sergeant Bukhenik.
And once they arrived, what did you do with these two troopers?
I informed them of what was been done so far in the investigation, and we listened to the audio recording from the first interview.
Oh,
After having this opportunity to review all this information with these officers,
100%.
what, if anything, what it was done at this point?
I've been saying this 100% Coco Mojito. I wonder if Proctor searched for any nudes on both Ana Walshe's phone. Ana Walshe, she's a beautiful woman. I didn't get a chance to make my thumbnail yet, but if you haven't seen her picture, she's gorgeous. And or the phone of Brian Walshe. Is it a thing that they just did all the time? Regrettable, but you know, locker room type talk.
Time in the investigation.
We went to the residence.
Who went to the residence?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Bukhenik.
When does
And
Proctor
about what
get-
time did you go to the residence?
8 p.m.
Did you do anything as far as contacting Mr. Walsh before you arrived at the residence?
I don't recall.
When you arrived at the residence, who was there?
Mr. Walshe was, his 3 children, and his mother.
Was anyone leaving the residence at this hour?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving.
When you got to the residence, did you have the opportunity to conduct any further interviews?
Yes,
Who did you have the interview with?
Mr. Walshe.
Where did the interview take place?
In the dining room and kitchen area.
And can you describe the kitchen dining room area?
Open concept. If you walk into that portion of the house, dining room's on the left, kitchen's on the right. There's a large dining room table. There's window bench seating on one side and chairs on the other sides.
Where'd you sit?
I believe the window bench seat.
And did anyone else from law enforcement participate with the interview with you and Mr. Walsh?
Yes, Trooper DeChico.
And where was Sergeant Hunt?
Excuse me, Sergeant Hunt was also present.
And I take it you're all at the dining room table?
Yes,
So you had mentioned that Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Bukhenik also arrived there that night.
correct.
Where did they go?
They went on the other side of the staircase is TV living room area, and they spoke with Mr. Walsh's mother.
Could you hear them talking to Mr. Walsh's mother?
Yes,
She's done.
And during that interview, did the defendant have any access to his children?
yes, they were coming in and out of the interview.
Did the children give you anything that night?
They gave me a piece of art.
Now,
Oh, they drew a picture for
have
him.
you had the opportunity?
Kel says, I wonder how this guy's feeling now, knowing what we all know about MSP. I thought he looked, I've been feeling a vibe of like defensiveness from him since he got on the stand. And I think you're right. I think maybe that's why. He's like, I'm a good cop. They all suck. Proctor's been dishonorably discharged. And now I'm up here and it's going to make me look bad. I think that's exactly maybe what I was picking up.
Opportunity to review the transcript from that interview?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to listen to the audio of that interview?
yes,
Does the audio fairly and accurately record that interview?
it does. However, there is background noise.
In regards to the transcript, is there anything missing as far as the how compared to the audio?
Yes, the background noise isn't included in the transcript.
Is not or is?
Excuse me, is not, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so they cleaned it. She's like, mm-hmm. Oh, so
How
you
long-
cleaned it up? No, it's the transcript. So is the transcript accurate? Who transcribed it? Can we trust the transcript or do we need to listen to the audio ourselves? Maybe this judge is picking up what they're laying down. She's like, yeah, no, I don't trust the transcript. I want to hear the audio. That's interesting. We'll see if they play it.
That interview go on for?
About an hour.
Did Mr. Walsh ask to take any breaks during that interview?
No,
What was his demeanor like during that interview?
he was calm and cooperative.
During that interview, what did he say that his normal contact would be with his wife, Ana Walshe, while she was working in Washington?
A daily contact.
During the interview, did you have the opportunity to ask him whether or not Ana was contemplating suicide?
Yes,
And what was his response to that?
she wouldn't do that.
What, if anything, did he say she was unhappy about?
Stress from work and distance.
And was he asked about extramarital affairs on either side?
Yes,
What did he say?
neither of them had extramarital affairs.
Well,
Did you ask,
she did.
or was he asked
We don't know if he knew,
on
actually.
whether or not, if they had had an argument the morning she left January 1?
Yes,
What was his response?
there wouldn't have been enough time that morning.
What do you say the biggest argument they had had recently was?
She had a 2-week vacation scheduled, and instead of coming home, she was in Belgrade visiting her mother.
Now, did he say what was causing stress in their relationship at this point in time?
Yes,
What was causing stress?
the distance, being away from the children.
And in addition to the distance, were there any other stressors in the relationship?
Prior legal issues.
So he told you that he had another criminal matter going on?
Yes,
What did he tell you as far as his last contact with his wife, Ana Walshe, was?
he was in bed sleeping. This would be the morning of the 1st. She gave him a kiss goodbye, went downstairs to get dressed and leave for work.
And did he tell you what his oldest child told him was his last contact with Ana Walshe?
Yes,
What did he say his oldest child told him?
he said the oldest child was on the couch with an iPad, and Ana Walshe had come down, said goodbye to him, and then left in a vehicle. However, that car did not come up the driveway to the house.
Now, during the interview, who asked to look through the defendant's phone?
Trooper DeChico.
What did he say?
Did she go?
He asked to look through the contents and download the phone.
Now, when he asked to look through the phone, what was the defendant's response?
He said, "Let me get this straight. You want to download all the contents to my phone?"
And what did Trooper DeChico say in response to that?
Yes, all of the contents.
And what concerns did the defendant have after Trooper DeChico said that?
His prior legal issues.
And did he say who he wanted to talk to about this?
His attorney.
And did he say how long it would take for him to get in touch with his attorney and get back to law enforcement about going through his phone?
Yes, he would know likely the next day.
And what did he say his desire was as far as having his phone downloaded?
He said, "This is my intention and declaration."
And to be clear, that was also including his desire to speak to his attorney and get permission first, or have a conversation with her, right?
Yes.
The detective
Here, I don't give legal advice on this channel, but I'm going to point out, pro tip, always, always have an attorney when you speak to the police, especially if you're innocent. Always. They're going to try and spin this. They're going to try and say that Brian Walshe gave consent for us to download his whole entire phone when there's emails between District Attorney Lynn Beland, or Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland, and Tracy Miner, Brian Walsh's attorney, talking about the scope of the search on the phone, the consent, the scope of the consent. Interesting that DeChico is here. When does Proctor show up?
Did Trooper DeChico say why he wanted to look through the defendant's phone?
Yes, we wanted to establish a permanent timeline and get a tone of Ana.
During the interview, was there any conversation about conducting a forensic interview of the children?
Yes.
What was discussed?
We explained what it was, and we had scheduled one for the following day at 10 a.m.
After the interview, what was done as far as searching the home?
We got consent from Mr. Walshe to search the home.
And when you got consent, what areas of the home did you check?
The entire home.
And what access did you have to the attic?
We checked the attic.
Did you find anything in the attic?
Nothing of remark.
And what, if anything, did you notice between the attic and the bedroom of Mr. Walshe?
There was a hole in the drywall on the ceiling.
Now, besides looking inside the home, did you have access to the pool?
Yes.
And what was done as far as looking at the pool that night?
We used flashlights to look into the pool again.
And you say again, did you have the opportunity to look at it the night before?
Yes.
Was anything ever recovered from the pool?
No.
And now, that night, did you have the opportunity to look into any of the vehicles again?
Yes.
Which vehicle?
The Volvo XC90.
And the Volvo XC90, who gave you permission to look into it?
Come look at your screen if you haven't seen the defendant. This is the defendant, Brian Walshe. And I'm just going to ask you like just a general question. If you did something to your wife in the house, would you let the police, would you just give them permission to search your house? Here's what's so interesting about this. He gives them permission to search his entire house, top to bottom. They go in the attic, the basement, everywhere. If he dismembered his wife in the basement, would he have let them search his house? And contrast this with Brian Albert's front lawn, on which a dead body was found, and nobody thought it would be important to look inside the house for anything. They have no evidence that Ana Walshe is even dead at this point. She's a missing person, right? If you didn't, it would be sus. But if you did, would you let him search it? I don't know. I don't know if he's guilty or not. What I do know is Proctor's missteps here and the MSP missteps could lead to a suppression of all of the evidence that points to him as being guilty. And it's a no body case. So let's keep watching. He got a better barber in the Norfolk County Pokey than Harry Turk did, doesn't he? I mean, his haircut seemed much better. Harry Turk looked like he had his haircut with a hammer.
Mr. Walshe.
And the Volvo XC90, who gave you permission to look into it?
Mr. Walshe.
And what was noticed as far as anything inside what did you notice about the Volvo that night on the 5th?
Inside was a receipt from Lowe's dated the 4th, and there was a cell phone.
Did Mr. Walshe tell you who the phone belonged to?
His oldest son.
After having the opportunity, in addition to looking at the house, looking outside the house, did you go to anywhere else as far as at that address to look around for Miss Walshe?
We checked the trash barrels that line the driveway.
Did you find anything in the trash barrels?
No.
After doing all that, where'd you go?
Back to Cohasset Police Headquarters.
What did you do back at Cohasset Police Headquarters?
We attempted to contact financial institutions that might have recent activity.
And about what time do you think you got back to Cohasset PD?
Approximately 10:30 p.m. maybe.
So now on January 6th, Friday, what happened to the forensic interview of the children?
It was canceled.
And what was done by state police to bring in more resources?
A large-scale search was started. We brought in command posts, the State Police Search and Rescue Team, the Metro Search and Rescue Team, and area detectives on mutual aid.
Now, did anyone conduct a press conference on January 6th from your department?
Yes.
Who?
Chief Quigley.
And how do you characterize this case at the press conference?
A missing persons investigation.
On January 6th, did you have the opportunity to speak to anyone who saw Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe on December 31st?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jem Mutlu.
And
What's the last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
can you spell it?
Kalala. The state police didn't take over the investigation right away because there was no proof of a crime. She was, at this point, she was a missing person. They take over every homicide, but not always missing persons. But they did get involved, but it wasn't right away. She was not reported missing until January 4th, I believe. The last time she had been seen was on New Year's Eve.
Mutlu.
And where did this conversation occur?
Cohasset Police Headquarters.
And who was with you for this conversation?
Trooper Chico.
During this conversation, what did he tell you as far as his relationship to Ana Walshe?
Previous coworker and friend.
And what time did he get to does he believe he got to the Walshe home that night on New Year's Eve?
I don't recall what time he got there.
Did he say what interaction he had with the children that night?
Yes.
What interaction did he have with the children that night?
The oldest child had come down the stairs, and he took a photo with the oldest child and Ana Walshe.
And did he say whose phone they took it with? If you remember.
I don't recall.
And after the oldest child came downstairs, was there any further interaction with the children?
No.
What time did he say he left?
After 1 a.m., between 1 and 1:30.
What did he say the demeanor was of everyone there?
Good.
Now, who on January 6th was working on speaking with Mr. Walsh's attorney about getting access to his cell phone?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you know if any digital devices were obtained from Mr. Walshe?
Yes.
What day?
Friday.
The 6th?
Friday the 6th.
And were you there when they were obtained?
No.
Now, do you know when those devices were returned?
Saturday.
The 7th.
Correct.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
24 hours. They returned to Brian Walshe within 24 hours. Aiden Carney is still waiting for his cell phone. It's been almost 2 years. Interesting, right?
On January 7th.
I did.
Approximately what time?
2 p.m.
And where did this conversation take place?
His residence again.
And who was at the residence when you had this conversation with him?
His attorney.
And do you know her name?
Attorney Tracy Miner.
In addition to yourself, the defendant, and Attorney Miner, was anyone else there for the interview?
Yes.
And who else was there?
Trooper Chico and Trooper Proctor.
Proctor.
Now, did you have the opportunity to...
Here comes Proctor. Here comes Proctor on January 7th. The day that the cell phones and iPad was seized. Karen Reed is still waiting for her car and phone, says Aaron. Here comes Proctor.
To hear the recording of that interview.
Take it back.
And who else was there?
Trooper Chico and Trooper Proctor.
Now, did you have the opportunity to hear the recording of that interview?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview as it occurred that day on January 7th?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcript?
Yes.
And does the transcript fairly reflect the audio recording?
It does.
Is there anything missing?
There's certain discernible parts, and at one point in time, a dog's barking in the background that's not on the transcript.
And, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would be seeking to mark those as exhibits, which is already in the binder, but for the record, those are chapters 7 and 8, Your Honor. 7 would be the audio file, 8 would be the transcript, and there's a drive in the binder that has all 4 audio files, Your Honor.
Is that this?
Yes, Your Honor.
You said that was just exhibits, or is marked as tab 7 and 8. And so what's on here is 7, 8, and the previously identified, what was it, 1, 2?
So the audio, the drive would have Exhibit 2, for the January 4th interview, Exhibit 5, which would be the January 5th interview, and at this point in time, Exhibit 7, the January 7th interview.
Okay, and I listened to the interviews that were on the drive that you gave. Are those the same that I listened to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Any objection to 7 and 8?
No, Your Honor.
All right, great, thanks.
Sergeant.
Grace says that Brian Walshe was in bed when Ana got picked up. How did he know that the Uber or Lyft didn't come up the driveway? That's a good point. Thanks, Grace. Clinton says, will this judge deny this motion and advise defendant or the defense? This can be solved by a rigorous cross-examination. We'll see. Different judge, different times. Clinton, Nix. Hasn't been ruled on yet.
I'd like to ask some questions about this interview now. Are you familiar with what Viber is?
Yes.
What is Viber?
Communication app.
And what is WhatsApp?
Also a communications app.
What did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had as far as access to Viber and WhatsApp?
She would use those apps.
And
Okay, am I
familiar
like
with
really
Instagram?
old? What is Viber? We know about Signal. We know about WhatsApp. What is Viber? V-I-B-E-R. I don't know. If you guys can tell me, shed some light. Is it a dating app? I don't know.
Access to Viber and WhatsApp.
She would use those apps.
And are you familiar with Instagram?
Yes.
And what is Instagram?
Social media platform.
And what access did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had to Instagram?
She would use them.
I imagine Facebook is something similar to Instagram.
Yes.
And what access did he say she had to Facebook?
She would use Facebook.
The Facebook.
What access did the defendant have to Ms. Walsh's passwords when you were talking to him?
They shared some financial passwords.
And
Thank you. 2 R's in fiber. Thank you.
what access did she have to, well, first off, what is Venmo?
Venmo's an app that you can transfer money to and from.
And what access did she say that she had to Venmo?
She has Venmo.
Now, in addition to these applications, what did he tell you as far as financial institutions she would use?
They would use Apple Credit Union, Liberty Bay, Fidelity, Chase, and a JetBlue credit card.
And how would she conduct her finances?
Apparently the geniuses in the chat are telling us that Viber is another secure messaging app like the others. It may have 2 R's at the end. It's like a texting app used for international communications. Okay, cool.
Online banking.
During the interview, at any point in time, did Attorney Miner interrupt the defendant?
Yes.
And what did she say when she interrupted him?
Don't talk about our communications.
Now, did the defendant tell you how he would obtain permission to leave the home when dealing with federal authorities?
Through email.
And what would he?
All right, he was on an ankle monitor, right? Because of the charges that he was facing federally for trying to sell fake Andy Warhol paintings through eBay. He's since been convicted, I believe, but he was on, he had an ankle monitor.
He do as far as contacting them via email? What would he ask?
There was a scheduled time, and requests need to be made 72 hours out. And if there's an emergency request would have to be through email.
And did he say anything as far as your ability to review those emails?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said we could review those emails.
And what did Attorney Miner say at this point in time?
We could review those emails.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as his whereabouts on January 1st, 2023?
He was home.
And did he leave the home at any time?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Shaw's to get orange juice and milk.
And once he went to Shaw's and got those items, where did he go?
He returned home.
Did he leave the home again on January 1st?
Yes.
Where did he say he went?
To visit his mother at 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott.
Did he say what happened on his way to Swampscott?
He got lost.
In addition to going to visit his mother, did he go to anywhere else in that area?
Yes, he went to Whole Foods and CVS.
Did he, and besides those stores, did he tell you any other locations he went to on the first?
There was discussion of possibly going to a Walgreens.
Now, what did he tell you as far as where he went on January 2nd?
To Norwell to get ice cream with his son.
And during this interview, did anyone ask him about the name Richard Walker?
Yes.
Who asked about Richard Walker?
Trooper DeChico.
And did he know Richard Walker?
No.
What was the significance to you at this point in time of the name Richard Walker?
I had received an email with a ransom request from an email address with the name Richard Walker.
A ransom request.
And when
He received a ransom request from somebody named Richard Walker. That's interesting.
An email address with the name Richard Walker.
And when had you received this email in relation to the interview that you were conducting with the defendant at this point in time on January 7th?
Before.
I know that reminded me of John Benet Ramsey also, F-bombs. That's exactly what I was going to say.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm showing you a copy of a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the email you received from with the name Richard Walker attached to it?
it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit. It's in the binder, Your Honor, and before I try and admit it twice, it's Exhibit 9.
Thank you. Any objection?
No objection. Did you read the body of the email?
We have the so named Ana Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us.
I'm gonna have that.
We had a deal worth $127,000. Again, it reminds me of John Benet Ramsey with the weird ransom request, the weird dollar amount. What investigation did they do into this IP address of this person who sent this ransom request? This is the most detail we've had about this ransom request and with regard to the documents that we've been able to obtain. Good luck finding us. Let's hear that again. Did Proctor just focus in on Brian Walshe and never really looked outside of that? Remember, this is a no-body case. I'm not saying that he's not guilty, because the search warrant, the search terms are pretty damning on the son's iPad. But again, if they were obtained illegally, they could be suppressed. And then what do they got against him? I don't know. F-bomb says, I've visited the old Ramsey residence in Boulder. I have too. Did a ton of Murder Mondays on Ramsey when I made content. I spent many years in Boulder. I'm a proud alum of the University of Colorado in Boulder. And every time I go back to Boulder, I drive by that house. Boulder police really screwed that one up from the get-go, huh? I want to hear him read that email again. Here we go. We've heard about it, but we've never heard the contents of the email.
Objection. Did you read the body of the email?
We have the so named Ana Walshe with us here. We
So
had a
named.
deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us.
I'm gonna have that back.
Weird.
Besides Trooper DeChico mentioning that name once, was there any further discussion of Richard Walker or the substance or even the substance of the email?
No.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as Mrs. Walsh's use of Uber or Lyft?
That she would use them Uber 1 and Lyft 2.
As her preferences?
Yes.
while you were conducting the interview, did anyone arrive?
Yes.
Who arrived?
Abdullah.
And what happened once that gentleman arrived?
Attorney Miner advised Mr. Walsh to get him to leave.
And what did Mr. Walsh do?
He went to the door and got him to leave.
And was the defendant ever asked how Ana Walshe would communicate if she lost her cell phone?
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't know at first.
And then did anyone ask him about using an iPad?
Yes.
And what did he say if Ana had lost her phone, how she would communicate using an iPad?
He said that's right. She would use an iPad.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as how Ana would communicate with JetBlue?
He related they wouldn't have good luck calling, so she would use the chat function on the online website.
And did Attorney Miner have any comments at this point in time about contacting JetBlue via the online chat function?
Yes, she said that she uses JetBlue and uses the online website chat feature.
And did the defendant have any questions for you at this point in time accessing this information?
Yes, he asked if we had reviewed the JetBlue chatter.
Now, was there ever a discussion of Ana Walshe making a brunch reservation for January 1st?
Yes.
And the defendant didn't have any knowledge of a brunch reservation at this point in time, correct?
Yes.
But did he say how she would have made that reservation if she was going to?
Through the apps Resi or Open Table.
Yes. Great point. Great point. No longer watching the OnlyFans because Karen is free. Points out. Excellent username, by the way. Very happy this lawyer didn't do Karen. He sounds just like King David, and it would have been hella confusing. Yes, this is Greg Connor, ADA of Norfolk County. Great point.
Now, how long was this interview?
About 2 hours.
And after that interview was over, what did you do?
We checked the area for security footage to try and corroborate any vehicles coming or going.
Okay,
And so how do
corroborate.
you do
He
that?
said corroborate too. Is it a Hank Brennan thing? Is it a regional thing? I need to know now. He said corroborate. Look at that. They looked for video evidence from like the neighbors' ring cameras. Shout out to Cohasset PD for getting it right when Canton PD is completely incompetent, apparently. Here, listen.
Checked the area for security footage to try and corroborate any vehicles coming or going.
And so how do you do that?
Neighborhood canvas.
Now,
The old-fashioned
were you
neighborhood
ever-
canvas. Imagine that. Cohasset PD getting it done. This is not a trial. This is an evidentiary hearing. It was held during the Karen Reed trial, so we were covering the Karen Reed trial, so we didn't cover it. This trial is set to start in October. There's a playlist link below in the show notes, and for your viewing pleasure and convenience, I have made a banner that is scrolling along the bottom of your screen that tells you who is testifying, where they are from. For example, this is Detective Harrison Schmidt from Cohasset PD, and it also tells you that this is the Commonwealth versus Walsh evidentiary hearing from about 2 weeks ago. Okay. Moving on. A neighborhood canvas looking for ring camera footage. Imagine if they did that in the Karen Reed case. They would have found video of her leaving 34 Fairview with a completely intact taillight.
Ever informed about the contents of any of the digital devices on January 7th, that's Saturday?
Yes.
About what time were you informed?
6:30 p.m.
And how were you informed?
Phone call.
From who?
One of the CPAC troopers.
Do you remember which one at this point in time?
No.
And what were you notified of?
There was suspicious browser history.
Now,
Suspicious browser history on the 7th. That was the same day The devices were seized on the 6th. They were returned on the 7th. On the 7th, he's notified about these suspicious Google searches that they weren't supposed to be looking for in the phones with regard to the consent warrant. You see what's happening here? If you weren't here earlier, we read some of the papers and we went through the Google searches and you can't unhear them. Hey, it's me. Thanks for your 20. Says very, very late. Unexpected nap hit me. LOL. Watching from the beginning because I'm really interested in this case. It's wild. We have 2 other videos on it, which are linked below in the show notes, the playlist. The kids at the time were 2, 4, and 6. It's very tragic case. Thank you. Hey, mate. Hey, it's me. Weddy says, can we cover Lindsay Clancy from Duxbury in Norfolk County? 2, please. Absolutely. We are covering that. I don't know if there's been anything televised about it yet. I have to get the documents. Kevin Reddington is representing her, which is going to be interesting. We watched him try the Harry Turk case. He was also Jennifer McCabe's lawyer. I am very interested in Lindsay Clancy for many, many reasons. Yes, she did take the lives of her 3 children and jumped out a window, now claiming insanity. And her husband is also behind her. There's a lot of like postpartum issues there and medication issues, in my opinion. And now she's paralyzed. Yes, it's a tragic case. I absolutely want to cover it. I don't know when the trial is scheduled for in Lindsay Clancy, but I'll find out. So yes, we will cover that. Absolutely.
This is January 7th. And now I want to ask you some questions about January 8th. Okay. On the morning of January 8th, did you have the opportunity to be present when a search warrant was executed in Cohasset?
Yes,
Where was it executed?
the residence.
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Correct.
And who was executing the search warrant?
The CPAC unit with conjunction of the Cohasset Police.
And who was home at the residence when the search warrant was executed?
Mr. Walshe, the 3 children, and his mother.
Now, when the warrant was executed, did anyone arrive to assist Mr. Walshe after the warrant was first served?
Attorney Miner.
About how long did it take for her to arrive?
15 minutes.
And once Attorney Miner arrived, what was done with the family and Mr. Walshe?
We moved car seats around so they could leave the premises with Attorney Miner.
And did you ever have the opportunity to participate in a 4th interview of the defendant on that day, Sunday, January 8th?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
Attorney Miner's residence in Scituate.
And about what time did that occur?
About 11 a.m.
And who was present for that interview?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor,
Proctor.
Attorney Miner, and Mr. Walshe.
And during the interview, what was discussed?
The browser search history.
And what did the defendant say?
The browser search history was discussed. The Google searches. Can't wait to hear what he said about it. Just one more thing. Says Lindsay Clancy is scheduled for February 9th, 2026, pretrial January 5th, 2026. Thank you to Mass Dad who just sent me tons of documents on it so we can start. Thank you. We will be starting on that. I'm going to try and get, if anybody's got a direct line to Kevin Reddington. I don't think there's a gag order on the Clancy case. I would love to talk to him about that case and what his defenses are and what was going on with Lindsay Clancy. He likes me. He said really nice things about me in open court in some pretrial hearings on the Turk case. Remember, he said there's one YouTuber who has a lot of credibility and her name is Melanie Little and she's been covering this case. So please, 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 can we have change of venue? And they said no. So I'm gonna reach out to Kevin Reddington, see if he would come on, because I would love to hear what he's got to say about that. Yes, Proctor's involved. Here we go. He's there. He's the lead investigator on this. They're going to try and distance him. This again is a detective from the Cohasset PD, and he's mad that Proctor got involved in this because he's probably a good guy and a good investigator. But here we go.
Browser search history.
And what did the defendant say he would do with the iPad as far as helping the children?
He would put on spooky movies for them.
Spooky
Um,
movies.
And did he say he did anything else with the iPad?
No,
How long did this interview go on for?
Spooky
just over 10
movies.
minutes.
Who stopped the interview?
Attorney Miner.
And once the interview was terminated by Attorney Miner, what did you do?
I shut off the recorder and we left.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walshe again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
4 p.m.
And where did you see him?
Attorney Miner's residence.
And what were you doing at Attorney Miner's residence at 4 p.m. on January 8th, Sunday?
I placed him in custody.
And where was he taken to once he was placed into custody?
Cohasset Police Headquarters.
He was booked there?
He was.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
This judge is like, I don't know. I get the feeling she runs a tight ship. She doesn't interrupt them very much, but when she speaks, it's got some gravitas. This is Judge Diane Freniere,
I'm
Norfolk
going to
County
go over a
Superior.
couple things that I may have missed. On January 4th, which was Wednesday, the first day you met Mr. Walshe, what did he say to you about looking at anything on his phone?
We could look at anything if it would help.
And on the 5th, actually, I'll ask this in the 4th. Did he ever tell you what access Ana had of his phone on January 4th?
On the 4th, he said that Ana would use his device, or excuse me, would use his phone, and that she would send photos from his phone to herself if she liked them.
And on the 5th, what did he say as far as Ana's access to his phone? When now you're with the Trooper Chico on the second day.
Is there a transcript portion that would refresh my memory?
You're saying your memory is exhausted at this point in time?
It is.
Memory's
All right.
exhausted.
I think that we can, I'll come back to it and find that portion of the transcript. I'm going to ask you a couple other questions in the meantime. On the 5th, how did you get the Volvo open?
The Volvo.
He provided the keys to us.
And what was the difference in the Volvo from the 4th to the 5th?
VO.
The plastic
Volvo.
sheeting in the trunk was not there.
I mean,
When
just
you
to play
arranged
devil's
the-
advocate, does anybody ever go, well, it was January, but still, does anybody ever go shopping for plants or something? Like at Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, and you get that plastic sheeting and you put it in the back of your car so you don't get dirt all over your car? I do. Volvo, VOVO. Gotta love the Volvo. It's boxy, but it's safe.
Interview.
Was it bloody plastic sheeting? I don't know. Spooky movies, right? Is he going to say, I let the kids watch spooky movies on my iPad, so maybe my 6-year-old son was Googling such things as what does formaldehyde do? Or, how to dispose of a woman's body?
For these, when you arrange interviews with the defendant, how would you do it? Would you call him? Would you just show up? What was your process?
Or for the
Both
dog?
occurred.
Yeah.
And
For the
who
dog.
was the person that canceled the forensic interview of the children on January 6th?
Mr. Walshe.
Are you aware of what time Mr. Walsh's devices were returned to him on January 7th?
Would have been around the time of the interview,
Before it began?
before it began.
And did he describe for you on that Saturday, January 7th interview of what happened as far as getting lost that day going to his mother's residence?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He said he did not have his cell phone with him, so he took the wrong route.
And what did he say as far as the location of his cell phone from January 1 into January 2?
Ding, 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 ding.
His children had moved it. He didn't know where it was.
Yeah, the kids hit his cell phone. Did that ever happen to anybody in the chat? I mean, speaking from personal experience, has your kid ever hidden your cell phone and you can't find it? So he didn't have his cell phone with him in the Volvo. And so he didn't know how to get to his mother's house. My freeze game is so on point. And so he says he got lost. F-bombs says you can't rule out that Proctor or Garino didn't do those searches and change the date to frame him. Knowing what we know now about those guys, Volvo. And I see Tom Kokonowski is here. Hang on, everyone. Tom Kokonowski is here. Can't get enough of this Commonwealth, can you? Nope, can't. I can't. We love Tom Kokonowski. He's been on the show several times. You got to come back now for just a one-on-one with me, because people were so offended when we did the group show, and there were a lot of like law tubers on, and apparently some people were cutting you off and didn't let you answer their questions, and people want more Tom. So just, you know, right, you guys? Who doesn't love Tom? That does not give you the freedom to now just start sending him emails with your nudes, okay? Just saying. D. Niceless says, so they questioned him and asked for his consent when they knew he had already obtained counsel. Yes, of course they did. And there's a written agreement in place between Lynn Beland and Tracy Miner saying exactly what the scope of that consent search was supposed to be with regard to his cell phone. Look at, hey, it's me coming in with a 50 off topic. So I'm sorry. Hey, your apology is totally accepted. But the Karen Reed verdict hit me hard. This is the first day that I can watch live YouTube. I missed a lot, but my mind and body have had to recover. Feel for Karen so much. This is my last chance about this. Oh, you can chat as much as you want. Hey, it's me. You can chat as much as you want. A lot of people are feeling that way. A lot of people were feeling that way. It's been a lot. We've been very emotionally invested in the Karen Reed trial. I took some days off too, because I had to find something else that I'm passionately invested in to talk about, because I just don't want to come on here and regurgitate the fluff and all of the drama that's been happening since Karen Reed was acquitted. And there's a lot of it out there. And I heard some people earlier saying, what's the drama? What are you talking about? If you don't know what the drama is, you don't want to know what the drama is. If you don't play on the cesspools of Twitter, you don't know what the drama is, and you're better off, trust me. A lot of drama between people, players, people who were in the courtroom, stuff I don't want to get involved in. I have no time for or interest in. And it's like side drama among people. I don't know if the creators are, I don't know, but I don't care. And so, yeah, I had to take a couple of days off too. Listen, we all do. Got to take care of yourself. Thank you for your very generous super chat, and welcome back. And then Max Banks says, why in the name of the traveling snowblower did they speed over the ransom note details? I want to know. I want to know too. I don't know why, but I want to know it. Right. Max Banks says, if she doesn't pay the money, right. If she doesn't pay the money, $127,000, you're never going to see her again. She was the breadwinner. She was traveling back and forth from DC to Cohasset. She had another apartment in DC. I think she was planning to move the children there. She was also having an affair. We don't know if the husband knew about it, but she was the breadwinner. He was a con man, tried to sell fake Andy Warhols on eBay, and was had an ankle monitor on at the time of Ana Walshe's disappearance, and was eventually convicted of those charges and other charges too. He had some other issues going on with regard to his father's will and the money and the estate, and I think he was a lifelong con man. Doesn't necessarily make him a murderer, but they still have not found her remains, no, or her body. Grace says, wait, wasn't the $127,000 the ransom amount in JonBenet? I don't know. We have a creator here who said he or she did a lot of JonBenet content back in the day. And I don't remember if it was exactly $127,000. Oh, F-bombs. It's F-bombs who says, I think it was 118,000. Okay. Here we go. Moving on.
And, sir, concerning the fourth interview that you had with the defendant on January 8th. Was that recorded?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes,
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
it is.
And was there a transcript created of that interview?
Yes,
And does it fairly reflect that audio recording?
it does.
And Your Honor, so I would be moving to enter in as the exhibits 11 and 12 in the binder as the audio file and the transcript for the January 8th interview.
Any objection to that? Okay, then.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Everybody's saying it's 118,000 in the John Bonet case, but also
As
like a weird
far
number,
as the
right?
location of where people were seated on the January 4th and the January 5th interview. So we're talking about those first two. Was there any difference as far as how, like, where people were?
I was seated in a chair for the first one. I think I was on the bench. I was on the bench for the second one.
But everyone was around the dining room table
Correct.
and everyone was seated?
Yes.
Thank you, Java Time. I don't know a lot about it. I just know that I don't want to be involved. I want to do content that has like let's do some real content. This is a real case. This is a real case that could be really screwed up by Proctor. And a potential murderer could potentially go free because Proctor. I just thought it was weird that it was a weird ransom number. Like they didn't round it up to like 150K, you know, like make it a nice round number. Why is it 127K? Okay, here we go.
One more moment, Your Honor. Oh, and apparently I've neglected to enter in one of the transcripts, Your Honor. I apologize.
Because Proctor.
And the audio. So
Next t-shirt.
5 and 6, according to the binder. So I'm going to just ask the officer this for the record. Have you had the opportunity to review the audio from the January 5th, 2023 interview?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect that interview?
it does.
And that transcript, have you seen that of that interview?
Yes,
And does it accurately reflect the audio of that interview?
it does.
And as far as any
Larry's here.
is there anything missing in the
I gotta
transcript?
interrupt the testimony for Larry. Larry Foreman is here, DUI guy. The proctor of the poisonous tree doctrine should be written officially in the books. That's a thing now. It's a thing now. Hi, Larry. See what's missing in the transcript this time.
The audio.
For the 5th,
Yes, sir.
there was background noise. You could hear you could hear Mr. Walsh's mother speaking in the background, and Sergeant Bukhenik.
I just want to make sure we don't have a glitch here. in
Yes,
the
I appreciate that, Your Honor. I think I've
numbering.
fouled things up.
So I see in the binder that the has now been marked. Exhibit 4 is the transcript of the interview. What's marked as Exhibit 4 in this binder.
Here she is. Here's the judge, everyone.
17.
We've been looking at Judge Bev Cannone for so long that we forgot that there's other judges in the building, even other female judges. We didn't come to know other judges in the building. Judge Sisitsky, Judge Doolin, Judge Mark Halal, who is our Stanley Tucci judge. He tried the Turk case. Here's Judge Diane Freniere. So far, I like her. I don't know. I'm going to allow it. The blowout, the shine, says Grace. Look at the blowout. This judge runs a tight ship. No bangs, no bangs. She looks like she's in charge. I think Yuri's coming up next, so let's keep going.
23, and what's marked as Exhibit binder is the transcript of the interview of 1723, and what's marked as Exhibit 5 is the transcript.
And I think that the reason for that, Your Honor, is that the audio files.
Something's not right here.
Yes, I think the audio files take us out of order.
Well, I just want to make sure, I mean, we were talking about exhibit 5 and 6, and I happen to have the binder open, and so 6 is now the email from Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Or
Which
Richard
one,
Walker.
Missy?
So I just want to make sure that
In Norfolk
I have
County?
the numbers
Oh, Chestnut.
appropriately, both in terms of what you're
No,
putting
Chestnut
into
was,
evidence.
wait,
Um,
Chestnut was Judge Cannone, right? So Missy Cohen says she presided over another televised trial. She's terrific. I'm not sure which one. This is Norfolk County.
we
And I
can clean
think
up the binder later. That's fine.
Yes. And I think I know what happened, Your Honor. It's that I put them in an order that included the audio files, but the audio files aren't like a hard exhibit to label in the binder.
So
So it's skipping over numbers as a result of the audio files.
all right. So
I can work with counsel and clean it up.
that'll be good.
And so with that, though, I do believe at this point in time, thanks to co-counsel, that I've marked the transcripts and the audio files of the 4 interviews.
Okay.
So I do believe that they're in evidence.
And there's no objection to any of those 4 interviews,
There's,
the audio tape and the transcript.
there is none.
Thank you.
So I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Here's Larry Tipton again.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you present on January 6th of 2023 when devices were retrieved from Mr. Walshe?
No.
Were you present on January 7th of 2023 when the devices were returned to Mr. Walshe?
Yes.
When you talked on direct examination about this plastic sheet that was in the rear of the Volvo SUV, you were just asked a question a moment ago about how when you looked at the Volvo a second time on another day, the plastic sheet was missing.
Correct.
It's fair to say, and it's accurate to say, isn't it, that at that moment, Mr. Walshe was asked about the missing plastic sheet, and he pointed to the officers and said, "It's in the trash."
Yes.
Oh,
Did you go and retrieve the plastic sheet in the trash?
No.
what? He pointed at the officers and said the plastic sheet that was in my Volvo is now in the trash. Did the troopers put it in the trash? Did anybody get the plastic from the I'm doubly intrigued by this. They talked about it, but it was in the trash. Did anybody go get it to find out if there was any blood or tissue on it? Oh, interesting. Let me hear that again.
Pointed at me, and it's accurate to say. Volvo a second. You were just asked a question a moment ago about how when you looked at the Volvo a second time on another day, the plastic sheet was missing.
Correct.
It's fair to say, and it's accurate to say, isn't it, that at that moment, Mr. Walshe was asked about the missing plastic sheet, and he pointed to the officers and said, "It's in the trash."
The MSP
Yes.
left it in the trash?
Did you go and retrieve the plastic sheet in the trash?
No.
No. But it was so suspicious that it was mentioned in all of the documents and the warrants. And Danita says now this has just gone all Karen Reed on us.
You've described, based on your review of the taped interviews that you were present for, that the taped interviews are an accurate representation of what happened, and the transcript is an accurate representation of what was stated during those interviews, correct?
Yes.
And you've said repeatedly that there was background noise, correct?
Correct.
And the background noise included dog barking, correct?
Yes.
And that dog's name is Luna?
Or Chloe or
Hans.
Cora.
And it's the name of the dog.
Dog's name is Hans?
Dog's name is Hans.
Okay.
Hans. The
Wait, the judge got involved. The judge knows the case. The judge actually knows the case. How many times did Judge Cannone say things like, what do you mean? Is Higgins even involved in this? Like she had no idea. the dog was barking. It's another German Shepherd. Cora, Chloe, Hans, Luna. Listen to the judge interrupt.
Noise included dog barking, correct?
Yes.
And that dog's name is Luna?
Hans.
And it's the name of the dog.
Dog's name is Hans?
Dog's name is Hans.
Dog's name is Hans.
The dog, when you listen to those tape recordings, you can hear that barking go on and off during different periods of time during the recording, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you listen to those recordings, you can hear other people talking in the background at times, can't you?
Yes.
And it's fair to say then that during these interviews that you testified to under direct examination, there were times when it was hard to even hear what was going on, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
There were times during these interviews that you testified to on direct examination, and let's focus on the interview of January 5th and the interview of January 7th. There were times when it was even hard to hear everything that was going on.
Yes.
So how accurate is the transcript? The judge is going to be like, I'm going to listen. I mean, I'm going to listen to the recording myself.
Accurate, isn't it, that when you began asking Mr. Walshe questions on January 5th, there is a statement that is made that people are very loud, made in the context of all this background noise.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Was that a question?
But you said you reviewed the transcript, right?
I do. I just
And-
don't understand the question.
That, in fact, in the transcript, there's a specific reference to people being very loud.
I don't recall.
And as I'm looking for that, I'll just keep asking you questions till I find it. Page 19. Mr. Walshe told you that he was having a hard time sleeping, correct?
Yes.
He said he was having a hard time thinking, correct?
Yes.
He told you that, and this is on January 5th, he told you, I didn't sleep well last night.
Yes.
He told you, hopefully he tried to get some sleep that night, January 5th.
I don't recall that portion.
All right.
Hans solo cups. Well done. Whoever made that joke in chat. You guys are the snark tank for a reason. Right. Again, a dog barking. If he did.
And at one point, now your rank now is what?
Sergeant.
So start to call you Detective Sergeant Schmidt. At one point at the beginning of this interview, you in fact stated that you were getting distracted.
Which interview? I'm sorry.
January 5th. January 5th.
Yes.
And that distraction, once again, was the result of all this background noise and the dog barking and things like that.
Yes.
3 little kids running around.
I want to jump to this email that was introduced into evidence regarding Richard Walker.
Yeah,
When
good.
did you first come into possession of that email?
It was sent to me with the timestamp on the email. I believe it was early morning hours of the 7th.
Okay. You knew nothing about Richard Walker and this email before you received it?
Correct.
And once you received it, did you conduct some kind of investigation?
I notified my supervisors that I had received it.
When you refer during this testimony regarding this motion, when you refer to supervisors, are you referring to Cohasset Police Department supervisors? Are you referring to Mass State Police?
Cohasset Police Supervisor.
Okay, and who would that be?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes.
Lopes.
Yes,
So Detective Lieutenant Lopes was your supervisor?
correct.
Okay. Um,
Wasn't Lopes also the name of the defendant in the Chesna murder trial? Chesna was a police officer who was murdered by a guy named Lopes. There's so many weird connections with like names in this county. Some's in the water in Norfolk County. Don't drink it. Pro tip. Josh says, so the defendant pointed the police to the location of the plastic sheeting. The police chose not to recover it from the trash, and its disappearance is suspicious to them. Make that make sense. I can't.
So did you talk to Mr. Walsh on January 5th and ask him questions then about this Richard Walker email? And I gather the answer is no, correct?
What was
On
the date you
January
just-
5th.
What was the date?
January 5th.
Okay.
Not on the 5th.
And you first asked him questions on January 7th, correct?
Trooper DeChico did.
Okay, were you present?
I was.
And did you ask to look at his phone to see if he had any text messages or anything from Richard Walker?
Not specific to Richard Walker.
Okay. And that was the end of that conversation, basically, on January 7th regarding Richard Walker.
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that during the January 5th interview, at some point, Trooper Chico asked if he could look at the contents of Mr. Walsh's phone.
Yes.
When he made that request, he being Trooper DeChico, he didn't make any other request at that time to look at any iPad, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't make any type of request to look at anything like a MacBook or anything of that sort, correct?
Correct.
And
Thank you. Thank you, Missy. Missy says this judge is out of
When you
Plymouth County.
testified-
She's out of Plymouth County. She was brought over to Norfolk to specifically replace Judge Cannone on this case due to Karen Reed's retrial. This case, the case that was televised, right, is the Christina Ricci case. I want to always say Christina Ricci because the actress is named Christina Ricci, but that defendant pronounces it Richie. And I did watch some of that trial, but for some reason we didn't cover it. But that was a very interesting case as well. Thank you, Missy. Oops.
on direct examination that Trooper DeChico said our words to the effect of we want to download the entire contents. You were talking about the entire contents of the cell phone?
Correct.
Olivia's here. Hi, Olivia.
It was explained to Mr. Walsh, though, at that point, wasn't it, that what you were looking for, and when I say you, I'm talking about you and Trooper DeChico and people who were involved in this January 5th interview. You specifically told Mr. Walsh at that time that you wanted to look at information to try to understand Ana.
Yes.
And you specifically said in that same sentence, and when I apologize, Trooper DeChico specifically said, look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her, correct?
Correct.
And her meaning Ana Walshe.
Yes.
And then you referred to on direct examination to the use of tone. The Trooper DeChico said something about her tone, correct?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Schmidt, fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walsh is being told we want to look at the tone, I mean, what that references, isn't it, is to see if whatever communications you might find on the phone, if they were communications that showed some anger, or some happiness, or some argument, or something like that, correct?
Correct.
And so you wanted to see if the communications that you were talking to Mr. Walshe about at that moment, if they indicated something like any arguing going on between the two, or in fact the opposite. If the communications that they were talking to Mr. Walshe about were affectionate and showed no signs of arguing. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
And Trooper DeChico then went further and said, yeah, we want to look at things like if there are things that were sent and received on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Sent and received, and that is in the context of communication, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, then this request of Mr. Walshe goes on, and Trooper DeChico then says, or asks Mr. Walshe, it'd be helpful and we can create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st, the 31st, and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Ana, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Walshe was asked, are you okay with that, correct?
I don't explicitly remember that part.
Do you remember Mr. Walshe saying anything of the sort like, just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the first time Trooper DeChico mentioned downloading all the contents of the phone, Mr. Walshe began to ask questions about all the content. It's fair to say that, isn't it?
Correct.
At no time in this exchange that we just discussed in this cross-examination, this exchange that occurred on January 5th, when the subject was first brought up to look through Mr. Walshe's phone, there was no conversation or request to look at anything like location data, was it?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You never said, and Trooper DeChico never asked if he could look at the phone contents for anything like search history or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
G. Byrne, I just want to correct this. The judge is from G. Byrne says the Walshe case is in Plymouth County, not Norfolk County. The judge has been brought in from Plymouth County, but it is being tried in Norfolk County. It had been assigned to Judge Cannone. It was taken from her, reassigned to this judge, Diane Freniere, who is coming into Norfolk County to try this case in Norfolk County because it happened in Cohasset. There has not been, as far as I know, a motion for a change of venue that's been granted. So I just want to clarify that.
In fact, the only subject matter, the only characterization of the subject matter that Trooper DeChico talked about and asked Mr. Walshe about used the word communications, correct?
Yep, Yuri and
I think I'd
Proctor
have to
both.
refer to the transcript to make a definitive agreement with that.
Right? By the way, Judge, if I may, I apologize. I'd like to inquire if Trooper DeChico is in fact going to testify. I thought we were told he was, but I know today we weren't.
Well, we'll get to the,
I don't intend to call.
Did we say I don't intend to call DeChico? Wait, hang on a second.
By the way, Judge, if I may, I apologize. I'd like to inquire if Trooper DeChico is in fact going to testify. I thought we were told he was, but I know today we weren't.
Well, we'll get to the,
I don't intend to call.
Oh, he doesn't intend to call him. Greg Connor, ADA, Norfolk County, does not intend to call DeChico. Of course they don't. Is that Laura McLaughlin sitting on the end here in the white blazer? Because she is assigned to this case. I don't know. Rookie move, said DeChico. Rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it, Proctor. Change the death certificate from undetermined to homicide in Karen Reed case.
Then it's fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walsh asked about the entire contents, he was told by Trooper DeChico that we will download, with the extraction, we'll download all the contents to your phone, yes, right?
Yes.
Trooper DeChico never stated that they were going to review or analyze or look at the entire contents of his phone, did he?
Correct.
Oh. This could be a big
And
problem.
then Mr. Walsh said something to the effect of, that's a lot.
Yes.
And then it's fair to say, isn't it, that you said something to the effect of, well, what we're focusing on is, well, we're interested in, yes, it downloads everything. This is you talking. But what we're interested in is locating Ana and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Ana specific content, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement you made to Mr. Walsh, you never said anything, you, Sergeant Schmidt, you never said anything about looking at search history or location data
Right.
or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh then once again said something to the effect of, well, that's a huge amount of data.
Yes.
Oh, they
He
didn't
was
bring any
asked
of
about
that
what
out
his
on
concern
direct.
was, correct?
Yes.
And he actually first responded, I don't know. Correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him being asked, right? Do you recall him being asked during this particular part of the January 5th, 2023 interview that he was asked, well, are there other legal issues? If you remember that. And if you don't, it's fine.
Trooper DeChico did say that.
He asked him that.
He asked if it was the other legal issues.
And do you recall what Mr. Walsh responded?
In the affirmative.
He said that's one of them, correct? And if you don't remember, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Correct. Yeah. Excuse me. I don't remember that exact exchange.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
Page 40, on 15.
Thank you, D. D, you're an OG. I think you've been with me ever since I started my channel when I was talking about Kevin Costner's divorce.
What's the page number, Counsel?
Yes, page number
41.
I was just about to say that. There's no jury in the box.
Tipton is good.
I'm still reading, sorry.
Having read that, does that refresh your memory?
It does.
And it refreshes your memory that some point, Trooper DeGico said, in fact, is it your other legal issues? And Mr. Walsh said, that's one of them.
Yes.
And in fact, while Mr. Walsh said, I'm willing to do anything, that his only request was basically to talk, he wanted to first talk to Tracy Miner, correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time, Sergeant Schmidt, that you became aware of the fact that Mr. Walsh was represented by counsel?
No.
When
Oh,
did you first learn that he was represented by counsel?
the first day, first time I ever interviewed him.
The interview on the 4th.
Were you provided contact information on January 4th of 2023 of Mr. Walsh's attorney?
No.
Did you ask for it?
No.
Did you learn about Mr. Walsh being represented by counsel through Mr. Walsh or some other source?
Mr. Walsh.
So when you learned that he was represented by counsel, Sergeant, did you pause and consider reaching out to his counsel instead of continuing to ask him questions?
At what point in time?
On January 4th, when you said you first learned about him being represented by Tracy Miner?
No.
No, we don't even think about contacting their attorneys when they say I have an attorney. That's not the way we roll
But
here.
on January 5th, when he told you his only request would be because Tracy Miner called me today about what's going on, you asked him, who is that?
Correct.
And that was on January 5th.
Correct.
So even though you asked Mr. Walsh on January 5th, who is that, when he used the name Tracy Miner, you're telling us today that you learned about Tracy Miner representing Mr. Walsh on January 4th.
No. If I may explain.
Sure.
It's like, sure.
Mr. Walsh related that he had an attorney on the 4th. However, she was not named. I learned about the name on the 5th during that second interview.
Okay. But you did learn that he was represented by counsel on the 4th, is what your testimony is here today, then.
Yes.
Is that exchange, when you learned about Mr. Walsh being represented by counsel on January 4th, is that contained in the January 4th interview?
I don't recall.
Well, were there conversations other than with Patrol Officer Lawrence with Mr. Walsh on January 4th that contain statements that don't appear in the interview transcript or in any of the reports?
Yes.
And have you ever been asked to reduce to writing statements of Mr. Walsh that otherwise don't appear in your reports or Lawrence's reports or in the January 4th transcript of your conversations with him?
No.
What other statements can you tell this court about that Mr. Walsh made to you on January 4th that did not find their way into any report or into any transcript?
There's conversations about the house and rental property when we did the walkthroughs of the premises.
All right. Anything else that you recall?
Not at the moment.
All right. It's fair to say then that you remember of any other statements that do not appear in reports or in the transcript. Those were not statements that included Mr. Walsh saying, you know, you can look at the entire contents of my phone, you can look at anything you want, or words to that effect, correct?
Correct.
By the way, Sergeant Schmidt, Did you ever have any conversations with a district attorney named Lynn Beland
Lynn Beland, here she is again.
about this case?
I don't recall any.
All right. Do you know who Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland was or is?
She's gone. She left skid
Have you
marks.
interacted with her in other Norfolk County cases?
No.
So your conversations with Assistant District Attorney Beland would be limited to this particular case or this investigation?
I don't recall any communications with her.
Okay, how about conversations?
Related to this case, no.
Okay. So I guess it's fair to say then that you never had any conversations with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland regarding any agreement to search any devices, correct?
Correct.
Christy, Lynn Beland, Beland. She was Proctor's right hand. I mean, not Proctor's, Michael Marcy's right hand. She was involved in all of those letters back and forth, the flurry of letters between Michael Marcy and Josh Levy in the Karen Reed case. Lynn Beland, she left around the same time that David Traub left. We don't know why, but she left skid marks. I know. It was like, I'm out of here. Maybe because this trial was coming up and she knew about the shenanigans that went on here because she was involved in them, maybe. Or maybe we're going to have to say, maybe the agreement was in place, except Bukhenik, as we saw from some of the motion papers that we looked at the beginning of the stream, misinterpreted the agreement, just did whatever he wanted.
Mr. Walsh made it very clear to you during this question and answer during the interview on January 5th that he wanted to talk and needed to talk to his attorney, Tracy Miner, correct?
Yes.
Miner, correct?
Yes.
And he made it very clear that he had to talk to his attorney, Tracy Miner, before he agreed to anything about turning over his phone, correct?
Correct.
And once again, that discussion, when I just limited it to his phone, his iPhone, this discussion about talking to Tracy Miner didn't include any reference to searching any iPad or iPads or MacBooks, correct?
Not that he discussed with me.
So I'll return to the subject matter, but what I want to ask you, Sergeant Schmidt, is this. When you were there present with Trooper DeChico and you're interviewing Mr. Walsh on January 5th, now you've already interviewed him earlier in the day before in the evening. As a police officer with training and experience, you would in fact be interested in looking at communications between Mr. Walsh and the missing spouse, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you'd also be interested in seeing, if you could, any communications that Mr. Walsh attempted to have with Ana Walshe after January 1st, correct?
Yes.
And you would be interested in looking for any communications of Ana Walshe attempting to contact her husband, Mr. Walsh, after January 1st, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you would be interested, wouldn't you, in looking at communications that Mr. Walsh made to anyone after January 1st regarding the whereabouts of his wife, correct?
Can you just describe that one more time? I'm sorry.
You would be interested in looking at communications of Mr. Walsh trying to talk to others and inquire about the whereabouts of his wife, Ana Walsh.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Walsh told you, didn't he, that he had first reached out to Ana Walsh and tried to text her when his phone was found, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions on direct examination about this phone, his phone being lost, you are aware of the fact, aren't you, that the phone was found by one of his young children, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And in fact, it was found after this nanny, I think you referred to her as
Robin.
After she had searched trash barrels and things looking for that phone, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons they were looking in trash barrels is because that had happened before, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
The kids, or one or more of Mr. Walsh's children, had taken his phone or Anna's phone and put it in a trash can and hid it, correct?
Oh.
Correct.
We're just talking about kids hiding phones. UK Cheese Farmer's side piece is rocking that tie clip. I just want to say, I mean, I might get some hate for this. I really don't like a tie clip. I don't like it. I don't. What's the purpose of a tie clip? You don't need a tie clip. Your tie doesn't need a clip. Your tie can stay perfectly straight with it. Your tie does not need a clip. It is not a good fashion choice, in my opinion. Although, he seems like an okay guy to me so far. Not his fault Proctor got involved in this investigation. If you're unfamiliar with the case, there is what I think is an extensive description in the show notes below this video. You may need to come out of the chat to read the show notes so you can get yourself up to speed. This is not the trial yet. This is an evidentiary hearing that was held on the 18th of June, just a couple of weeks ago, while the Karen retrial was going on in the Brian Walshe case. A lot of the same players. Bukhenik is going to testify during this hearing. He's coming up, I think, next. Also Fanning. And so there are extensive show notes in the video show notes below. It's also Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Here we go. Stop the tie from going into your soup, says CM Laval. It's funny. Goblin Debris Field says, my ties always attack me when I go outside, so I at least use a pin. Depends on who's wearing the tie clip. I guess it depends on what the tie clip looks like. What was the trial, you guys, that we were watching where the witness had such an interesting knot in his tie that one of you amazing armchair detectives went on Google to find the name of the tie knot, and then we watched a YouTube video on how to tie that knot on a tie. Do you remember? I don't remember if it was like the Robert Tellis trial, but it was an amazing knot, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was so cool that we had to look it up. But I digress. Moving on. Stoker had a double Windsor.
Getting back to
This was different. It was
your
like pleated
experience
almost.
as a police officer and an investigator, it's fair to say, isn't it, that there would be interest in looking at communications from Mr. Walshe, not just on
was Carly Gregg.
1st of 2022 and January 1st of 2023, but communications that went and extended past the 1st, possibly the 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Look at Laura coming in. It was in the Carly Gregg trial. It's called an Eldridge knot, ELDRIDGE knot. Look it up if you wear ties or if your man wears ties, because it's awesome and everyone should learn how to tie an Eldridge knot. It is so classy, so cool. Thank you, Laura J. FKR, for reminding us of that. And it was in the Carly Gregg trial in Mississippi, of all places. Imagine the Eldridge knot. Moving on.
Now, returning now to the specifics of the January 5th interview. One of the things that Mr. Walshe told you when you were asking about downloading the contents of his phone was, aside from there was an enormous amount of information and things like that, he said that he needed to talk to Tracy Miner, his attorney, to see if she might say, can we just do the information that you're asking for, correct?
Yes.
And up to this point, when that statement was made by Mr. Walshe, the only subject matter that had been discussed with him, either through you or Trooper DeChico, was communications, correct?
We talked about downloading all the contents of the phone and communications to set the tone.
Right, but I understand that. But once again, just going back to some earlier directing cross-examination, when the comment was made, yes, we want to download the entire contents of the phone, either you or Trooper DeChico then immediately said, but really all we're looking for is information about Ana Walshe. And once again, you talked about communications, correct?
Yes.
So even if in the context of we want to download the entire contents of your phone, in the same context of that statement, it was made, we're looking for communications, correct?
Yes.
And we're looking for communications and Anna's tone, correct?
Yes.
Pocket square is non-negotiable. I agree, F-bombs. Pocket square, non-negotiable. It's a must. Cufflinks, I'll allow it.
Now, was there some
It's not a tie clip girl. I don't know.
explanation to Mr.
Come for me in the comments.
Walshe at this point in the January 5th interview where Trooper DeChico starts telling Mr. Walshe something about your concerns? I think we need a search warrant for that information to be used against you. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, can you tell the court
Thanks, Anthony.
why that was made at that time when Mr. Walshe was in?
$100 says it's Miss McLaughlin shuffling her papers into the mic. If you're just tuning in, here's the issue. Here's the issue. They seized Brian Walsh's devices. I think it was 2 cell phones and his son's iPad. And they said they had an agreement, a written agreement between his attorney and Lynn Beland, the right-hand person of Michael Marcy at the time. And the agreement was they were only going to search his devices for communications between him and his wife between something like Christmas and New Year's. That was it. They weren't going to look for anything else. But what they did do was they got all his location data and all of his Google searches, and then they used the fruits of that poisonous tree to then get other search warrants to search other things and find other evidence. And this is an evidentiary hearing to let the judge decide whether or not all that evidence is going to be suppressed. And it's a big deal because it's Proctor. And Proctor's not going to testify. And this is only 12 days ago, this hearing. So everyone keeps saying it's like really old. It's not really old. It's like 12 days ago. But, you know, we were all involved in the Karen Reed case at the time this was happening. Maybe this was the one day that Laura McLaughlin was missing from the courtroom. Remember that one day where we're like, where's Laura McLaughlin? That's why this is important. But no, it's not the trial yet. The trial is going to come in October. We'll see what happens because there's also a motion to dismiss pending. That has been impounded, so we can't see it. And if the fruits of this poisonous tree are all of the evidence that they have against Brian Walshe, because remember, there's no body, the case could be dismissed. We don't know, but we're going to have to tune back in because the hearing on this is coming up, I think on July 17th. Mass Courts just logged me out, but I'm going to go back for it. So we're catching up. There's also 2 more videos on this case in the show notes below. Let's get through him so we can get to Bukhenik.
Informing both you and Trooper DeChico that he had concerns about having you download all this information.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, were you trying to convince Mr. Walshe that whatever you found on
No
the
ruling yet.
phone would not be used against him?
Yeah, it's what
No.
Then what was the purpose of telling him that you would need to have a search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. He didn't say it. The other guy did.
He didn't say it.
the judge is
This
paying
witness
attention.
didn't say it. How can he know what the other witness's intention was? Right?
Listen to the judge.
He didn't say it.
He's hearing it just like everybody else, unless I've got the facts wrong. He's not the speaker. You have to ask the speaker what his intention was.
Okay, let me ask you. I understand.
That's why I'm sustaining the objection. Next question.
Wow.
Let me ask you this. Do you know why Trooper DeChico at that moment in time made that comment about search warrants?
No,
Did you ever ask
no,
Trooper DeChico about that?
I did not.
The DA said they're not going to call DeChico at this hearing. Wonder why? Because he's the speaker of that comment. But that doesn't mean that the defense can't subpoena him to come in and testify at this evidentiary hearing, right? I don't know. Maybe Massachusetts, we know Massachusetts is like, the land of the lost. Let's put Chaka back up. For those of you Gen Xers who remember Land of the Lost. So many of you sent me like an article that they're remaking the Land of the Lost. There's Chaka. He's our mascot when we feel like we're in the land of the lost.
Was it confusing to you?
No,
But you don't know why I asked it.
correct.
Mr. Walsh did tell you that he used his phone for work, didn't he?
Yes,
And he did tell you words to the effect of he was concerned about how long you might have to have his phone, correct?
yes,
And then he was informed that, oh, they have a mobile unit, maybe they can come out to your house, correct?
yes,
And his response to that was great, wasn't it?
correct.
So it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh was told that since he had concerns about how long they might have his phone, they could actually come out to his house and conduct the extraction at his home with a mobile unit, correct?
Correct.
And do you know, Sergeant Schmidt, if in fact they brought a mobile unit out to Mr. Walsh's home on January 6th?
Not to my knowledge.
And then Mr. Walsh tells both you and Trooper DeChico that his only request is to talk to Tracy, his attorney, and to let her know and to give her his risk exposure, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that based on what you were hearing Mr. Walsh say, it was clear to you, wasn't it, Sergeant Schmidt, that he was not going to agree to turn over his phone or have it reviewed unless and until he talked to Tracy Miner.
I'll let him have that one.
Let him have that one. She says that too.
I'm sorry, could you repeat
Get the
that?
putt in a match play
so I have a
golf
question.
game. Let him have that one.
Probably wasn't very articulate.
Is that in the judge's handbook in Massachusetts?
That it was clear to you, wasn't it, based on the responses that Mr. Walsh was giving to both you and Trooper DeChico, that he was not going to agree to either turn over his phone or to have you look at the communications without first talking to his attorney, Tracy Miner.
Yes.
At this point in the January 5th interview, is it fair to say that you, Sergeant Schmidt, you begin to interject and say, just so you're aware, if any peace of mind, we don't have a crime.
Yes, I did say that.
And we're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
Correct.
Can you tell the court why you, Sergeant Schmidt, made those statements at that time to Mr. Walsh?
It was the truth.
And why was it? What was the significance to you of making those statements?
He wasn't the subject of an investigation. We were there as a community caretaking function to assist in finding a missing person.
Community caretaking
So-
function.
Once
Heard that
again,
a lot.
Sergeant Smith, let me ask you this. Was that statement that you made to Mr. Walsh at that time, was that an effort to reassure him that what you found, if you found anything on the phone, that it couldn't be used against him without a search warrant? Was that you suggesting that to Mr. Walsh?
No, I wasn't thinking like that during that conversation.
Were you trying to reassure him that whatever you found on the phone, you, Sergeant Schmidt, would not intend to use it against him?
I was trying to tell him exactly why we were there.
Now, so at this point, after it became clear that Mr. Walsh was asking to talk to his attorney, Tracy Miner, before he made any agreements regarding his phone, then the subject matter of the inquiry on January 5th changed, didn't it? You started asking other questions about relative to your investigation. Correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that during this January 5th interview that you were present for, that you never asked Mr. Walsh anything about search histories or anything of the sort that might be on his phone, correct?
Correct.
And you never asked him anything about what is referred to as location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see? I just have a moment, Judge. We take a cough drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cough drop.
Thank you.
I was gonna DoorDash cough drops to the courtroom in the county trial for Jim, the court clerk, who couldn't stop coughing into the mic every time something important was being said. Jim Ricola. Yep. You know.
Questions about, I'm going to jump ahead and come back to January 5th, but you were asking questions about the January 7th interview you were present for, correct?
Yes.
In the January 7th interview, for the first time, Mr. Walsh was told, you know, it's important for us to create a timeline for you to avoid suspicion, correct? Words to that effect?
Yes.
That statement about creating a timeline
Another
to
timeline.
avoid suspicion being placed on Mr. Walsh, that was first made on January 7th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the evening of January 7th, correct?
The interview?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It was, what time was the January 7th interview?
About 2 p.m.
Okay.
Michigan's.
Afternoon.
And it went on for quite some time.
About 2 hours.
And up to that point, on January 5th, it was never suggested that you needed to establish some kind of timeline to avoid suspicion, was it? That subject matter never came up on January 5th.
Correct.
It never came up on January 4th, correct?
Correct.
And when that suggestion was first made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had already been turned over, correct?
This is the 7th?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had actually already been returned to Mr. Walshe, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walshe on January 7th, what's been referred to as an agreement as to what could be searched on the devices that had already been reached, correct?
To my understanding.
Okay, because when you say to my understanding, it's because you weren't involved in those quote negotiations, were you?
Correct.
Did you ever see an email exchange between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland
Here it is.
and Attorney Tracy Miner?
Oh, he looks nervous.
Not at the time.
Now,
No.
Not at the time. I may have seen it since, but not at the time.
okay, at the time, when you say not at the time, we're talking about up to at least January 7th of 2023.
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that, is it fair to say, Sergeant, that on January 7th, when that was made, that comment about coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion, you had no idea, do you, if that subject matter was included in the so-called agreement, correct?
Correct.
All you know is that that subject matter of coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion was first made and broached on January 7th, 2023.
Yes.
A lot of shenanigans.
Did you have any conversation on January 5th of 2023 about one of the children's iPads being broken or not working correct?
On the 5th. I don't recall.
Were you present at the house, Mr. Walsh's house, on January 6th of 2023?
At the moment, I don't recall specifically being there Friday the 6th.
You do or do not?
I do not.
It's fair to say you didn't write any report about being present on January 6th, correct? Being present on January 6th.
I don't recall writing a report about being present on January 6th, the 5th. Excuse me, Friday the 6th.
You didn't write a report.
I don't remember writing a report about that.
So is it fair to say that you weren't involved in all the searches that were going on January 6th at Mr. Walsh's home?
I was.
Oh, I see. So do you now remember being present on January 6th?
I was involved in the searching at the command post down the street.
Okay, but not at the home.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Yuri will be coming on in approximately 10 minutes. Motion to speed it up. Granted.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant Schmidt. How long had you been a detective with Cohasset Police Department? Up to January of 2023.
About 8 years.
And it's fair to say in those 8 years, you went to the agent to try to perhaps get someone's consent to turn over a device, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those devices might include a cell phone or search of a car or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Cohasset Police Department has a form that might be entitled consent to search or anything like that?
Yes.
And the reason for using a form like that, consent to search, is to make sure that there is a record evidence that the person you're asking for consent from, that they give their consent voluntarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you have a document that reflects that, correct?
Correct.
And in that document of consent to search, it'd be fair to say that you would also include what the parameters of the search is going to be, correct?
Yes.
And you do that because you don't want there to be any confusion down the road about what the person agreed to and what the person didn't agree to, correct?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you don't want that problem to arise is because you don't want your investigation, in whatever case those are, you don't want your investigation to be compromised and questioned whether that person actually gave their voluntary consent, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen in this case whether there was ever a consent to search any device used by either yourself, Cohasset Police Department, or the Mass State Police?
You asking about a form?
Yeah.
I did not see a form.
Oh, you didn't have him sign a consent form. You know who signed one? Jennifer McCabe. Remember, she signed a consent form to turn over her phone willingly to the police after she deleted text messages with her kids.
Have you ever worked with the Mass State Police in conjunction with any other case where you've seen them use a consent to search form?
I don't recall a specific investigation.
That's Chaka, land of the lost.
Specific to this case, though, and the consent to search, it's fair to say you didn't have any conversations with Attorney Tracy Miner. I don't know why I keep saying the name wrong. Tracy Miner, regarding Mr. Walshe consenting to any search.
Correct.
But you know, when they got consent to search Jennifer McCabe's phone, they only searched for the text messages, right? Not the Google searches and her location data. The FBI got that, remember? Mm-hmm.
When you were talking and Trooper DeChico was talking and asking Mr. Walshe questions on January 5th, we all agree that the only subject matter that was referenced specifically was, quote, communications, correct?
Yes.
And when you use that word communication, you are, in fact, is it fair to say you're talking about things like text messages?
Yes.
And maybe voicemails?
Yes.
Maybe emails?
Yes.
And you're really, when you use that word communication, you're just using it in its common parlance, correct? Communication, discussions between one person and another person are persons, correct?
I'd say that just the sharing of information is communication.
Okay. Between two people.
People.
Okay. When you were asked questions on direct examination about someone by the name of Abdullah coming to the house, did you conduct any further investigation of this person named Abdullah?
Further from that moment?
Yes.
I did not.
You were working, Anthony. Though you were working.
Is it fair to say, Sergeant Schmidt, that in the January 5th interview that you participated in of Mr. Walshe, that the phrase, quote, marital privilege was never used?
I don't recall it being used.
Okay. And is it fair to say, Detective Schmidt, that during the entire interview of January 5th, the only dates that were discussed in your presence during this interview was December 31st, January 1st, and in the days thereafter, words to that effect, correct? Do you recall, Sergeant Schmidt, if anything was referenced in that January 5th interview about looking at data back to December 25th of 2022?
I don't recall that in the interview.
You know, it's fascinating to me. I don't know who the pool camera photographer is here, but Larry Tipton is walking around the courtroom while he's speaking, and we can hear him the entire time. Do you mean that it's possible within the confines of the Norfolk Superior Court that we could have microphones attached to attorneys' lapels so that they can walk around the courtroom and we can hear them the whole entire time? That's wild to me. Somebody said earlier That it's like we went from a courtroom from the 1800s to a courtroom here. Thank you, sidebar shenanigans and Dedham. We've upgraded courtrooms from the 1870s to the 1970s. God save us from the Commonwealth. Totally 1970s, the fluorescent lighting, all of it. The horrible like commercial carpet. Thanks for your 5. But wild the technology. They just got Wi-Fi in the this courthouse in Dedham 2 weeks before the first Karen Reed trial. Thank you, M. Monch, for your super sticker. And Thomas Futch for gifting a membership. And Reagan Kelly for becoming a member. Oh, thank you, Ham Sandwich, for the win. Hello. So glad to see you're on again. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to just keep continuing with practically daily streams until another trial strikes us that we want to cover, like the Idaho 4 Brian Koberger, which will be at the end of August. Maybe we can shoehorn something in between, but we have a lot of stuff to talk about in the meantime. Eman says, in the KR civil trial, will they be able to request those Morrissey texts and have Morrissey subpoenaed to testify? Please tell me this makes sense. That does make sense to me, but I'm not quite sure what Morrissey's text messages and communications have to do with the civil trial. That's a car accident case, an alleged car accident case, and I don't know why Morrissey's communications might be important in that case, but I think they did get them in Aiden Carney's case. So I don't know that they would be relevant in the alleged car accident and wrongful death case in Karen's civil trial. If anybody has any other insight into that, let me know. Lynn Beland refuses to press charges on Farwell. Oh, she refused to press charges on Farwell, says Nikki. Thank you. But did she have the authority to do that? Or was that something that it is only in Morrissey's hands? Thank you, Nikki, for hanging out with me for 15 months. For the love of the traveling trooper says, new name, no more ham sandwich. Why do these people have such problems with investigations? Good Lord. Good Lord. Yeah, it looks like it might be in the basement, right? Do they have any windows there? I have questions. Weird Debbie M says, thanks for covering this hearing. And she's been here for 2 months. Thank you so much. All right, we're almost at Bukhenik, so let's get there. Speed it up a little bit more because there's a little dead air here. He needs a brief moment. Okay.
What was done to investigate the Richard Walker?
Okay, this is redirect.
Any redirect?
A few, Your Honor. What was done to investigate the Richard Walker email?
The forensic specialists of the state police conducted a search warrant for Google and the records they hold to look into that email address.
Wait a second. You can send a subpoena to Google and find out whose email address that was? The Richard Walker ransom email? Who did it? Name names. What did they discover? I need to know.
The Richard Walker email is direct. When did that come to you again?
The morning of the 7th.
And also, sir, when you were asked about Abdullah on cross-examination, did you ever have the opportunity to interview that individual?
I did.
When?
I believe it was the 5th.
Then how to subpoena Google?
During the interview of January 5th, what difficulty did you have hearing the defendant when you were discussing looking through or downloading his phone?
None.
And in addition to discussing the tone and communications, what was discussed as far as timeline when looking through his phone?
It would help investigators establish a permanent timeline.
And so you were asked questions about communications when in digital devices. What do you consider an online chat via web page?
Communication.
What did the defendant tell you as far as? May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was Attorney Miner representing the defendant for when you were discussing her initially?
Federal investigation.
And when you were there, what involvement did you have with this federal investigation? You were interviewing the defendant on these times.
None.
And so why were you interviewing the defendant on these days?
To find missing person, Ana Walshe.
What knowledge did you have about the federal investigation when you went to interview him?
Or what he had told me.
One moment, Your Honor.
So if you're just tuning in, there was a ransom email that was sent from somebody named Richard Walker, allegedly, that said, we have this so named in our possession or something, meaning Ana Walshe. There was some deal worth $127,000. If she doesn't pay the money, you'll never get her back. And that's what they're talking about. It was a ransom email.
When you were asked about, you said it was in the plastic sheet was in the trash. Did you see the plastic sheet?
No.
And what did you notice as far as any difference in the car when you looked at it?
There were like vacuum, what I would assume were vacuum marks. Like if you have the different swipes on the carpet.
You would assume that he vacuumed out his car.
Any recross?
Brief.
You never used the word in the context of communications in asking Mr. Walsh questions, something about online chat and web page, did you?
During the interview?
Yes.
No.
What do you mean by that?
I don't understand the question.
You were asked just now on redirect if you consider communications, online chat, and web pages, and your answer was yes.
Yes.
What are you referring to?
You'd be communicating and sharing information between people through an online chat function on a website.
Okay.
Like what? Like YouTube chat?
In all the discussions you had with Mr. Walsh based on grounded in January 4th, January 5th, and even on January 7th, there was no discussion about online chats using a particular web page, was there?
Not a particular web page, but the JetBlue specifically.
And you went to JetBlue.
Oh,
Did you
yes.
go to JetBlue and talk to them about information relative to Ana Walshe?
But it's the Proctor of old. I don't know if I can update it.
Do you know who did?
I'll have to think about it. I'll take it under
Initially,
advisement.
patrol units had requested the state police assigned to Logan Airport to coordinate with JetBlue to see if there were any travel records.
Okay. Isn't it fair to say then that with regards specifically to any web chat, chat on a web page, that the Mass State Police learned that there was nothing communicated between Ana Walshe and JetBlue on or around December 31st, January 1st, or thereafter?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
All right. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. Do you think this judge believes in the Constitution? I guess we're going to find out. But
Good afternoon,
here's
sir.
Yuri
You may
Bukhenik,
proceed.
everyone.
Sir,
Here's
could you state your name
Yuri.
and spell your first and last name, please?
If you have not been looking at the screen, you might want to just come and take a look. This was June 18th of this year, only 12 days ago. Yuri Bukhenik, Mr. Dictionary. Is he going to pull out English is my third language? Let's see. Let's see how different he is. Somebody just asked if I could change the Proctor picture because that doesn't really look like him anymore. I don't know. This is the Proctor of old, so I kind of feel like we have to. Do you guys need it like 2 minutes to go fill up your drinks to get ready for Yuri Puke, as they called him in the closed captions? P-U-K. Yuri Puke.
Good afternoon, sir.
I know. It might be too soon. PTSD is real. I got to change the banner, so that'll give you like a couple of seconds anyway to go and refill your drink if you need to. Here we go. Sergeant Yuri Bukhenik. Is he going to say that he was there for everything that Proctor did? Because Commonwealth, it says they're not calling Proctor in the Brian Walshe trial. P-U-K-H-E-N-I-K. I mean, the fact that I know how to spell that is, I don't know, I guess not that surprising. All right. Here we go. Ready? Go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Bukhenik, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been with Massachusetts Police?
I graduated the academy March of 2012.
And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit with the District Attorney's Office?
10 years.
And what is your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit?
Since December of 2021.
I mean, look, his
So-
hairdo is a choice. I get it. His hairdo is a choice, but it looks a lot different than it did when he testified in Karen Reed's trial. And I'm going to have to go, unless one of you guys can like do this for me. Tell me the days that he testified in the Karen Reed trial, the dates. We know this was June 18th. But his hairdo looks totally different. Maybe it's a hair don't. Okay. Also, the feed is very like, there's like sort of like a greenish tint to the film, right? I know it's Yuriy. That was my passive aggressive way of not spelling his name correctly, but if you want me to spell it correctly, I will. There you go. Here we go. Here we go. So smarmy. Wait, let me take that down because I may use that later. Freeze game on point, as usual. Look at that. So proud of himself. Let's see how he does on cross. Here we go.
So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched to Cohasset?
Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office requesting assistance in investigating a missing person case.
What was the name of the person you were asked to help find?
The person's name was Ana Walshe.
About what time did you get to Cohasset PD that day?
It was in the late afternoon. I would say approximately 4:45 or so.
And did anyone else besides you, that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, respond to Cohasset that evening?
Yes.
Who else?
Trooper DeChico.
And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with?
I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD.
And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective?
Sorry, I forgot to put the closed captions on. Thank you to Kind Heart for doing the dirty work and telling us that Yuriy Bukhenik's third day on the stand in the Karen Reed trial was Monday, May 23rd, 2025. Thank you.
Detective Schmidt.
He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved.
Did you have the opportunity to review anything in addition to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt?
Yes, I was able to review an audio recording of Brian Walshe's interview.
And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation?
Oh, correction. It was May 12th.
After doing
Kind Heart says it was May 12th was his third day of testimony. Thank you.
the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
About what time did all of you arrive at that address?
I believe it was like 6:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, was anyone leaving?
Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door.
And do you understand what her relationship was to the family?
I do know, yes.
What is it?
She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children.
And after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence at this time?
Yes.
Who?
Within the residence, we were able to meet with Brian Walshe, his mother, Ana Walshe, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well.
Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walshe residence?
Yes, I did.
Who did you initially get the chance to speak with?
Initially, I spoke with Diana Walshe.
And Diana Walshe is Mr. Brian Walshe's mother, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walshe?
My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated. There's also a fireplace there. It is right off the kitchen area separating the dining room area by a staircase set in the wall, I believe.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me.
Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speaking with Brian Walshe in the dining room area portion of the home.
And was anyone else with Mr. Walshe besides those officers, if you know?
Just the three officers that arrived.
Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walshe?
Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the second floor.
Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother?
Yes, as we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and a phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. Follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered. She then advised us that she had utmost respect for what we do, but she only has one son, and she was very adamant in helping find Ana.
Did she say what she was doing?
Ana, at least he pronounces it correctly. Is it the same outfit that he wore the day that Karen was freed, that he was seen in the courthouse, like around the doors of the courtroom? This might have been the same day he was testifying in this hearing, if this is the same outfit, because this hearing was 2 days. It was 1 day in May, 1 day in June. I think this was the June date. That may have been why he was in the building. People thought it was to intimidate the jurors, but yeah.
As far as trying to find Ana?
Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner / CEO of the company.
And did she give you any contact information for that person?
Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual.
Now, did she have the opportunity in this, during this conversation, did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd?
Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Brian Walshe showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Ana.
And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation?
Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device.
And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family?
Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did she explain to you?
She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device, and that she had purchased all the three of the juvenile children, cell phones, Apple AirTags, and iPads.
All right, so this may be the May date. So this hearing was held on 2 different days, but then when Law and Crime put it all together in one video, they put it in one video altogether. So this actually may be May 20th. I'll change the banner just so people don't get confused.
How long were you speaking with Diana Walshe before any of the children returned?
I would estimate it 15 minutes or so.
And which child did you wish to speak to?
The oldest 6-year-old child.
And
you're not qualified for that, dude.
Was that one of the children that returned at this point in time?
Yes, it was.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation?
Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving me a verbal response. Diane at that point asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation. And we proceeded to ask him some questions.
And what did the oldest child tell you about about what he remembers of the last time he saw his mother, Ana Walshe?
What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island, he saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Ana, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Ana went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse with.
This kid is 6 years old and they're letting Yuri Bukhenik question a 6-year-old. I'm sorry, isn't it? Don't they have special people for that at a special facility where children are interviewed? Massachusetts, hello? The kid is 6. The children were 2, 4, and 6, 3 boys. Okay. And then he says his mother went up and got a brown duffel bag, 2 feet in length, and a purse. Okay, moving on. I don't know. I don't know if he has the training to do it, but I thought they had special people on staff to interview children, especially of the tender age of 6. It's not like a 15-year-old.
Which he.
I mean, yeah, a 6-year-old approximating 2 feet in length. That's what 6-year-old can approximate 2 feet in length. I got to get back to the beginning of this conversation with the 6-year-old because this is wild to me. But I practice in New York where this, I don't think would ever happen. Hold on. Okay. And so this was with the mother, Brian Walsh's mother. Okay. Let's go back. How long were you speaking with Diana? That's Brian Walsh's mother.
Walshe, before any of the children returned.
I would estimate it 15 minutes or so.
And which child did you wish to speak to?
The oldest 6-year-old child.
And was that one of the children that returned at this point in time?
Yes, it was.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation?
Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving.
Okay, a 6-year-old cannot give legal consent. Am I in the twilight zone? Am I in the twilight zone here? This is not even the subject of this evidentiary hearing, by the way, that this may have been information that was not accurate that was used in a search warrant. He's sitting on his grandmother's lap, I guess, but this is wild.
Me a verbal response. Diane at that point asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation.
It's the grandma.
And we proceeded to ask him some questions.
And what did the oldest child tell you about about what he remembers of the last time he saw his mother, Ana Walshe?
What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island. He saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Ana, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Ana went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse, which he gestured to her wearing on her shoulder. He then stated that her taxi was here. He told her, "I love you." She responded, "I love you more." And she walked out the door to her ride. When asked if he saw the vehicle, saw the headlights for the vehicle, or saw her get into the vehicle, he stated he did not. Those are strictly his speculations. Obviously, he didn't use the word speculation, but.
And how did the
Okay. Let's just point out some things. People are saying the grandmother gave consent. She's not his guardian. She can't give consent. This is kind of. But the 6-year-old puts her with her 2-foot duffel bag and purse in street clothes, leaving the house, telling him her Uber is here. And then she leaves, which is interesting to me because the Google searches that we looked at earlier, a lot of them were made before the time that this boy saw her leave the house, right? So this is interesting now. Okay. Did he say what time this is? Did he put a time frame on this? Right? Yes. So the Google searches were made. Let me go back to my Google search list. And this again is New Year's Day, right? 1/1 that he says that she's leaving, because they say that he said she fixes the iPad around 6:30 a.m. Well, Brian Walsh's Google searches, if we believe the Celebrite or whatever extraction this is, happened at 4:55 a.m. How long before a body starts to smell? 4:58 a.m. How to stop a body from decomposing? 5:20 a.m. How to embalm a body? 5:47. How to dispose of a dead body if you really needed to? 6:25 a.m. When apparently this is around the time she's leaving to get her Uber. How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? And then at 6:33 and 6:34, searching up the Cohasset dump and the Hingham dump. Can you throw away body parts at 6:34 a.m.? Time is drifting, and this is crazy. But Yuri's saying it happened. He interviewed the kid around, and that's what the kid is saying. Wow.
conversation end with the oldest child?
I had a question for him asking, does he know where his mom, before I was able to finish that question, Diana became animated with her arms since he was sitting on her lap, flailing her arms in the air. I stopped abruptly, being interrupted by her gesture. She finished the question for me, stating cell phone. The child never answered my intended question, which was if he knew where his mom was, nor the question that Diana finished. He strictly said that mom wanted him to move to DC to be with her. He abruptly got up off of Diana's lap and ran into a different portion of the home.
And
he said cab.
Did you have any further conversation with the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
At one point, a little bit later on, he returned to the area where myself and Detective Lopes was standing. He opened the door slightly, just wide enough to the basement that he could fit through. He took a step onto the first step going down into the basement, looked back at me, extended his arm, and I told him that he shouldn't go into the basement on his own, realizing there were child locks on the door. Then Diana also opened the door all the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there.
Did any of the children ever give you anything that night?
Yes.
What did they give you?
The eldest 6-year-old boy gave me a little art piece that he rendered.
That he rendered? English is your third language, but you're talking about an art piece that a 6-year-old rendered for you? We saw another witness today in this hearing that we're watching that is not from today testify that the 6-year-old also gave them a piece of artwork. And now he's trying to say that the kid invited him into the basement. What is the date of this interview with the kid? Did anybody, why didn't I write that down? He rendered an artwork. This 6-year-old sounds like a genius, but he didn't understand what the word theory meant when he was on the stand for Karen Reed around the same time as this hearing. I don't need bad. Says, what if she ran off with the guy she was having an affair with and she set him up for her murder? Sounds like a Gone Girl so far. LOL. No, you're not 100% wrong. I mean, I haven't watched this yet, so this is my real live reaction. He said, Mommy wanted to move us to DC. Let's keep going. He rendered an art piece.
How long were you in the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walshe?
I would estimate
just for the record, I went into this thinking that Brian Walshe is 100% guilty because I remember when this happened. My sister and I were talking about this for weeks when it first happened. We couldn't believe it. We were just like, oh my God, can you believe this guy made these Google searches? He's totally guilty, totally guilty, totally guilty. So Yuri Bukhenek's testimony is now making me rethink everything. I don't know. And remember also that the iPad of the child was in police possession when those searches were found. And the timestamps were before this child says she left. He saw her alive and she left. Okay, I don't know. But let's keep going.
Maybe more. It was a lengthy conversation. Estimated to
In the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walshe.
The 6-year-old.
I would estimate it to be 45 minutes, maybe more. It was a lengthy conversation and our presence in the home.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, we left off, I believe the conversation had come to an end with Diana Walshe and the oldest child. What did you do at the house after that?
I waited for the other officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic.
Why was the attic significant to you?
It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics.
What types of cases are those, sir?
Death investigations.
And more specific, though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder or how so?
Okay, he knows enough to go into the attic to search the crawl spaces because maybe somebody was stuck in maybe her body was in the crawl space, but he doesn't know enough to go into the house at 34 Fairview when there's a dead cop found on the lawn. He didn't even go to 34 Fairview the day that John O'Keefe was murdered. He didn't even go there. Hold on. I guess they cut out all the breaks when they put this up on Law and Crime. People are saying that he may have been coached by Brian Walshe. I suppose that's true too. I mean, that's possible.
With other cases, we the attic
I don't know.
for the missing. For officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic.
Why was the attic significant to you?
It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics.
What types of cases are those, sir?
Death investigations.
Death investigation.
And
Crawl spaces.
more specific though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder or how so?
They were suicides.
Suicides in crawl spaces?
Examining the outside of the home.
I proceeded outside, checked the yard, the property to include trash cans, looking for Ana's phone. One of the locations that myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Detective Schmidt checked was Brian Walshe's Volvo SUV.
And did you ask anyone permission to check the Volvo?
Yes,
And who
Volvo.
did you ask?
Brian Walshe.
And what did he say?
He complied, granted us permission, unlocked the vehicle, and we took a look through the contents of inside.
And what observations did you make of the Volvo?
I located a cell phone device inside the Volvo, located in the center console of the vehicle.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Walsh about whose cell phone that was?
Yes, I asked him whose device that was, at which time he stated it was his oldest son's
And
phone.
did any of the police officers attempt to verify that?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, having been provided with the phone number for that device, called the phone, and the phone rang, verifying that it is, in fact, the 6-year-old's phone.
And where did Detective Lopes get the phone number from?
Our conversation with Diana Walshe, when she showed us the call logs, the phone number was provided.
Do you remember what the phone number was for that device?
Not at the top of my head. I know that it most likely ended at 8028, possibly.
And did you write that anywhere in any of your reports?
Yes, I wrote it in my interview report.
Would that, looking at that report, refresh your recollection as to the number?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I don't really remember, but it probably ended in 8028. Oh, really? He didn't remember anything when he was testifying in Karen Reed's trial.
Does that refresh your recollection as to that phone number?
Yes, it does.
What was the phone number, sir?
617.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
Should I come back?
Yes, please.
All right, so
Bleep.
take one more look. You know where it is. All right, now you want to give it a shot.
Yes, 617
bleep,
895
bleep, bleep.
8028.
So that phone, was it seized that night?
It was not, no.
Was it left in the, where was it left then?
In the vehicle.
Now, this is Thursday, January 5th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, the 5th, not the 8th. So
Now-
this is the 5th. Okay,
I'd
Just to
like
recap.
to,
this is the 5th. The phones were seized on the 6th and returned to him on the 7th, right? And then I think he was arrested on the 8th. I may have to correct that, but keep that in mind for now. So I guess this is also the same day as the interview with the child, is the 5th. Mom went missing, or the last time mom was seen was, now we know, in the morning by the child, if we believe the child, on New Year's Day, the 1st. The last time a different witness outside the family saw Ana was the day he came over for New Year's Eve dinner on the 31st. She wasn't reported missing until she was reported missing on January 4th by a coworker in DC. And then this is the 5th. Okay.
that night, besides looking in the Volvo, did you find anything else as far as cell phones that night?
No, I did not, no.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you now some questions about January 6th, Friday.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to contact anyone who was representing Mr. Brian Walshe?
Yes, I did.
Who was that you were contacting?
I contacted attorney Tracy Miner.
And how did you, why were you contacting Tracy Miner?
I wanted to communicate with her and get consent for the devices that belong to Brian Walshe and his juvenile children that were being utilized.
And what was your understanding of Tracy Miner's relationship to Mr. Walshe?
My understanding was that Tracy Miner was representing Brian Walshe on a criminal matter out of federal court in Boston.
And when did you start communicating with Attorney Miner?
I began communicating with her in the afternoon hours of January 6th. It was during the 3 o'clock hour, I believe.
And how were you communicating with her?
Via cell phone call communication.
Do you know roughly how many phone calls you had with Attorney Miner?
I had numerous communications. To the best of my estimate, probably three phone calls.
And so what did you ask Attorney Miner in the first conversation, if you remember?
In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Brian Walshe's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone.
Okay, so to be clear, you say the one that was missing that was located in the second, who did you believe that cell phone belonged to?
Brian Walshe.
And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about?
That was a device that contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Brian Walshe's vehicle in the SUV.
What did you say to Attorney Miner that you wished to do to these devices?
I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump, of those devices for digital evidence data.
And what reservations did Attorney Miner express to you in the first conversation?
She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back.
And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time?
No, I did not.
So how long did it take for Attorney Miner to contact you back?
It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more, maybe 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time.
And what happened in this next phone call?
She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to the extractions. They just wanted it documented. Right. And she requested a documentation to be generated.
And was there any limitations on the digital, was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at?
Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022, and no communications between Ana and Brian Walshe prior to that date as well.
Besides those 2 issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to Attorney Miner?
No.
Did you tell Attorney, and so during this conversation, was there mention of any other devices you wish to look at?
Yes, after we made the agreement for the 2 cell phones mentioned, I also requested that the iPad, which we knew was manipulated by Ana prior to her leaving the home, would also be included within the devices that were consented to.
Did you explain why you wanted to look at that iPad?
I did not know.
Why did you want to look at that iPad?
Well, if Ana manipulated the device and fixed it during the time frame that we were advised, there would be a digital footprint on the device documented that
now he knows about digital footprints.
Manipulation.
And to be specific, what iPad are you referring to that Ana manipulated?
It was the iPad that the 6-year-old saw on the island as he came downstairs after hearing a noise and waking up, and he picked it up and had his mom fix for him.
Okay, now is a great time to break from this testimony. Yes, this is the same one with the searches. To look at the affidavit of Tracy Miner. the attorney of Brian Walshe, that was attached to these motion papers to see who you believe, whether you believe the attorney or whether you believe Yuri Bukhenik about what the search was to encompass or not. Do you think an attorney would risk her bar license? Here's the affidavit of attorney Tracy Miner. I, Tracy Miner, state the following to be true to the best of my knowledge and belief. 1, I am a licensed attorney in Massachusetts. My practice areas include representing individuals in both criminal and civil matters in state and federal court. 2, I know Mr. Brian Walshe. I represented Brian prior to and after January 6th of 2023 on a federal matter. 3, on January 5th of 2023, I contacted Brian after learning about the disappearance of his wife, Ana Walshe. I understood at the time that Brian had spoken with police in an attempt to help find his wife. 4, I recall that either on January 5th or 6th, Brian called me and told me the police had asked him to let them search his cell phone and an iPad belonging to his son, Thomas. Brian and I agreed to have Brian come to my home to discuss the request. 5, on January 6, 2023, Brian came to my home. He brought the devices. I had serious concerns about permitting the police to search any of Brian's devices based in part on Brian's pending federal case and my experience as a criminal defense practitioner. 6, after explaining to Brian his rights and my concerns, I recall looking through text messages on Brian's cell phone. 7, at some point on January 6th of 2023, I negotiated an agreement with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland regarding the search request and any consent to obtain and conduct a search of the devices. My understanding and that of my client, Brian Walshe, was to give the police permission to search the devices solely for communications during a finite time period. 8, I have received an email chain between myself and ADA Beland dated January 6th of 2023, time-stamped 3:39 p.m., 4:04 p.m., and 4:06 p.m. with the subject line, Walshe phone search agreement. Okay, there's receipts here. The content of the email reflects my understanding of the agreement to search Brian's phone and Thomas's iPad. I informed Brian of this email and the agreement. The agreement was that any search of any device was limited to communications only, and that any search of communications was limited to communications beginning on or after December 25th of 2022. Period. I did not agree to permit a search of Brian's devices for any information other than communications. 10, there was no further discussion or agreement with ADA Beland or any law enforcement officer regarding the scope of the search of the devices. 11, only after reaching this agreement, I advised Brian that he could turn over the devices to the police given the strict limitation of communications only, and that this was the agreement that I had negotiated with ADA Beland. 12, I also informed Brian that any conversation between myself, any other lawyers, and Brian were to be excluded from any search by the police. 13, at some point on January 6, 2023, Brian left my residence. It is my understanding that the police retrieved the devices from Brian at his home later that same day, January 6th of 2023. 15, I never authorized the police to search any devices for any data other than communications as described above and in the email dated January 6th of 2023. 16, on January 8th of 2023, the police informed me that they had a search warrant to search Brian's home. I immediately went to Brian's home. We were required to leave the premises, but remained outside and at some point waited in a motor vehicle. After some time passed, I requested, and the police assented to letting Brian, his children, and his mother return to my home while they continued to search. 17, later that day, the police arrived at my home and asked to speak to Brian. During that questioning, the police began to make reference to searches they now claim they found on Thomas's iPad. These questions were not communications that were agreed to by ADA Beland and myself on behalf of Brian. I terminated the questioning and would not permit the police to ask Brian any further questions. 18, the police left and returned sometime thereafter on that same day, January 8th of 2023, and arrested Brian. So what do you think? What do you think about Bukhenik's testimony? She doesn't say anywhere in here that she spoke to Bukhenik. Okay. And if all of a sudden the next day they come back, the day they're returning his devices and start asking him about his Google searches, don't you think that's what they found on his phone and iPad? This is a big problem. This could be potentially a really big problem, even in Massachusetts. Even in Massachusetts. Let's get back to his testimony. Wow.
Why was that footprint significant to you in your investigation into the disappearance of Ana Walshe?
It would have really narrowed down the timeline of when Ana left the home. It was in a short period of time after the device was manipulated that we were told Ana got dressed and left the home.
Had you had any access to that iPad before this conversation?
No.
And so when you were speaking to the oldest child, he never showed it to you or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, besides the two areas that you had agreed upon with Attorney Miner, which was attorney-client contact and anything before December 25th with the defendant and his wife, she asked for what?
A documentation of the agreement that we verbally discussed and agreed upon.
And what did you do to document the agreement?
Communications were had with Norfolk District Attorney, First Assistant Lynn Beland, and she drafted an email including those specific restrictions of the full data extraction, digital evidence analysis in an email form,
It's not a full data
and sent it to Attorney Miner and CC'd me on it as well.
What memory do you have of expressing these concerns to First Assistant Beland at the time?
If he says he now has false memory, I'm going to lose it. Because his memories must be false, because it was not a complete and total extraction. It was communications only between Ana Walshe and Brian Walshe from Christmas to present, or maybe from Christmas to New Year. I don't even remember now, but it was not a complete and total extraction involving Google searches and location data. This case, I don't know. I got to get Tom on here. Tom's busy. He might not have time to review the documents, or he might not even be watching anymore because we're almost 5 hours into this. False memory, Yuri?
I do not have a memory of communicating with First Assistant Beland.
So do you know how First Assistant Beland knew to send the email?
No wonder she
I
left.
do not know.
What?
Ron, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize that document I've just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is the document I've just handed to you?
It's a copy of a printed out email exchange between Attorney Miner, which I'm CC'd on, and First Assistant.
Read it into the record, mofo.
And their communications.
Read it into the record, you POS. Will Wallace is back with a hot 20 and says, wow, didn't know that Melanie and friends were back in such a meaningful way. Every case Bukhenik and Proctor has been involved in needs to be reopened, let alone current prosecutions with evidence submitted by those two. Justice for John O'Keefe. This was 1 year almost to the day. Not really. I mean, 1 year almost was 11 months. After John O'Keefe's murder. The trial has not happened yet. He's still in custody. Brian Walshe being held without bail in Norfolk County Pokey. Trial's going to start in October. We're just catching up with some hearings that happened during Karen Reed's trial. And this is a real-time reaction from me. I have not seen this. I heard about it. Some people watched it and pointed it out to me. But this is wild. Have him read that email into the record, and let's see if he misunderstood it and it was really a false memory that he had of the scope of what he was supposed to be able to look at on the devices. In what world would Brian Walshe turn over his devices and say, oh yeah, just do a complete extraction? In what world would these guys not be able to do proper police work to get an actual search warrant? Well, apparently this is insane. This is insane. I have to digest this a little bit. Let's let him keep talking. Read the email. But you didn't talk to Lynn Beland that day, really? Do you believe that? Was it Proctor who spoke to her? Why did Lynn Beland leave skid marks? Does anybody know when she left Norfolk DA's office? Same time as David Traub, I think. Sometime in between Karen's first trial and second trial. So many false memories. Wow. See if he makes him read it.
Does that
Thanks,
that
Will.
document, is that after you had had the conversations with Attorney Miner?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, and I know that I've fouled up the order, but it is in the binder, and I think it was attached to.
I don't think this judge is going to have any of this.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what number do you think it is?
So on my listing, I have it as Exhibit 13.
Oh, thank you.
13.
Sorry,
You know,
I forgot to
talking about
change the
Frank-
banner. Oh, my apologies.
When do you have-
He's not Cohasset PD. You know what? I was reusing the banner from the last witness and I forgot to change it. Thank you. See what happens when you try and just overwrite things and then you get things wrong. Like, you know, the search warrants where they just used one or another. Thank you, Dana, the drummer, for coming in and pointing that out all the way from Canada. You could see that typo all the way from Canada. Thank you.
Any objection to that? All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So.
Yeah, because English is his
Sergeant, if I
third
may ask,
language.
Could you read the first email into the record?
I'm sorry, what?
Of
You
that?
feel better that he knows what you're talking about? Yeah, because English is his third language. And, you know, right around the same time, he was asking for a thesaurus or a dictionary for Alan Jackson to define the word theory that he had just used in a sentence, like 2 sentences prior. So, yeah, you feel better. Did you watch the Karen retrial too, Greg Connor?
But 13. You know what he's talking about, Attorney Tipton?
Yes.
Oh, Tipton knows what he's talking about. Sorry.
All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So, Sergeant, if I may ask, could you read the first email into the record of that chain?
Please do.
First is, who is the sender?
The sender is Lynn Beland.
Who are the recipients?
It is addressed to Tracy Miner, and I am CC'd on that email.
Thank you.
What is the date and time of the email?
The date is January 6th of 2023, and the time is 3:39 p.m.
And can you read the body of the email?
Yes, sir. Attorney Miner, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation to Ana Walshe, any conversation between the attorney and client, Brian Walshe, is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walshe and his wife, Ana Walshe, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22 and prior, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me, Lynn Beland, First Assistant District Attorney, Norfolk County, and the phone number.
And just for the record, when you say minor child, you are putting that in there opposed to reading the child's name.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Oh, because now you really care about the children. Any communications before 1/25/22 between Brian Walshe and Ana Walshe would be excluded, as would any communications between the attorneys. Okay, that's what the email from Lynn Beland said to Tracy Miner, the attorney. We just read Tracy Miner's affidavit.
was there a response to that email that's in the chain?
Yes, there is.
Can you read the response, sir?
The response is, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get you a list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them.
And is there a subsequent response to that?
Seems clear to me that it's just communications between Ana and Brian on 12/25 forward, not before. Yeah.
Yes, there is.
And can you read that into the record?
That date is fine, thank you.
And that was sent from whom?
That was sent from Lynn Beland.
Did you receive any further email communication from First Assistant Beland
Wasn't me.
and Miner after that third entry into the email chain?
I have not known.
Now, once that was done, those emails had been exchanged, what did you do as far as trying to get the iPads or trying to get the devices?
I didn't do anything about trying to get the devices.
Why didn't you go get them?
I was tasked with traveling out of state, and I was not going to be present.
Where were you supposed to go as a result of traveling out of state?
I was traveling to Washington, D.C.
Why were you going to Washington, D.C.?
The information we had at the time and the multiple reports of Ana coming from D.C., living in D.C., and having traveled back to D.C. Based on my conversation with Ana Walshe, I traveled to D.C. to go find Ana.
Yeah, the key word is communications. Communications between Ana and Brian, not Google searches, not location data. And Yuri's the guy who gets to go on all the trips. They're sending him to D.C. He also went to go find Chloe Cora somewhere in some unknown location that we've never found out where he went. And didn't he go to California to meet with Natalie the German too? Was that Bukhenik who did that also? He gets to go on all the trips. And he also wears a tie clip, which I now actually hate.
One in law enforcement to help you in D.C.?
Yes.
Who?
It was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and 2 troopers from another unit on the state police.
Now, so after the email exchange comes through, who do you inform that you've now received permission from Attorney Miner?
I informed Lieutenant Fanning.
Fanning.
And who is Lieutenant Fanning in the chain of command of the detectives unit?
He was the executive officer at the time in the unit.
And where were you when you informed Lieutenant Fanning?
I was in the command post.
And where was the command post located?
It was located a short distance down the street from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in a shopping plaza parking lot behind the stores.
Now, when you informed Lieutenant Fanning, were you talking to him in person, or was this over the phone, or whatnot?
It was in person.
Or whatnot.
So,
the whatnot has
command
entered the chat.
post on the late afternoon of Friday, January 6th, how many state troopers were in and around this area at this point in time?
There were dozens and dozens.
And so, are you aware of who collected the devices from Brian Walshe on January 6th?
I am not aware now.
So you didn't go to collect the devices?
No, I did not.
When did you return from Washington, D.C.?
It was during the late evening hours of January 8th. It was Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on the date.
And did you have any further conversation with Attorney Miner about the devices after the phone calls and the emails?
No, I did not.
So after the email chain is done, do you have any further phone calls?
No.
And to be specific, with Attorney Miner?
No.
And going back to the second phone call, you told Attorney Miner that you wanted to look at the iPad?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions of full data extraction was in reference to the 2 cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And when you explained to her, who did you tell was the user of the iPad?
I told her that based on my understanding, it was the 6-year-old juvenile.
And did you tell her did you tell her anything further about the use of the iPad and why you were looking at it?
No, I did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Funny how she doesn't mention any conversations with Yuri in her affidavit.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh, wait. Here we go. Here's Cross. Oh, yeah, this is going to be good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Under examination, you described your interaction with Diane Walshe.
Yes, sir.
And so you were involved in interviewing Diana Walshe along with the 6-year-old son.
At portions of it, yes.
When you say portions of it, what portions?
The 6-year-old was not present during the entire interview with Diana.
But you were present for the entire interview of Diane Walshe.
I was.
You didn't have any involvement in the interview of Mr. Walshe on January 4th.
No, not the official interview. I just introduced myself and met him. Brief communication verbally, not a formal interview.
Did you arrive at the home at the same time with the other officers who eventually did conduct an interview with Mr. Walshe on January 5th?
If I'm not mistaken, we all arrived together, yes, sir.
So you were sitting, is it fair to say that during these two different interviews, you were in different rooms?
Yes, we were separated. The two rooms are separated by the stairwell or staircase and a wall, I believe, in the home. That's right in the middle of the building. But there's a open space for the front and the rear through the kitchen.
It's fair to say then that there were times during these interviews that you could hear people asking Mr. Walshe questions, correct?
To be accurate, because we were having our own conversation, I merely heard voices. I could not hear the specifics of their conversation or who was speaking.
And it's entirely accurate, isn't it, to say that the entire time that you talked to Diane Walshe, that Mr. Walshe, Mr. Brian Walshe, he was never present for any of that, correct?
With our conversation, sir? No, he was not.
So when you were asked all these questions on direct examination, and you were describing the behaviors of Diane Walshe as you interpreted them, it's fair to say that Mr. Walshe had nothing to do with any of those behaviors of Diane Walshe that you were observing.
Are you asking if he was influencing her behavior?
Yeah.
I could not suggest that, no.
Okay. And I mean, she is the grandmother of this the 6-year-old that you were also talking to, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And this 6-year-old was telling you, in his own words, what he remembered about seeing his mother, right?
Yes, the information of his recollection was in his own words.
And when you were asked questions on direct examination about the iPad and fixing it, you used the word manipulation, right?
That is a term I use, yes.
Okay. You don't have any specific knowledge about what you characterized as the manipulation of the iPad.
The knowledge I have is that I was told she fixed the device for him. Diana said that the button was broken. Those types of manipulations of the device, in my training experience, would be logged within the database on the device.
But based on that information that you just told the court, when Diane Walshe mentioned a button, what button was it?
She didn't specify.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you didn't make any effort to see if the button was now working or whatever button she was referring to was working, correct?
Correct. I did not see, no.
So you really don't know, do you, at the time, that the iPad was in fact not working, or if it just didn't come on? You really don't know. You're just going on the fact that Diane Walshe said something about a button wasn't working.
It was the child's information that he passed along to us, and what Diana shared as well.
And the only question that you testified to, that you asked Diana Walshe, that you asked the 6-year-old, was something to the effect, do you know where your mother is, or do you know where your mother went? that was when Diane Walshe interjected and made a comment, correct?
That specific question, she interrupted my full question, so I could not ask the full question. The question was interrupted.
Now, it's fair to say that you haven't been trained in interviewing young juvenile children, correct?
Praise be, Larry Tipton. Praise be. This is one of the best public defenders in Massachusetts. We watched him as Judge Cannone acquitted Penny McGee from the bench. If you didn't watch that trial with me, look for the playlist. That was an amazing trial. We saw Karen Reed, I think, was our fourth acquittal in the span of a year, the one we really, really wanted the most. Brian Camp is another amazing trial. Thank you, Neo, the one for a $50 super chat. That's super generous of you. Thank you so much. The Matrix is real in Massachusetts. It is the upside down, inside out, Hunger Games Matrix of Massachusetts. That's why we have Chaka up here sometimes in the corner, because it's like the land of the lost. It's like the land of the lost. We don't know if he was searching for nudes yet. I bet you he was. I bet you Proctor was involved. Proctor was the lead investigator. This is only an evidentiary hearing. Commonwealth has said they're not going to call Proctor at all during the Walshe trial. But based on what I'm hearing today, I don't know. These charges could get thrown out, because if everything came from the illegal seizure or the illegal search of this phone that led to all of this other evidence, it's fruits of the poisonous tree. It could be a very big deal. So we're going to see. We've been on the acquittal tour of Massachusetts, as Melanie Little's awesome as a left swipe. We have Brian Camp, Penny McGee, Karen Reed, and then we saw Daniel Penny out of New York acquitted. Wow. The question on the table is, you don't have any experience interviewing young juvenile children, correct? See what he has to say.
I don't have specific training for young juvenile children, but I am trained in interviews and interrogations.
Right, but you would agree that there are people that are trained specifically to interview young children, correct?
Yes.
I am aware that there are specialists that conduct SANE interviews.
And you are aware of the
SANE.
fact
That's
that
right.
Eventually, on January 5th, there was an agreement to have the young child, the 6-year-old, interviewed by a trained specialist, correct?
I'm not certain of the date when the agreement happened, but I am aware that there was an agreement to do something like that along those lines.
And that would be done by someone in Norfolk, correct? In fact, I think the office that they use is in Norfolk, correct? Do you know that?
Norwood, not
I
Norway.
am not aware of the location outside of Foxborough, but I could be wrong.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, that in your experience, it's not unusual, is it, for a parent or a grandparent to protect their child or grandchild from certain questions that they think may upset them?
No, I wouldn't say that it's unusual that a child or a parent or a grandparent would do something like that. No.
All right. If I understand your direct examination and some of your questions, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you did or you did not have any conversation with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland regarding any supposed agreement?
I don't have a memory of talking to Lynn Beland on the phone
He doesn't have a memory.
about the agreement.
And it's fair to say that you've been asked by the Commonwealth in this case to search your records, your emails, whatever, for any such evidence of communicating with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland regarding this agreement, correct?
I have been asked, yes.
And you conducted that search and you found nothing?
Conversations over the phone. I don't have a conversation over the phone specifically in reference to the agreement.
Oh, because you don't keep logs or chain of custody or anything else. Let's take this back. How many times do you think Larry Tipton has watched Yuri's cross-examination and direct examination from the Karen retrial to prep for this day when he gets to question Yuri Bukhenik at this evidentiary hearing? Hell, a lot, I would say. He did testify on direct that he doesn't remember speaking to attorney Lynn Beland at all about what they were allowed to search for on the phone. Oh, this is another great screenshot shot. Hold on, let's hold this one here. Thank you. Well done to me.
I have been asked, yes.
And you conducted that search and you found nothing.
Conversations over the phone. I don't have a conversation over the phone specifically in reference to the agreement.
So
But the email is produced. I'm CC'd on it.
Right, but you don't know about the content of any conversation between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland and Attorney Tracy Miner regarding that agreement.
I do not know. No.
And it's fair to say that you never attempted to contact Lynn Beland to make sure that you understood what the parameters were of any agreement, did you?
I did not contact Lynn Beland. The email spoke for itself.
Did it?
Well, you've testified here today that, for instance, you just answered a question on direct examination, that the iPad had no limitations put on, like the search of the iPhone, correct?
Rephrase the question.
Were there any limitations put on any search of the iPad?
Those search limitations were included in the email, and it
Communications, right?
referenced all devices that we were going to get on consent.
Now, you've also told us that your discussions with Attorney Tracy Miner involved discussing and seizing cell phones, correct?
Yes, there were 2 cell phones, as I mentioned prior, and the iPad that we were aware of.
And regarding the 2 cell phones, we can all agree that one of them was purportedly Mr. Walsh's personal cell phone, and the other cell phone was the one in the Volvo that was attributed to the young 6-year-old, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is no reference in the email that you've referred to today to a second cell phone, is there?
I'd have to take a look at the email.
Well, it's right there in front of you.
My understanding through our communications, myself and Tracy Miner were for 2 cell phones and the 6-year-old's iPad.
Oh.
Well, I understand that's your memory.
So you remember talking to Tracy Miner, Brian Walshe's attorney, but you don't remember speaking to the Norfolk County ADA or right-hand woman of Michael Marcy, Lynn Beland. Yeah, you don't remember that. But you feel free to come up and lie about Tracy Miner's affidavit. We just read her affidavit that is sworn to under oath, under penalties of perjury and potentially getting disbarred. She didn't mention any conversations with you.
I'm asking you that.
The 6-year-old's iPad.
Well, I understand that's your memory. I'm asking you that with regards to the email that's been introduced into evidence, there's no reference to a second cell phone, is there?
Pregnant pause here.
Yes, based on my reviewing of that email content, there's no reference of a second phone.
And there's no reference to anything other than Brian Walsh's cell phone in that email.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
There's no reference to any other cell phone other than Brian Walsh's cell phone
Do you want a
in
dictionary?
that email agreement.
Do you want a dictionary? This could be a real problem.
It talks about the 6-year-old's iPad.
Right, but there's no reference to a second cell phone
Doesn't want to answer the question.
or any other cell phone in that email agreement.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's certainly nothing about all of the minor children's cell phones.
That's correct.
There's reference in that email to one iPad, correct?
We'll talk about this in a second.
Yes.
And there's no reference to more than one iPad in that email, is there?
Just the 6-year-old's iPad.
God bless Larry Tipton's patience.
Sergeant, it's fair to say that you wrote a report where you were discussing this agreement.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And did you review that report before you testified here today on direct examination?
I did review it. Yes.
And it's fair to say that in that report, you make reference to an agreement that encompassed, quote, his cell phones in regard to Brian Walshe. And you use those cell phones, plural, correct? In your report.
I believe that's right, if you're not mistaken.
You have that report with you?
Wow.
I don't have it here with me now.
And if you need to refresh your memory, just tell us. But you
Look at
also
his
in that
smug
report
ass face.
make specific reference to the agreement encompassed his minor children's, plural, cell phones, correct?
I'd have to take a look at the report, sir.
Good. Here it is.
That's right. May I approach you on?
Yes.
I don't think the judge is happy. She's like, are you kidding me? You were CC'd on this agreement between Lynn Beland and Walsh's attorney. You see and you wrote your report and you seized other devices too?
I got you. Yeah.
How do they think they're so smug they think they're never going to get caught? They just think they're just never going to get caught. It's beyond. It is beyond. They just do whatever they want, and they've been doing it whatever they want for decades. And if you live there, you know it. Was Lynn Beland also tied to the Birchmore case? Could be. Could be. Wouldn't surprise me because Sandra Birchmore's body was recovered in Canton. It was Canton PD that did the initial response to that. MSP was involved. It's Norfolk County. They never, still to this day, have not pressed charges against Matthew Farwell. It took the feds to do that. Ruled that quickly a suicide. Ruled out Farwell awfully quick, too. Garino failed to find all those.
Yes, it does.
To refresh your memory that, in fact, you make reference to cell phones plural when it comes to Mr. Walsh's cell phone.
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you made reference to all the children's cell phones?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory that it referred to the children's iPads?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that at the end of that report, you make specific reference that, quote, the agreement is attached to this report?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement we're talking about is what's already been introduced in evidence, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's fair to say that that agreement that was introduced in evidence does not refer to multiple cell phones,
His face.
multiple iPads,
His face.
correct?
That is correct, sir.
And in fact, you said on direct examination that you had some conversation with Fanning, and Fanning then arranged to pick up the devices, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that Fanning has written a report about what he went to pick up?
Oh,
I am not aware now.
Fanning's report has entered the chat.
About what he had gone to pick up and what in fact he did pick up?
No, I never spoke to exactly what he picked up.
Oh,
So you don't know that when Fanning went to Mr. Walshe's house to pick up the devices pursuant to the agreement, he only knew to pick up one cell phone and one iPad, correct? Or do you know?
I don't know what he actually picked up. I communicated 2 cell phones and an iPad.
And my question is, though, that you apparently don't know that based on the conversation he had with you at the command post, that he thought he was only supposed to pick up one cell phone and one iPad.
wow. Can't make this up. You
You
can't.
don't know that, do you?
I never questioned Lieutenant Fanning on what he picked up.
Okay.
One hand doesn't ever know what the other one is doing. You mean to tell me that you don't communicate with Fanning the way you communicate? Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break.
Sure.
Fanning the flames of injustice, says Thomas T. Well done.
No objection.
22. You marked and admitted as Exhibit 22.
I don't think Reddington ever represented Brian Walshe. This is Larry Tipton. He's a public defender. Reddington is a private attorney. He represents Lindsay Clancy.
Sergeant, in that report that now is Exhibit 22,
Harry
you
Turk.
specifically say the agreement was put into writing by Norfolk District Attorney's First Assistant Lynn Beland, correct?
Yes, I do.
The agreement, you're referring to the email that's been introduced into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong. Reddington is a private attorney, right? I don't think he's a public defender, is he? Because Jennifer McCabe hired him in the Reed trial. I think Harry Turk paid for his lawyer. I don't think Harry Turk got a public defender because he had assets and all kinds of things. He was a doctor, a surgeon. He also represents Lindsay Clancy, who I think also has money, and her husband backs her up, so he's probably paying for Reddington. Somebody said, when did he switch from Reddington? Oh yeah, that's a great freeze frame too. He's always had Larry Tipton. So yeah, okay, good. Glad we could clear that up. All right. It's private. Okay, cool. Thank you. One of the biggest ones in Mass. Bob Weir's here. Hey, Bobby.
There's nothing in the agreement that uses the phrase marital privilege.
No, sir.
There's nothing in your conversations that you put in your report that was to document this agreement. There's no reference to marital privilege, is there?
I'm sorry. There was two things you asked about. There was no mention of marital privilege outside of the statement about excluding communications between Ana and Brian Walshe.
And the phrase marital privilege does not appear in your report that's been introduced as Exhibit 22.
No.
And it doesn't appear in the quote agreement email that's been introduced today.
That statement does not appear now.
This is crazy.
The only thing that is referenced, the only subject matter that's referenced in the email agreement is quote communications.
That's the only subject matter that needed to be carved out of the full extraction.
That wasn't my question. My question was the only subject matter that is referenced in the agreement is communications.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but we took the location data and the Google searches, and then everything else we found was a result of that. So it's all tainted because they are the taint team. Proctor is the taint team, and Bukhenik is also part of the taint team. They taint things. They don't try and detaint things. They actually taint them. It was proctored.
Do you know, Sergeant, do you know when Mr. Walshe first talked to Tracy Miner, his attorney, about the request to search his phone?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
And do you know, Sergeant Bukhenik, when Tracy Miner, Attorney Tracy Miner, and Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland first began discussing the request to search Mr. Walsh's phone?
I would strictly be speculating when they first began. My only knowledge is to the email being sent from Lynn.
Sophia's out there doing the Lord's work.
Have you talked to Assistant?
Check the statewide payroll and says Lynn Beland was paid until November of 2024. That checks. That tracks, Sophia, because I think that's around the time also that David Schraub left. Thank you, Sophia, doing the Lord's work for us.
District Attorney, now retired, Lynn Beland,
She's retired now.
regarding this agreement prior to this?
Oh, she took her retirement. You know what happens when you take your retirement, friends? You keep your pension. You get to keep your pension. If you take your retirement, instead of getting fired or pushed out, she's retired. Thank you, Larry Tipton, for tipping us off about Lynn Beland's present status.
I have no memory of talking to her about this agreement.
So the government, the Commonwealth, has not asked you to go talk to retired Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beland and say, what did you and Attorney Tracy Miner agree to? You haven't been asked to do that.
No, sir.
No, we don't want the truth. We just want the conviction. We don't care about the Constitution of Massachusetts or Norfolk County anyway.
Now, it's fair to say that there are consent to search forms used routinely by the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those consent to search forms, they require information to be entered on the form that includes the person giving consent and the officer taking the consent, correct?
Yes, it is.
And
A lot of scratching going on.
they
A lot of
also
face
include
touching.
an area where you describe
More face touching.
what is going to be searched, correct?
There's detailed explanation on the forms, yes.
And it's signed and dated by the person giving consent and a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason for this is to make sure that people understand what consent was given, that it was given voluntarily, and what the parameters of any consent were, correct?
That is the purpose behind us reading those consent forms to the individuals we're getting the consent from.
And you didn't use one in this case.
No, sir.
And it's fair to say that you certainly had an opportunity to use one because you were at the home on January 5th, 2023, prior to any consent being given and any agreement being made, correct?
I was at the home at that point. I did not ask for consent on the 5th.
But yeah,
Yeah, approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you a document.
That's what they say. Face touching is a sign of deception. Edwina
Is
Grimley.
it fair to say that that is an accurate representation of the consent to search form that's used by the Mass State Police?
Although it does appear as a form that's generated by the state police, that's not the form we use. So I can't
He does
represent
this
that
all the
this is
time. He's so
what
obstinate.
we would have used.
What is different? What is different from that form you're looking at now and the form that you say would be used by the Mass State Police?
Well, there's a lot of different characteristics of the form itself, just the way it appears, the way it's presented. the bottom portion as well. It's just slightly different.
Can I ask you then, Sergeant Bukhenik, is it fair to say that that form, substance, whatever form you're referring to, the consent to search warrant, would have included exactly what that form's asking for? Name of the person giving the consent, a witness to sign on it, informing the person of their right to refuse consent, but also listing what and describing what is to be searched.
Look at the way Larry Tipton is blocking Yuri's view of the prosecutor, Greg Connor. He's standing right in front of him, so he can't look at him at all. There's no jury there. For everybody who keeps coming in and saying, what are we doing? What are we talking about? What's happening here? Scrolling along the bottom of your screen, there's a very detailed case description in the show notes underneath the video. Do you love how he's blocking his view? Wild. I take great pains and time to do detailed show notes for you, which I usually supplement after we cover whatever we cover. So if you're confused, just go there. You got to close out the chat to get to it. But while we're talking about it, let's all hit the thumbs up button, because that's like a nice thing to do when you come into somebody's YouTube channel for free content. Hit the like button, just like you're wiping off your mat, wiping off your feet on the mat when you go into somebody's house. It's just like a nice thing to do. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. I mean, we're at over 50% likes, but we can do better than that. You guys are awesome. I know you forget sometimes. We all do. I don't know what this top fans thing is I don't know how to turn it off. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. I don't like it to be a competition about who can chat the most or give the most money, because it's not about that. This is about getting the truth and learning about the Constitution. And it seems to me in the past 2 years, we've covered so many Massachusetts cases. Not asking you to take your shoes off. That's a good one. That's a good one, Special K. This is not from the first trial. This is not a trial yet. This trial's not happening till October. I don't know what it is. And I also don't know. People are saying, Kindergarten Cop, one of my amazing moderators, people are saying that this is one of the last chats that people's names haven't changed. I heard a little discussion about that this morning when I was watching somebody else this morning. And I don't even know what that means. They've changed people's screen names on YouTube in other chats. I don't even know what that means or why they did that or how we can stop it. How can we stop it? Don't even know what that is. All right, let's keep going. Thanks for hitting the like button and sharing the stream out. Everybody needs to know about the corruption that continues to go on in Norfolk County. This is wild.
I would agree with you, yes.
So, with that caveat, I would move to
Your Honor, I object. If the council wants, I'm happy to get a copy of their form they generated.
Why don't we do that? That's the form that they actually might be using now as opposed to
Because he's
that.
probably lying.
No dispute with regard to the contents of the form. He didn't fight you on that. He agrees with you. It's an evidence. You don't need the form that he's not familiar with.
And I'll get a blank one and we'll stipulate through this.
That sounds terrific.
I did ask for one, but
You didn't ask for, you asked for what, on what? Oh, previously?
I apologize to council. I have no memory of asking for it. I will make sure
We can reach agreement on this, I'm sure.
Judge is like, yeah, give me the form. They didn't have him sign a consent form for his phone anyway. They didn't even have him sign one. This judge sounds like she's going to go by the book on this. I don't know. Let me know if you're getting the same vibe from her.
with regards to the agreement, there's nothing in the agreement email that has been produced as an exhibit. It references anything about search histories, correct?
No, that specific term is not in the email.
And there's nothing in the email about location data, correct?
That's correct.
And
Busted.
once again, the only subject matter that's referenced in that email agreement is, quote, communication, correct?
Yes, as what to be excluded, yes.
Busted. Down in Bourbon Street, set up like a
Well, when you
bowling
say what to
pin.
be excluded, it's just, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this will be my last question on this particular subject. The email agreement makes reference to what communications will be limited, and it makes specific reference to certain attorney-client conversations, communications, and communications between Mr. Walsh and Ana Walshe, correct?
That is what to be limited during the search and analysis of the devices.
Oh,
data.
oh, but what'd you do, Yuri? What'd you do?
It certainly doesn't say, does it? Anywhere in that agreement that the agreement is that
They're busted.
everything that's downloaded can be reviewed and analyzed, correct? Doesn't say that.
It does not specify that.
And it's important, isn't it? Just like that form that you were talking about a moment ago, it's important, isn't it, to be very specific in any written agreement as to what the terms of the agreement are, right?
It's important to understand what is being done. Our verbal communications mentioned phone extractions. That means all of the data on the phone.
No, it
and
doesn't.
What was to be limited.
No, it doesn't.
Based on
Jackass.
our verbal communication, then subsequently put into email form was the communications between client and attorney and Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
But that's the way you're interpreting the content of this email that you did not write and did not respond to. That's fair, isn't it?
For the latter portion, yes, I did not write this email, nor did I respond to it. But the verbal agreement on the phone with Attorney Miner was that we were doing a full system data extraction on the devices provided that were consented to.
Dude, let's call her in. Let's call her in. Because if you're lying right now under oath, you need to also be dishonorably discharged, sir. What do you think governs, my friends? Do you think that the written agreement governs, or his alleged verbal conversations with the attorney that the attorney didn't even reference in her affidavit? What do you think? You don't get to just pull a whoopsie when it comes to constitutional rights. We saw a lot of that in the Karen Reed trial. We saw a lot of it. But the question in Karen Reed trial, well, it's the same kind of thing here, because this is a no-body murder case. So it's not as if we know he did it, like in Harry Turk's case, where he admitted to strangling his wife. He just said he did it in a heat of passion because he got mad and he was drunk. And so he got found guilty of the least charge because he was drunk. Because in Massachusetts, if you're not driving a car, if you're drunk, apparently you get convicted of a lesser charge. It's like a thing. It absolves you of some liability. This is a no-body murder case. Ana Walshe at the time was a missing person. And this guy just goes and does whatever he wants. And now, because he did whatever he wants, the charges could be dismissed. I'm just telling you what the reality of the thing is here. Because as somebody points out here, and this is all true. Let me find it. Well, Melanie B, Fibro Warrior, says that's what they do, Melanie. They get people's phones, download everything, whether they're supposed to or not. And this means they know everyone's business. They are corrupt. Stephanie says, interesting. Yuri hasn't needed a dictionary once since during this testimony. Kay Jolie says, there is physical evidence against Brian Walshe at a trash processing facility. Investigators recovered trash bags full of bloodstained items, including towels, rags, a hatchet, a hacksaw, and a Prada bag. But here's the thing, Kay Jolie. They found those things because they got his location data from his phone, right? And so if they obtained all the location data from his phone illegally, everything else that follows from that location data cannot come into evidence. It has to be suppressed because it was an illegal search. And my recollection when we went over all of the original charging documents and all of the police reports and all the proctored stuff and Proctor's searches and the search warrants is that that's how they got to those dumpsters, right? Through the location data on his phone. And if that's the way they got it, that stuff doesn't come in either. That is why this is so horrific. Right? The Google searches. They also, in his location data, found out, I think the Lowe's thing, I think that was like a receipt they found allegedly in the car. But again, we haven't even gotten to whether or not the car search is illegal. There's also, I now can't remember exactly because I'm conflating so many cases in my head. They also have video of him like buying stuff, not just at Lowe's, but at other places like tarps and I forget what. Remind me, the hacksaw maybe, like duct tape. I don't remember. But if they found that he went to all of those places because of the location data that they illegally got from his phone, none of that stuff's coming in. So that's a great point, Kay Julie. I'm just pointing out to you what could possibly happen. Better Rose Groupie says, oh, that's a great name. Where's your smug face now, Yuri? Looking a little sheepish today. Thanks for your 5. Since he says, oh, MG Melanie, the AI baby with you singing the Kelly Dever song is so totally cute. And the song is cute. Oh, I don't know. Did I see that one? Am I singing in a new one? That's awesome. Teresa said, why is he so rude calling everyone by their first name? It's Yuri. Paige said, just when you thought they only cut corners when investigating cops, they show you they're incompetent all of the time. Incompetent, or they're just skating the rules and they've never been caught and they've never been held to account. Because remember, this was 1 year after the murder of John O'Keefe. Business as usual. Business as usual. Edwina says, I've been loving hearing all the positive shout outs for our girl Melanie Little from lots of YouTubers. Oh, really? Thank you. I don't know who's talking nice about me. Thank you. And thanks for giving me a 20 to tell me about it. I love it. Thank you. Try and keep it classy and, support other creators. Double Trouble, 247 defamatory statement released by the O'Keefe family defending the McCabe's and Alberts today. Oh, I haven't seen that even yet. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Josh, wouldn't the report from his ankle monitor also provide his location data? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to it, so I can't pretend that I do. But he was allowed, I think he was allowed to go some places. Like, if I remember, I got to go back and watch my own first 2 shows on this. But I think he was allowed to go to his mom's house and go shopping, do some other things without asking for permission. But that's a great question, Josh, because Josh is always thinking. Pineywood says, hello, lovely cupcakes. Missed all of you. Is this a motion to suppress hearing? Yes, this is an evidentiary hearing because Judge Diane Freniere actually believes in evidentiary hearings. Thank you. The dates are scrolling below. May 20th, 2025, June 18th, 2025. And we're on Yuri's cross. And it's wild. Let's keep going.
That's your member.
Yes, it is.
And your member is that the agreement also included all of Mr. Walsh's cell phones, all of the children's cell phones, and all of the children's iPads.
No, my memory was that the devices I knew about was Mr. Walsh's cell phone that was missing, the children's cell phone that was in Mr. Walsh's vehicle, and the iPad reference to by the 6-year-old, which was fixed by Ana. That's why the communication with Tracy Miner was about 2 cell phones with the iPad thrown in on top of those 2 devices.
Sergeant Bukhenik, just on that particular answer question. The second sentence in your report that you wrote that stated January 6, 2023, you wrote specifically, during numerous phone conversations, we established a verbal agreement for the digital evidence extraction of devices belonging to and being used by Brian Walshe and his juvenile children, to include Thomas Walsh, 6-year-old, Thomas Walsh's 6-year-old. Those include his cell phones and his minor children's cell phones and tablets. Correct?
If that's verbatim from my report, that is what's written.
So my question that I asked you just a moment ago was, your memory of the agreement was it involved all of those devices, not just the two that we're talking about.
My conversation with Attorney Miner was for the 2 cell phones I knew existed and were referenced.
So why did you put all those other devices in your report that you wrote specifically about the agreement?
I don't understand.
Why did you refer to all of those devices in the one single report that you wrote and refer to it as the agreement? Why did you include all of the devices?
Because there was knowledge of other devices existing. So there was Diana's statement that she purchased cell phones for all the children.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you could take them.
And iPads and AirTags.
He just does what he
etc.
wants.
So
Just does what he
there
wants.
were other electronic devices that could have come into play.
You would agree, wouldn't you?
That's right. He was at Home Goods too, right? Buying carpets. Yeah. Wasn't he? He bought carpets. I remember that, or a rug, at least one rug. I remember. It's coming back to me. It's all coming back to me now.
Sergeant Bukhenik, that there is some real ambiguity between what you stated as the content of the agreement in your report and that email that has been introduced into evidence.
I don't think it's ambiguous, no.
He'll never admit he did anything wrong, ever. We just take what we want. We do what we want. There's no rules for us. We are the MSP assigned to Norfolk DA's office. We do whatever the hell we want.
Were you present at the home, Mr. Walsh's home, on January 6th of 2023?
I don't remember. I don't remember going to the home. I might have been. I don't remember going to the home. I know I was at the command post. There was other missions I was conducting. I don't have a specific memory of being at the house. But if you have a specific question about maybe what transpired, I could give you an answer.
Do you know that there were numerous searches conducted to the house on January 6th?
Yeah.
I know that the CERT team and the dive team conducted searches around the home. I was not present for those searches. I was at the command post.
And you weren't there because you were in DC on January 7th.
That's correct. Early morning, January 7th, I left for DC.
Mm-hmm.
Just so I'm following along, the date that you were using was 1/6.
Yes, from when searches were conducted.
Right, but he left on 1/7.
Right. He's
He
not
could have
there.
been there, but he's at the outpost. I just want to make sure I'm trying to follow along with what the evidence is and that you're not missing up the dates. That's why I'm asking.
She's paying attention.
I could be messing up the dates. I'll be the
I don't
first to
know.
admit that.
I'll
But
let you go.
let me just say,
Giving you the opportunity to correct it if I've got something wrong. But I've raised it, and
I
maybe
appreciate-
I'm the one that has it wrong.
when did you leave for DC on January 7th?
Early morning hours. I don't know the exact time of the flight. Could have been 8, 9 a.m. But I never responded to Cohasset. I went from my home.
So you were not at the home
Rose.
on January 7th.
No, sir, I was not.
And you're not sure if you were at the home on January 6th.
I do not have a specific memory of being there. I might have. There.
Hey,
We
what?
can all agree you were there on January 5th.
Yes, sir.
Were you there on January 8th?
No, I was not.
Why is it freezing? I think we've broken the internet, you guys.
And did you negotiate, as you call it, the agreement? Did you negotiate the dates that are involved?
Come on now.
The person wants us to exclude would be excluded. Brian Walshe was eager to help us find Ana. The same sentiment was felt by me from Tracy Miner. She was trying to help while conducting her responsibilities as a defense attorney. So that was my understanding based on our conversation.
But was it your understanding that regardless of the communications that are referenced in there, attorney-client communications and communications between Mr. Walshe and Ana Walshe, that in fact there was a temporal limit placed on any search of the devices?
Can you rephrase that question, please? The temporal limit, I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
That in fact there was a date of 12/25/2022 that the search parameter would begin, and there was an ending date of January 6, 2023 of the search parameter when the search would end. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the date that we couldn't go back past, and that was the 25th. So we couldn't search for communications between client and attorney before the 25th, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Walsh's communications.
And I guess what I heard you say was that it wasn't you that suggested 12/25, correct?
Right. I wouldn't have a reason to pick a date. That date, other than being Christmas, it made had no significance to me.
And it wasn't you who picked the date of January 6th, 2023.
I believe it was present. So the term used was present.
Yeah, this could be fake news. I don't know about this. People are saying that there's a rumor that Kohberger took a plea deal. I don't know if it's true or not. So I'm not gonna. The person who posted it on Twitter is a person who's known for spreading misinformation, who actually even came to Karen Reed's trial and started calling her a murderer outside of the courthouse. So we can talk about it later. I just don't have like a credible source. So I think it's fake. I'm not going to propagate it here or promulgate it or whatever. I'm not going to give it legs. If you want to go watch it somewhere else, this is not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. If you prefer to go somewhere else, you can do that. And please don't, yeah. Okay. I'm not giving it legs. It's not Brian Enton. If you're all distracted, again, it is not an airport. Unless it happened in the last 10 minutes, it's fake news. I don't know. All right, let's delete all the reference. I'm gonna have to put that as a blocked word because I do not want that person mentioned in the chat. Brittany, you know. Okay, here we go. I know, because that's where I saw it come up too on Recovery Addict, and I do like him. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Kel. Let's not derail what we're currently doing.
On direct examination, you use the word documentation. in the context of what Attorney Tracy Miner asked for.
I know.
You remember that?
Yes.
And was it documentation regarding what the agreement was?
She just wanted to put in writing, so we needed to document what the specifics were.
And was it also documentation about
The specifics, like what you're supposed to search for?
and how they were conducted?
Dumbass.
No, we didn't discuss the details of the searches. She just wanted specific things excluded from the analysis and the searching of the data from those devices. And that is what was
You did it anyway.
First Assistant Lynn Beland.
You did it
And she agreed
anyway.
to it.
Because that's what you do. We may break here anyway because we have to come back tomorrow to watch Fanning's testimony and all of this other stuff. And I also want to pull up the actual search warrants and do a deeper dive into this because this, Mimi says, will you continue to cover this tomorrow? Could listen all day and night. I have missed you and others after Karen Reed. Yeah, that we have so much more to discuss. Green Eyed Southern Girl says, isn't it okay to announce that I live here? Listen, I'm so happy to be able to help so many of you get through the workday because that's what you tell me that I do. I help you get through the workday. Mardo says, I believe Brian did this. I also believe for the process and law to work for the best of us, it has to work for the worst of us. It is, in my opinion, the fruit of the poisonous tree. Lee B says, I keep a tarp in my trunk to keep dirt and gardening stuff from trashing my car. I cart kids, pets, and all kinds of crazy stuff. A baby goat once. That's wild. I was like, a baby goat? There's goat yoga near me, like baby goat yoga, which I think is wild. I don't know what it is. I think you hold the goat while you're doing yoga. I really don't even know. Or like the goat stands on your back while you do yoga. I don't know. Justin, who apparently must be new here, says, stop saying if you know, you know. New listeners that don't know, have no clue, maybe explain a bit. Just saying. Well, I'm just saying that below in the show notes, there is an extensive description of what we're talking about. And when I say, if you know, you know, it's because people know that you're Bukhenik testified in Karen Reed and also the things he did there. And it would be impossible for me to explain that in a few seconds. And so I can't explain it because I would take a whole day. Anybody that's ever tried to learn about the Karen Reed case, it would take you like 3 weeks to explain it to a friend. So thank you for your feedback. And Karen Reed's not guilty verdict clapped back and said, Justin, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. So thank you for that. This guy is pissed that the MSP messed up his case, said Tracy Fagan. I think you're right. If she doesn't pay the money, said Max Bang, and that is true. Boulder victim of Molotov cocktail died. Charges updated or upgraded, Phyllis Delancey says, and that's crazy. Hey, it's May, says very, very late. Unexpected nap hit me. We took that one earlier. Thank you for your 20. Oh, somebody just sent me something that's breaking. So let's just take a look at it. Since we're all here, we might as well hang out together for a little while, right? Just in case it's breaking, unless you want to start a new stream. But let me just take the banner down. Let me just keep Yuri exactly where we have him at 316.15 because there's so much more there. Let's take this down. Kel said, maybe she set him up and living the dream in another country, not as far-fetched as it sounds. The scuba diver wasn't very good at hiding, but others maybe. It could be. Some people say that the Russian mob is involved. I have no idea what to make of that. Deneen says, do you believe he's guilty or not? Because I apologize, I don't know a lot about this case. Is there also police misconduct? Well, we're just learning now that there might be. I don't know if he's guilty or not. I think his Google searches, if true, are awfully incriminating. However, they weren't supposed to search for his Google searches. So if they're suppressed, they don't have a whole hell of a lot of evidence against him. I don't think. Fruits of the poisonous tree. Whole new thing, Deneen. Thank Cannone's corrupt court. It seems like Massachusetts judiciary commingling all these judges and cases and law enforcement might be a reason there's so much corruption. Could be. James Mel, do you think he will ask for a bench trial knowing how well it went for Penny? That's an interesting concept. Well, I want to see what the judge does with this motion first. And there may not be enough evidence to support the indictment if all this evidence is tossed. So Stay tuned, James. Stay tuned. Again, that was Judge Cannone, not Judge Freniere. I don't know a lot about Judge Freniere and her rulings. Maybe somebody who's more familiar in Massachusetts can tell me about her. Apparently, she's from Plymouth County originally. Al dente, do you think it could be a disgruntled person that purchased a fake, possibly paid $100,000, and now is pissed and broke? All possibilities. Yeah, I mean, this guy was an art dealer of fake Warhols, right? Rocking that tie clip. Why isn't the attorney at the podium? Is the judge relaxed on that? She could be, but also the microphone was working, so we can't complain. TJ Coco, Libby said they have nothing if this evidence gets kicked. Everything is tied to those illegal searches is out. It's like pulling a thread on a sweater. That is such a great analogy. See the scroll at the bottom of the video. It's a little cupcake. More of a Leslie. I was thinking now I will be on a YouTube a little less and be more productive. Nope. Melanie Little is going live. Thanks some more of a Leslie. Mobka says, whoa, I just noticed that this is the only chat I've been in that isn't forcing YouTube handles. Yeah, I don't know what that is or what it means. Tracy Fagan, to vacuum up the dirt from the plant that was on the plastic in his truck. Devil's advocate. Could be. Yeah, he said he saw a vacuum. Marks. Lisa, went to pick up a prescription today. The text said, you're all set. I immediately had Melanie's voice in my head with the sing-songy, you're all set. Oh, well, that's hilarious. Insane with the sustain said, I always thought Chaka was a girl until the Karen retrial. Fun fact, NBA villain Bill Lambier was Sleestack. Thank you. I didn't know if Chaka was a boy or a girl, actually. More of a Leslie, do you think Yuri knows that POS doesn't stand for police officer, sir? I don't think so. Thank you, Just Irish, for becoming a member. Double Shot Bullies 22, living 10 minutes down the street. I'm grateful for the Mass County lines. I almost went looking with my dog when she went missing. Oh, wow. Will Wallace, I don't know about y'all, but Melanie could cover every case available involving these two jackasses. I'm sure there's California wildfires all over Canton behind their smoke. I did that. I did shows on the California wildfires too. Thanks for remembering. And Neo, again, with the very generous 50. Thank you, KBD, for reminding everybody to hit the like button and subscribe. Kubi says, Salt Sprinkler says, you'll definitely want to check out this one. It's messy. Brian Walshe also has a very checkered past. You want to believe he's guilty, but now with the MSP investigation skills coming out, yep. All of that things and stuff is true. And so we will continue this tomorrow at noon, same time, same bat channel. We have to see the end of Bukhenik's cross. We're going to look at the search warrants. We're going to watch Trooper Fanning's testimony. And Vivian pointed out that ankle monitors don't work the same as GPS. It only tells the officer when it is a distance away from the ankle monitor reception tower that is installed in his home. I don't know if this is true about the Koberger plea deal, but I'm going to get off and I'm going to go look for it. And if it's true, I may just go live right again and break it with you if I can find a source that is actually credible. And if I have it and there's some like real court documents or something, or if there's like something that I can point to, I may just go live right again. Thank you, Jonas. Says Walsh, but a question. I heard you say that prosecutor Connolly refused to take the recase. I don't know. Connolly, I think, is different than Connor. Are ADAs allowed to just refuse cases? Yeah, they can, actually. They can be like, yeah, I'm not trying this. And that might be why they went outside to hire in the Karen Reed case and got Brennan. Jonas says, I guess they are, but if my crew refused work, it would be problematic. Just joking, but is there a simple answer? They can kind of say, yeah, I do not see that this case should be prosecuted. I think if you have a higher enough status at the DA's office and you're an ADA, you might be able to. Is it Greg Connor who is their top dog in Norfolk County DA's office? Or am I thinking, is Greg Connolly someone different? Because now I'm a little confused. Who's their top dog? It's either Connor or Connolly. Betsy, thank you. Says, I'm still watching. Oh, thank you for the hearts. All right, we're going to come back tomorrow and cover this at noon. So if this is really true, I may go live again and talk about it with you. But in the meantime, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Smash the like button and thank the moderators. I'll see you tomorrow. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. But I'm going to see you soon because it's going to be tomorrow at noon. Make sure your notifications are set. do all the things that YouTube likes. And thank you. Oh, Lally was not the top dog. Lally was not the top dog. All right. We'll see if he took a plea deal or not. I don't really know. That's why I got to get off now so I can investigate it myself. I don't like to report things that are not accurate. So it could be. Maybe. Let's go. Find out. Okay. Peace, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Love you guys.